Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Shebo, please turn on the chimes. Members, push your button to indicate your presence. And Mr. Shebo, please call the names of those who are absent in a couple of minutes. And will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing? Thank you.
Someone keeps sneaking in, right?
It's buried in there. There's someone in there front row.
It's been turned on.
Should I start calling some names? Who do you think we need to actually call?
Mullica.
Jesus, you're just trying to get me out of here. That's what that is. Representative Will.
What about people that are remote?
Representative Will.
Do that.
Representative Ortiz.
Representative Larson. Lindsay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, those ones. Cutter. Esgar. I gotcha. Bacon. Representative Bacon. Soper.
Should I be more excited about it?
Valdez. Come on down. Van Winkle, Weissman. No,
Weissman's here online.
gotcha. Woodrow, Representative Woog. Pico. Where is a Representative Pico? Soper. Representative Will Roberts.
He made it. Soper's here.
Soper's here.
Nick Coltrane's here.
Geithner. Representative Gray.
Oh, Pico. I sight a Pico. I spy with my
Representative
little
Neville.
eye.
Representative Neville. We got Pico.
No Tenemos Neville.
We've been called Holtorf. Representative Holtorf. Come on down. Okay. Representative Bacon. Second call.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nope.
The ayes have it. The call is raised. Thank you. And Mr. Shebo, please read the report of the committees of reference report.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1258 is amended, 1401 is amended, Senate Bills 51 is amended, 145, 177, 181, 196, 200, 204, 211, 213 is amended, 215 is amended, 216, 227 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1417 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Senate Bills 124 is amended, 161, 209 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bills 228 and 229 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 70 and 85 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 80, 151, 163 is amended, 206 is amended, 222 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. And Madam Majority Leader, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 2:53 p.m. House Bill 1115, House Bill 1315, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1322, House Bill 1401, House Bill 1258, Senate Bill 4, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 118, Senate Bill 190, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 145, Senate Bill 177, Senate Bill 181, Senate Bill 196, Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 200, Senate Bill 195, Senate Bill 153.
The bills outlined by the majority leaders will be made special orders at 2:53 p.m. And so there's Representative Froelich. Seeing no objection, the House will be resolved into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. And gavel. And Representative Froelich will take the chair. Committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading the bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1115.
House Bill 1115 by Representatives Kipp and Soper, also Senators Pedersen and Hawkins Lewis, concerning the prescription drug monitoring program.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 22-1115 and the appropriations report and the health and insurance report.
That has been properly moved to the appropriations report. Representative Kipp.
Thank you. We made just a small, some small technical changes in the at the health and insurance, or in the. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we made a small technical change that reduced the appropriation in the Appropriations Committee.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doesn't matter which one. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
To the Health and Insurance Committee report. We just passed appropriations. Now we're going to do health and insurance. Is the amendment to the committee report or to the bill? To the bill. Okay, so let's do health and insurance report. Anything to comment on, Reps Kipp and Soper? The question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Committee Insurance report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed. What?
Thank you. That amendment
You want to talk about it? Or?
has been displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is more of a technical amendment. Actually, both of ours are. This just talks about adding clarifying language that when the designee access the program on behalf of the supervising practitioner or pharmacist, it really is just clarifying conforming language, and then that's basically it.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of L009, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L009 to House Bill 1115 is adopted. Representative Kipp to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L012 to 1115.
That amendment has been properly displayed. Representative Kipp.
We were informed by Dora that we needed to have strike the word director and use the word board because that's where the approval needs to come from. So again, a small technical change.
Is there any discussion about Amendment L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012 to House Bill 1115. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 12 is adopted. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the PDMP, or the long version, the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, is one that's been with us for over 10 years now, and it was trying to battle the opioid crisis, where doctors would go ahead and report when patients were being prescribed opioids to try to understand who might be a drug addict or who might be overprescribing there. However, clunky it may have been in the past, or what your feelings of the PDMP may be in the past, set those aside, because what we're doing here is we're actually helping doctors and hospitals and clinics be able to comply with the program that has already been in place for many years. So right now, when a doctor goes to input something on the PDMP, it takes about 6 minutes. just because of how clunky it is. Imagine going through your entire workday, and now you have 10 people that you're having to take 6 minutes for to check and then update. All of a sudden, that's like an hour's worth of your time that you can't bill for. The hospital can't bill for it. It's adding to the cost of health care when we have physicians using their time that way. So what we're doing here is we're empowering physicians by allowing them to designate an unlimited number of subordinates to be able to check the PDMP on their behalf. And then we have also been able to use some state funding to create a grant program that would allow them to apply for funds to integrate the PDMP into their electronic medical records or the electronic health records system to make it more streamlined and fast, and then some clarifications around compliance and non-compliance. So it really is one that is helping our doctors. It should save us money on our health care and delivery of care, because now the doctor can spend more time seeing the patient rather than filling out these onerous online forms.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank my co-prime for joining me on this bill. I know you guys heard a PDMP bill yesterday and seconds as well, and that bill was brought to you by the Audit Committee, and that bill was brought to you because the system is not working very well. Both bills can pass and both bills will help the issue. Really what our bill does is it makes some investments in our doctors in helping them to comply with the law. And that's why we really believe that this is an important piece of the puzzle. Because you want to be able to tell who's shopping for drugs and who's not, but right now, even though they're supposed to be, because it's so cumbersome, doctors aren't complying with the program. So clearly, we just need to make this an easier thing to do, and that's what this bill will do.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1115? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1115 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Snyder and Rich, also Senators Hansen and Priola, concerning a statewide communication system for referral to essential services and in connection therewith requiring general fund appropriations to be made to the Department of Human Services for the issuance of annual grants to help fund the system.
Representative Snyder.
Madam Chair, may I say it's a real honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, Mr. Forest Trees Snyder.
Thank you. And with that, I move House Bill 1315 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we scaled back the amount that would be appropriated to Human Services to $1 million. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Commission Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think most people are familiar with the wonderful and critical services that 211 provide. I know when I was a mayor of a small town, I kept a stack of 211 cards on my desk, and it didn't really matter what kind of crisis a constituent or a resident citizen was in. If I could send them to 211, they found them the help or got them on the right path to get the assistance that they needed. There are 4 centers in Colorado run by 7 different collaborative organizations. We're trying to expand this program so it goes border to border in Colorado. We want to cover every square inch, so somebody down in Cortez or someplace else rather remote is in crisis, they can call and they'll be routed to a center. And most importantly, we're creating a redundancy in this program, because you can imagine when there's a crisis like a fire or flood or whatever the case may be, they get overwhelmed with calls, and all the centers don't have the capacity to route those calls to another center in a time of crisis. That's what we're working towards with this bill, and we would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 211 call center, Representative Snyder and I have been on previous bills concerning this matter. I'm a real fan of the 211 call center. We have one in Mesa County, and it's been very helpful for those on the western slope. 211, if you don't know, it's a confidential and multilingual service connecting people to vital resources across the state. And dialing 211 helps direct callers to services for, among others, the elderly, the disabled, those who do not speak English, those with a personal crisis, those with limited reading skills, those new to the community. And I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1315 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1328.
House Bill 1328 by Representatives Titona McLaughlin, also Senator Donovan, concerning modifications to the Colorado Loans for Increasing Main Street Business Economic Recovery Act.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Oh, well.
Oh,
Apparently
it's nice to see you, Woman of the Year.
I move House Bill 1328 on the appropriations pro to second reading, please.
Just the bill, so let's go to the bill. Representative Chitone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've got here, members, is the Climber Loan Fund. This is the Small Business Loan Fund, and you know, if you really like small businesses, this is the bill for you. This is going to help small businesses. So, you know, the last couple of years, this program was put into place, and it was put into place around the pandemic, and there were a lot of other loan programs that were available, and those programs were very popular. So we've got this program now, which is taking over, and we're expanding it to make it easier for people to get. We're making it for smaller businesses. We're changing the loan amounts. We're changing a whole bunch of things to make more businesses be able to get these loans. And it's more critical now that we do this because the interest rates are going up. But this will be a competitive option for small businesses to get. So if they can't get one of the more expensive loans that have higher interest rates, this is going to be a competitive product. And this is not just something that the state is offering. This is a partnership. This is a partnership with 5 banks, and we're contributing $10 million, and it's a total of 50. So there's $40 million being brought in by private banks to this program. So this is a public-private partnership. This is a great opportunity for small businesses in your districts who are going to need this in the future to stay afloat. And I ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's not a lot more I can say. This has been a really successful program, and we're trying to just extend it to help even more small businesses. So our treasurer said it's kind of like a funnel. He's putting a funnel above this program, and he wants as many businesses as possible to apply for it because it is really good for their survival.
Representative Chitone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to reinforce this, this is a way for businesses to climb their way to success and recovery and take them back from the edge. I urge a yes vote on the Climber Loan Fund.
Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that this was originally established during the heights of COVID using federal COVID money. The only concern I have is that it's, this COVID money is associated theoretically with our inflationary time periods here, but that's beside the point. I think we're all looking at how to use certain monies. Do you have any specific numbers that this has worked? I've heard from our treasurer that this has worked, but I haven't really seen any specific numbers. Does anybody have any specific numbers of how many businesses this has helped, and if we have any data from their feedback that this kept them from going under? Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was pausing because I didn't know if the sponsors were going to respond to Rep. Sandrich, but I'll put on the record that one of my main concerns that caused me to be a no in committee is how we are changing the eligibility requirements. So the initial program, and this is supposed to be an extension of that program, correct? The initial program had eligibility criteria that you had to be a business of at least 5 but fewer than 100 employees. This reduces that down to 1 employee. 1. It used to be you had to have at least 5 employees, but now if you're the sole employee, you are eligible. The original program, which this is an extension to, required 2 years of positive cash flow. This reduces that down to 1 year. Members, I don't know why we are making such significant changes to eligibility requirements when it's an extension of an existing COVID recovery program. And I think it's particularly troublesome that we find a need to reduce the positive cash flow requirement down to 1 year when it had been 2 years. And so I just don't think there's any justification for those changes in eligibility and urge a no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and I echo those comments, members, because one of the things that's happening here is this was supposed to be an emergency program for COVID relief for the smaller businesses in Colorado with less than 100 employees but more than 5. By lowering it to 1 employee and by reducing your business from needing to exist for 2 years down to 1 year, you could literally have started a business last summer, just be a business all by yourself and apply for this loan. And one of the problems with that is that's what dramatically increases the risk. And who is taking the risk? It's not me, it's not you, it's not anybody here, it's the hardworking taxpayers of Colorado. The hardworking taxpayers of Colorado right now are struggling to buy groceries, are struggling to fill their gas tanks. And they're being put on the hook to offer loans to businesses that only exist for 1 year and only have 1 employee. That is wrong. And the third thing in this bill that is very dangerous is it puts an autopilot into the year 2040. That is absolutely unnecessary. And so, Madam Chair, I move L001.
L001 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I asked for a yes vote on this. What this would do is it allow the program still to be on autopilot, but only through the year 2033, as opposed to the year 2040. That's the way it was originally drafted. It was originally drafted to be a COVID relief bill for the small businesses of Colorado. And yet, now this is a loan program that's being expanded upon and continued into the year 2040. And so I ask for a yes vote on this. Let's at least let the legislature, none of us will be here in the year 2033, but at least let the legislature of 2033 take a look at this program and see maybe it's working and we need to continue it another 10 or 20 years. Maybe it's not working. Maybe we just need to change some things. Let the legislature of the year 2033 figure that out. And so I ask for a yes on this bill to make it slightly better, so at least it's just not on autopilot until 2040.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, a yes on this bill would be great, but a no on this amendment would be even better because this actually hurts small businesses. These loans, we're extending the loan program out from 5 to 10 years. So if somebody participates in this loan program, we need to give them time for this program to play itself out with that time period of payback. If we do this, we're going to screw all that up, and it's not going to work. That's why we extended out the date at the end of this bill. So this amendment is going to screw up the program how it is as a whole. So I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Madam Chair, members, this will not screw up the program. It will simply allow the legislature at some point between now and the year 2033 to take a look at the program, see if it's working, and see if it should continue going. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L001? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L001 say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L001 fails. To the bill, Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Sandridge asked a little bit of information about data and how many jobs might have been saved. According to the information that day, we received the information that about 150 Colorado jobs have been saved. The original Climber Fund would have been $50 million, so if we do the math on that, it costs the taxpayers of the state of Colorado or the private entities that were actually loaning them money $333,333.33 per job that we saved. I'm not sure that that is the best return on investment for either the lender or the state of Colorado, and so I just want to make sure that data is out there. 150 jobs, $50 million bill, and at the end of the day, we divide those two. It's simple math. So, yeah, just not sure that's the best thing for the state of Colorado at this time.
Further discussion on House Bill 1328. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry I'm a little late getting here. But when all this began, what this bill references, I was really concerned. And I'm going to tell everybody why. The state of Colorado does not need to get into the banking business. You see, there's banks out there. There's private banks, there's independent banks, there's branch banks, there's credit unions. This is an industry in and of itself. So when the state starts banking, and I told the state treasurer this in person. Personally, we had a discussion about this. I stated my strong objection to the state of Colorado getting in the banking business. Because there's plenty of banks out there that deserve to have their opportunity to write these loans. I believe this is another loan program so the state can get into the banking business. It has no place there. I've been in countries that have state-owned banks. They're not free enterprise models. They're not capitalistic models. As a matter of fact, they're socialistic models where the state wants to control the banking system. I know it's getting a little quiet in here now, but that needs to be said. I don't want the state of Colorado in the banking business, period. I want the state of Colorado to help support the banking industry and the credit union industry. I want the state of Colorado, if necessary, to help underwrite, but I don't know if that's necessary. There's a lot of capital out there in the business world. So I have strong objection to these types of bills, and I have great objection to the state of Colorado continuing to encroach into the free enterprise sector and into many sectors of business and industry where the business model needs to be left within the free enterprise sector. So no, I object strongly.
Any further discussion? Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This climber is made for those small businesses that really struggle to get help from their banks. The banks are supporting this, but they struggle to get help from the banks. They have fewer lending opportunities. This is to help those small businesses, and maybe it is one or two people. That's a small business. And we're really happy to give them that opportunity. The state could expect to receive a discounted rate between 90 to 92 cents for this sale, which is a much better deal for taxpayers. I strongly urge an aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I was privileged to work on the original creation of the Climber Loan Program and would like to speak directly to Representative Holtorf's concerns. Through that process of building this program, we stakeholdered and worked directly with the financial services industry. We worked with the independent bankers, all of the larger banks as well, and with credit unions, and they are key partners in this effort. The state's role is simply coordinating and working with it, and I'll tell you also, you should understand the bank's role. We are leveraging their relationships and their ability to underwrite and decide who are good borrowers. They help with all of that process, the identification and selection of borrowers, monitoring, making sure they're a good risk, and also executing and administering these loans. So this is not the state getting into the business of banking. I can assure you, having been a member of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee and the Finance Committee since I've been a member of this legislature, I know that the state's lending and financial services institutions would have come out strongly against this because they share that concern that we don't want the state getting into the business of banking, and I can assure you and underscore that that is not what this is about. Again, those groups would have come out strongly opposed, and instead they have been strong partners in this endeavor.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Byrd, for that. And I actually am aware of that partnership. And I want to talk about this P3 idea, public-private partnerships. Now, I don't want to take a trip down memory lane, but between 1934 and 1945, there was a lot of P3s in a country that will remain unmentioned. In fact, the only way you could be in business during that time in that particular country was with a P3, because you had to get sanctioned by the government to operate.
Representative.
Now, that's one of the things that I don't like about this particular bill. We'll get back to the bill, because we like to call these P3s.
Representative, can we get back to the bill now?
I'm absolutely working my way back there. Thank you for your leadership. This is one of those P3s. But it's marketing when the state treasurer goes out and starts promoting these things and saying, hey, we're going to do this great thing. The climber, let's climb. But guess what? It's not even needed. There's question whether it's even needed. But why do we want to get in? And I also talked to the treasurer, the state treasurer, and said, what happens when these things go upside down? You're underwriting the loan. So now you're going to get in the collection business? So now the state of Colorado is going to get in the debt collection business. Oh, well, wait a minute. The banks have financed those. So now the banks are going to be in that situation. But the point is, are they really needed? And should the state of Colorado and the state treasury be doing this? And the other thing I understood is this was a COVID initiative. But I have strong objection to these type of initiatives. I have strong objections to these loans. And I really think the state of Colorado needs to let banks do the banking, and the state of Colorado needs to back out of so many of these things that they are doing. The encroachment is obvious, it's clear, and I think it's time to start walking it backwards.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1328? Representative Titone.
A yes vote will be for small businesses. Yes for small business.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of House Bill 1328, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1328 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1322.
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez concerning the regulation of water quality in the state.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1322.
Appropriations and Energy and Environment.
And both of those as well.
Okay. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Benavides.
Yes, we made a small change in the appropriation for CDPHE to do outreach to disproportionately impacted communities, and they are able to do the ones planned this year under their own resources, and so we moved the appropriation till next year.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we made a couple of minor changes to the bill, clarifying that on the third portion, Section 3 of the bill, that when the statute of limitation arises, it occurs not when there's alleged violation, but when it became known or reasonably should have become known through due diligence. And we clarified what CDPH would be doing in their outreach efforts. And I'd urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Energy and Environment Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Valdez, A.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Well, 1322 is a great bill. One of the things I really like about this is that in addition to striving to protect water, which is very important to all of us who use it, it's about public outreach and ensuring folks have an opportunity to show up, make their voices heard, hear what's going on with their water as we work as a state to lower the degradation of those waters. So really, when I think of this bill, I think of the folks living in the north side of my district, where there's been for many, many, many decades industrial operations surrounding water. We've done a lot of work on air. Now it's time to start working on water. Water is a very important resource, and it's one that we should protect. We should be letting everybody in the community know what's going on with their water and allowing them to weigh in on plans to fix it. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote and thank Representative Benavides for having me on the bill with her and all the hard work that she's done.
Representative Benavides. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raise an opposition to this, but I want to make clear that we're not opposing water quality efforts. The point, in fact, is all of the water districts go to great lengths already to do this. Much of what is talking about here essentially is a duplication of efforts that are already underway. We don't really think that we have all that bad water quality in most of the areas we have of the state. There are some areas that need some attention, but that is already part of the attention, part of the job jar of the CDPHE, and I don't believe that this is something we should get in there. I appreciate the reduction of the 1.8. That was one of our sticking points, reducing that 1.8, but it's still putting that manpower bill out in the future. Once you put this into place, that's going to come due next year. It's still an effort that I think should fit within what CDPHE is already doing in cooperation with all the various water districts that work on water. We already pay attention, again, to the water quality, the watersheds, so I ask for a no vote.
Representative Woog. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually agree with most of what Representative Pico said. I wish that CDPHE had not asked for the FTE, but actually bringing it down to 1.8 was a lot less than they asked for. They asked for like 7 FTE to do this kind of outreach, which it's the same outreach we required last year from the Air Quality Commission, and it should be standard practice in departments, but it's not, unfortunately, and that's why we have it in the bill. And I do believe that most of the water quality districts do take their job very seriously and do work professionally in whatever they're doing in those districts. This really was just to clarify that the rules that they put in place, specifically with regard to water degradation issues, should be followed. That's all. And so I urge a yes vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I wasn't party to this bill, so are we talking about domestic water, raw water, up in the mountains? What kind of water are we talking about in regards to this bill?
Representative, Madam Speaker, Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are talking about water that could be designated as use protected. And we're talking about the criteria that the Water Quality Commission establishes in making those determinations. And all the bill does is to say, follow the rules that you put in place.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the reason I ask questions is that when we're talking about outreach, are we talking about reaching out to the people so that they can come to those rulemaking hearings and those type of things? Because one of the things that happens with water is that if water happens to be muddy, some people think that's polluted. So they make a call to CDPHE in regards to the mud, when the mud clears and is cleared by the time they get there to test. So I'm just asking about the outreach.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question. It is for their public meetings that they hold, which we're told they do about a dozen of them, and they do about maybe one a month, and then they do some rulemakings. That's what we're talking about, not just someone calling up and questioning the water.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1322? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
So I stand in opposition to this bill. I heard this bill in committee and opposed to it then and opposed to it now. And I keep my comments brief, but I tell you, a lot of this is about the use protected waters, and we tend to send a lot of real outstanding waters through Trans Mountain diversions that are outstanding waters, and they become use protected waters over here, and that's part of the problem. There's some of these issues I think that are really tough issues to clean up, and I think it's all population related on the Front Range, and I just don't I do not support this bill. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I was a no vote in committee, so just kind of wanted to come down here and explain why. First of all, we already have a robust regulation system here within the state and at the federal level, so this really is not needed. Second of all, having seen just kind of the matrix within my district, certainly in the TMDL process, it's of really grave concern because when you have urban stormwater in such a way that, is it going to be regulated under which federal department or which state department? And it really does feel like the state comes in and they pick on a particular entity. Over on the western slope, what we've seen is the Water Quality Control Commission will come through. They will designate something on the 303D list. Once you're on that list, they will look for ways to reduce, for example, the selenium load. And they don't want to call it agriculture, even though it's agricultural it's agricultural tailwater. And the only way to really then reduce the discharge would be to stop farming or limit farming. And then that results in more water being sent down the river. So in many ways, this is actually a scheme to be able to steal water from western Colorado and either send it to the Front Range or downstream to places like Arizona and California. So this is a anti-western Colorado water bill. This is nothing more than a water grab, and I will stand down here and say that again. It's a water grab. Vote no.
Representative, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this says, we didn't change anything on paragraph 4, lines 15 through 17, the shall be to are. That was put in by the drafter. But basically, right now, the Water Quality Commission determines what waters are use protected. This is not a new duty. It's not a new regulation. This is something they already do. We didn't change any of that. And The commission also establishes criteria by rule in making their determination on whether water is use protected or not. They do that already. We are not changing, adding new regulation to what they do. We're saying what you're doing, follow it. That's all. No new regulation associated, not looking to grab anybody's water. If that's what we think is going on, that's a separate issue that could be taken up with the Water Quality Commission, but this bill doesn't do any of that. It doesn't give them any more authority than they currently have. It doesn't identify any other water sources and tell them you should apply it to this. It does none of that. It just clarifies the rules they put in place should be followed by them. That's it. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1322? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1322 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1401 until after Senate Bill 190.
That motion has been approved and has been made, and we will lay over House Bill 1401 until after Senate Bill 190. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1258.
House Bill 1258 by Representative Byrd concerning the creation of an essential services for youth special district in each judicial district in the state.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I would like to move House Bill 1258 and the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we made clear that the costs of administration at the Department of Revenue would be borne by any special district that could be created by this law. I ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Judiciary Committee report, we made several cleanup changes, changes to different sections within the bill, and also changed some details regarding meetings of appointing authorities. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair. I am so proud to bring House Bill 1258 to you for your consideration. This is an opportunity to discuss a way we can support thousands of children in our state who depend on the critical services offered by nonprofit organizations that specialize in trauma, child abuse, healing, and advocating for the best interests of kids who find themselves in the judicial system through no fault of their own. As many of you know all too well, available public and private funds have consistently fallen behind in funding to provide essential services for a substantial number of abused and neglected children in our state. Those children are often dependent on local private nonprofits that must do constant fundraising to meet the demands for their services, which is an ever-increasing challenge in today's economic environment. In the absence of adequate funding for professional staff, these organizations depend more and more on volunteers to provide services for those children who have experienced trauma, physical and emotional abuse, and who need support to thrive and become productive members of our society. The bottom line, members, is that these nonprofits supply the support that would otherwise fall on local governments. If they go away, much more expensive long-term alternatives will have to be provided by government. In my own county alone, our excellent CASA program is only able to supply services to approximately 1/2 of the abused and neglected kids who are eligible for their services, despite years of public and private fundraising efforts. This widening coverage gap is repeated in other communities and at our dedicated youth service providers providers throughout the state. House Bill 1258 that I present for your consideration today sets up a system for local entities in each of Colorado's 22 judicial districts to fund that gap by giving each district the ability and the choice to decide whether they wish to activate an essential services for youth special district. 1258 also gives those districts the ability to ask voters in their respective districts to impose a sales or property tax or both to supplement charitable fundraising efforts for essential services for youth. I respectfully ask for a yes vote. Oh, wait,
Representative
before we
Peak-
go there, I'm sorry. Before I go there, I have 3 amendments.
I saw some little green pieces of paper there, and I was wondering if you would be interested in running an amendment. Would you like to move your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L011 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L011 is properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment makes clear in law that an authorized special district may make a charitable contribution to essential service providers for youth special districts. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on L011? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one looks like a small amendment, but it goes to the basic core of the issue is you're going to have a board making special grants to service providers. That kind of opens the door to a lot. So this amendment, I'm concerned about is something that's going to balloon into something a little bit larger than it looks like.
Any further discussion on Amendment 11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 11 to House Bill 1258. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 is adopted. Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L012 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 12 has been properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. We had a wonderful, robust discussion about this bill in the Judiciary Committee, and I want to thank my colleague, also from Adams County, who raised the concern that there are a few different judicial districts throughout the state where there might be population imbalances. So the way that these districts will be drawn is coterminous with judicial districts, and sometimes in those situations you'll have a very large, highly populated county and then just a piece of a smaller county, or maybe even a whole other county, but the population is not very large. And his concern was, well, what if all of the voters in the large county vote overwhelmingly and there is no meaningful way for that smaller population in the other county to vote their way out if it isn't their intent to be part of this? So I understood his concern and agreed with him. I think his suggestion made the bill better. So what this amendment does is if fewer than 40% of registered electors vote to approve the sales and use tax in a county with a population of 15,000 or less, the Board of County Commissioners may within 30 days vote to be excluded from the sales tax. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 is adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L013 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. This is making a conforming change to address my colleague from Adams County's concern. If the tax at issue is an ad valorem property tax, we also want those voters in the smaller county to be able to opt out. So it's the same change. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 013 to House Bill 1258? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 13, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 13 is adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully ask for a yes vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition, but I want to make sure that you understand that I think CASA and that issue is a pretty important one. But this is not really the way to do this. We're talking about layering yet another type of special use tax district on top of what we already have. And we've heard in the last several weeks a lot of testimony about all the enormous numbers of special districts that we have across the state. Tremendous patchwork. We appreciate the amendments that give the ability to counties, but it does kind of go to one of my concerns is you've got 22 judicial districts in 64 counties. And now with these amendments, although it gives those counties the option to opt out, is still going to create a tremendously confusing patchwork of taxes. I don't think we need another taxing district, and I ask for a no vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I am getting a little worried. I agree with Representative Pico again. I was a no in finance on this bill, and I just want to explain. I too agree that CASA and judiciary, and I do agree that CASA is a good organization and does good work, and it is an important organization. It's a nonprofit organization. And we have a lot of good nonprofit organizations. And nonprofit organizations raise money through grants, through contributions, through selling bake sales, whatever they do to raise money. They don't generally raise money by having a board of directors vote to bring a tax on people to vote on. And to me, this particular bill, as my colleague from Colorado Springs indicated, could be up to 23 special districts, but I am even more worried of the slippery slope it creates for all nonprofits that could use this kind of a financing scheme. And, you know, when we vote on, I'll speak to myself. When I vote on things that come across, not here, I'm talking as just a taxpayer, I look at it, what's the need for it? And so it sounds great on its face. This is a great need for it. And I might say, okay, I'm going to vote for that. But we could get a lot of those that have really great sounding needs. And this is not an area I think we want to allow nonprofits to step into. I just think it's a mistake for us because we do have so many taxing authorities. And even here, if we want to bring a tax, we need 2/3 of us to agree out of 100. I don't think there's many nonprofit boards that have that many people in it. And I support the sentiment behind it and the sentiment around CASA as an organization and the good work that they do. I just don't think as a financing mechanism we should allow a special district and allow taxing authority to go to the vote of the people in that special district. So I'm a no vote on this bill, and I would urge a no vote.
Representative Soper. Representative Pico, would you like to Rochambeau?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to note here that not only was I agreed with, but I have to agree with every word that was just said. This is a red letter day. We should have a recess just to celebrate.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually hate to be a broken record here, but I also agree with the Speaker Pro Tem and what she just said. It's unbelievable. This is a work of bipartisanship here. First of all, I do want to say that For years, I think most of us in this chamber and around the state have called for CASA really to have a better stream of funding. The court-appointed special advocates do a tremendous job in Colorado, and I just want to say that here down in the well for public record. However, it's with much regret that I also have to rise in opposition of this bill, because if we allow one nonprofit to be able to form a special district throughout a judicial district, that would mean that there could potentially be 23 of these special districts. We're setting the dangerous precedent, as was just said up here. But the other element here is kind of a structural element. Who decides throughout the special district to put it to a vote of the people to form a special district? Because typically, under our special district laws, to form a special district, you have to petition to the local district court. And so if you're doing that within a judicial district, now are they the individual counties in those multi-county judicial districts each going forward? Or if it's a single county district, how does that work? There's some structural issues there that are questions. There's also a question about, this is such an important element in our state and in our society, CASA really ought to be funded directly from the state, not made up of a certain type of tax at the local level. That something that is of state concern and for the state should be funded directly from the state. Second of all, out of the 23 judicial districts, or soon to be 23, 18 already have a CASA program. So that means that we currently have a gap of 4, soon to be 5 judicial districts that don't have a CASA program. So if you're a child in any of those counties, you have no voice in court whatsoever, and that's definitely not right. I do just kind of want to talk about the allocations, and I certainly would like to see more flexibility here. I think we can definitely do better, but I just want to reiterate that when it comes to the funding and the fact that already a lot of these small, poor counties are already feeling very stressed for dollars. People may be quite poor. I mean, I represent 2 counties that are not exactly wealthy by any means. To put just another tax on the ballot for something well worthwhile that really is the job of the state, I think just chips away more and more at rural Colorado, and it makes it much more challenging. So you're balancing two competing interests here. And I really want to hit on, for I know probably the 3rd time, but if this is so important, let's fund it from the general fund. But CASA does a great job locally. I know in the 7th Judicial District, which is half of my district, they were able to push legislation here recently for a flex program, and hopefully my colleague from Montrose is here to be able to talk a little bit more about that. But then down in Mesa County, they're always doing fundraisers. They always have volunteers involved. And there is kind of the fear of once you professionalize it to such a level that CASA will actually take even more funding. So you won't be left with the beautiful volunteer program of citizens rallying behind something that's really great, which is being able to have kids represented in court and to have that special advocate. But instead what ends up happening is it becomes a very professionalized organization, where now you have people who may be paid a stipend. Then from a stipend, they're paid a part-time salary. Then it becomes a full-time salary. Then before long, you're going to have to put another tax on the ballot to be able to fund the organization that you've just created. And in many ways, why CASA operates so well right now is because they are volunteer programs. They have the community throughout the judicial districts rallying behind CASA. People get excited. I know, I want to give a shout out to one of my commissioners, Mesa County Commissioner Janet Rowland, and I hope she's listening to this. She led CASA in Mesa County for 6 years, did an excellent job. And we were always getting emails and phone calls from her to come be a court-appointed special advocate. And she was relentless in knocking on doors, making phone calls to get the community members to volunteer and be part of that organization. And I'm afraid that actually with a dedicated stream of funding, we're going to professionalize CASA. We're going to actually make it to where the volunteer element's cut out, and then it's actually going to balloon and be an element of government that we're going to have to be finding more and more dollars in the future to be able to fund. So that's why I'm a no vote here. I do think that it should be funded by the state, and I do think that the element of volunteerism is quite powerful. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And folks, when I had first looked at this bill, I was concerned about breaking it up by judicial district because that means that if certain judicial districts pass or approve the district and then a vote to levy and collect a uniform sales and use tax, a property tax, or both throughout the geographical area of the district to provide funding to service providers that assist at-risk youth in the special district. There's going to be different levels of funding throughout the entire state. And for those of you that are trying to make sure that the at-risk youth get additional money from a special district, please keep in mind that some districts are going to vote yes, and clearly some no, but then some are going to have different levels of taxation. You're going to have a percentage of property tax, 1 mil or half a mil, and then you're also going to have sales tax and who knows how much percent, and it just seems that if we're going to do this, it should be more uniform. And if we're not going to do it, please keep in mind that there already are at least some areas of funding, not just for CASA, but also for at-risk youth in general. So I wanted to make sure that you all kept in mind that voting yes on this bill, it's not giving money to CASA at all. It's allowing the judicial districts, including the brand new one that hasn't even taken effect yet. It was just, we approved it last year, but it's not even really formed yet. The 23rd Judicial District, brand new, for that district to immediately jump out into a bond issue or a sales tax increase or a property tax increase to the residents of the district, I think is going to really scare off a lot of the people that live in that new judicial district. So with that, folks, I hope you'll keep in mind that just allowing these youth special districts is not at all funding them. And also keep in mind also that a few years from now, 5 years, 10 years from now, the ones that don't get as much money from their voters might be back here at the state capitol asking why they have less and why can't they have more, and they're going to be asking the state to backfill what their voters won't approve. So folks, I just want to make sure that you know that adding on more layers of taxation, more special districts. We already live in many, many special districts. I guarantee that most of us that live in the metro area have water districts and trash districts and metro districts and school districts and road districts. There's so many. I know I have a library district where I live. There are so many different districts, and each one has a level of taxation that really does add up. And that is why people in Colorado are starting to wonder why our taxes are so high. With that, I urge a no vote on the bill as well.
Members, can we simmer down a little bit, please? Thank you. Take your conversations to the side. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your leadership, and I will be simmer and short. I have two concerns with this. Number one, it's already too expensive to live in Colorado. I heard the complaints today, 2 or 3 times, outside of this building. So now we're going to have another special district and another tax, potentially. It opens the door for that. So it's more expensive to live. It's already too expensive to live in Colorado. This is a serious issue. So now, maybe this isn't the right time. I don't even think this is the right methodology because it opens the door, as was stated earlier. Nonprofits now become special districts become taxable entities, and here comes the money from the tax base. What happened to nonprofit? Well, this washes all that away. I think it's a bad idea. It's a bad precedent. I agree with my colleagues. I can strongly encourage everybody to say no to opening that door and letting this horse run out to Krell.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was gone for the committee hearing on this, but I did have some reservations, so I'll share them as well and why I won't be supporting the bill today. I think many of the reasons that people have talked about. I will clarify one thing, though. This does leave it up to local governments to decide whether or not they want to actually sort of activate this special district. So I don't think it's the case that automatically it increases taxes. There's still local control, and those local entities are going to decide. For me, the issue is I sit on a board for TGYS, Tony Graham's Youth Services, and I can imagine that there are lots of nonprofits that do incredible work, like CASA. Incredible work. My worry is we set up a system that we end up getting entities coming to the legislature and saying, please create another special district for us so that we can then go to our local government. So with respect, I don't think it's the right way to fund these imperative services, understanding that there's a problem that we need to address, but I think doing it in this way just creates, like others have said, a slippery slope, so I will not be supporting the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1258? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1258 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1258 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read us the title of Senate Bill 004.
Senate Bill 4 by Senators Rankin and Bridges, also Representative McCluskey, concerning measures to support evidence-based literacy instruction for students in early grades.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 004 and the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did appropriate cash funds from the Early Literacy Fund for this program to help staff 0.8 FTE and CDE, and I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the House of the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative McCluskey, take us inside the Education Committee report.
An insider's view would include the amendment that was run in the Education Committee to change reading specialist to reading interventionist. We had a great discussion about the effectiveness of the READ Act, which really began in 2012, was renewed in 2019, and this is a further enhancement of the READ Act. I ask for an aye vote on the Education Committee report.
The question before us is the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we continue to make good progress on reading deficiencies for our children in our schools across the state, the Colorado READ Act from 2012 has been revised and improved over the years. Senate Bill 004 continues that improvement by requiring all teacher leaders, principals, those that are leading intervention programs in our schools to participate in the science-based, evidence-based, and science-based training on how to teach a child to read. We've seen tremendous progress in those schools where our teachers have participated in this type of professional development training. We want to make sure that all of our teacher leaders and principals are included as well. I'm happy to report that many already are, but we felt that it was important to make this commitment in statute as well. Additionally, the bill will encourage our state libraries, our public libraries, to participate in these evidence-based training programs. They are also encouraged to establish literacy plans for the students, in particular before and after school programming or during off-school times of the year when students are out and not in school. For some of those library summer reading programs, for example, we want our library staff to be partners with us in helping children read, especially in those early grades. I ask for your support of this bill. We know that when children read early, they are successful learners and ultimately more successful in their K-12 and college careers. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to express some confusion as I read this bill, because what is being required is what has been required of schools forever. That's why we send our kids to school, and I'm perplexed by trying to figure out what an evidence-based reading program is, and why schools that have failed to produce are somehow going to be able to accomplish what they've been required to do for a long, long time.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pico. You're right. Reading is probably the most important thing a child is taught to do. But there are different ways to teach reading. And over the years, our understanding of brain development and how a child learns has evolved. Not all college programs have provided a science-based, evidence-based reading program, reading instruction program as part of their teacher prep. That is evolving. Part of the READ Act that we brought forward in 2019 asked for our college programs to improve and expand what they were teaching teachers, how they were training teachers in the science of reading. What we're asking for in this bill is an expansion of what we brought in 2019, that not only should teachers be participating in this particular type of training, but also the principals, and ultimately, we hope, those in the community at our public libraries. We hope they will participate too. So the training of principals is what's significantly different here in this bill.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 4? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 4. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 4 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 68.
Senate Bill 68 by Senators Rodriguez and Colker, also Representatives Lontine and Woog, concerning the creation of a tool to provide transparency in health claims data submitted to the Colorado All-Payer Health Claims Database and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Okay, I don't think so.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 68, and there is no committee report.
Terrific. To the bill. Representative Lontine.
Thank you. So Senate Bill 68 is about accessibility and transparency in healthcare pricing. Healthcare is a necessity, and we can't often see how much it costs. And this is kind of an oxymoron when we have an award-winning, nationally recognized healthcare database known as an All Payers Claims Database. I'm trying to sell it, right?
They're all listening.
So the APCD is administered here in Colorado by, we love our acronyms, but I'm going to spell it out, Center for Improving Value in Healthcare, also known as CIVIC. The Colorado APCD is the state's most comprehensive claims data set that represents most insured Colorado residents, including both public and private payers. And Senate Bill 68 will build upon the utility and accessibility of the APCD by creating a reimbursement reference tool that expands the public's accessibility to essential cost, quality, and utilization information. This bill is not changing any current law or database practices or required data that's already reported to APCD. It's just simply taking that information and putting it into a place that's more accessible and searchable so that people can use it. And I will pass it on to my...
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, simply taking a state website, making it public. The only difference is right now, currently people need to pay for the data, and that's thousands of dollars, versus this tool being made available to the public. And I might note that even two notorious no votes, Representative Williams and Neville, voted for this in health insurance. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to rise in support and thank the bill sponsors for bringing this forward. Civic worked with my community in helping to build the Peak Health Alliance, the cooperative that now serves so many in Summit County by providing a lower cost for high-quality health care. And we were able to build that because we had the data that told us where were people shopping for their health care services. Really valuable tool for communities, and I encourage any of you who have challenges with high-cost health care where you live, I'm guessing that's all of you, this can be a great tool in trying to problem solve. So I am excited to be a yes vote and support the bill sponsors in this work.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 68? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 68. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 68 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 118.
Senate Bill 118 by Senators Woodward and Hendrickson, also Representatives Holtorf and Valdez D, concerning the encouragement of the use of geothermal energy by providing similar treatment to solar energy and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Senate Bill 118 and the Appropriations Finance.
Just straight to the bill there. Representative Valdez D, would you like to say something further, or would...
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I'm looking at the wrong one. There is an Energy and Environment Committee report. To the Energy and Environment Committee report, Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Energy and Environment, we added an amendment.
Can you move the committee report because I screwed up, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to move the Energy and Environment and the Appropriations Committee report. Just to the Energy and Environment Committee report.
That is the correct motion. Thank you. Any Representative Valdez D.
Thank you. In Energy and Environment Committee, we just added a technical amendment to make sure that we had the right lettering in there, in the bill. And with that, we ask for your support.
The question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. And let's be a little quiet here, folks. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all the excitement in the back. I want to go back there after I talk about this great bill. So geothermal energy under this bill is going to be layered in and treated just like solar energy. It's a low-cost effort that brings the Energy Office to develop consumer education materials about leasing and purchasing these geothermal installations. And this technology is already in Colorado. It's already here, both residential and commercial, as I understand it. So this is a very low-cost effort to expand geothermal and get geothermal energy in Colorado so we can be leaders in this technology.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my colleague gave a good example this morning in appropriations about the earth, wind, and fire, how important geothermal is, not only here in the state of Colorado, but the San Luis Valley, and also this building right here is utilized geothermal energy as we continue to move forward and how it applies throughout our energy uses in the state. This is a good bill, and I ask everybody to continue this energy moving forward with Senate Bill 118.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard this in Finance Committee. We heard a lot of wonderful stories about rural Colorado, some of the great work they're doing there. And I just have one question, though, for Representative Holtorf. Is geothermal a renewable energy source?
Care to answer, Representative Holtorf?
Yes.
And is that great or fantastic? Representative Valdez-D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill as we continue in the energy sector and continue making sure geothermal is a renewable energy source moving forward, and I ask for your support on Senate Bill 118.
The question before us is Senate Bill 118. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 118 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 190.
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Danielson and Quorum, also Representative Ortiz, concerning the creation of a United States Space Force special license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 22-190 and any committee reports if there are any.
To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
Members, we have a very simple bill here. Given that Space Force has been started not too long ago, this just merely creates a license plate to go with all of the others for all the branches that we have, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm generally supportive of all these special license plates, but I begin to wonder if we've got too many of these things. Although this one does seem to be out of this world.
Because we're in a generous mood, we will forego a $5 fine. The question before, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 190? All those in favor of Space Force, please say, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190, passage. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 190 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1401.
House Bill 1401 by Representative Mullica, also Senator Moreno, concerning the preparedness of health facilities to meet patient needs.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Mullica RN.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1401 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Health and Insurance Committee report.
That is a proper motion. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated the money for the bill. I'd ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll tell you a little bit about it. I do have an amendment to the Health and Insurance Committee report. In the Health and Insurance Committee, we changed the composition of the staffing committee to include 60% of clinical nursing frontline staff. We also worked to align language with Chapter 4 rules. And we also added a safety clause. Obviously, this is an important thing, but there was also a request by the department for that for rulemaking, so this can be in place if we do see a surge in the fall, which is one of the reasons why we're running this, is to make sure that we are as prepared as we can be come the fall. And I would also, with that, Madam Chair, I would I would move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a compromise between the Colorado Hospital Association and the Colorado Nursing Association to make sure that the staffing plan that we're creating here is available to both potential employees and patients, rather than just flatly put on a website, that we do find a way that it is available and transparent in what we're trying to do. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L016. to House Bill 1401. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L016 is adopted. Representative Mullica.
I ask for a yes vote on the Health and Insurance Committee report, Madam Chair.
The question before us is the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor of its adoption, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill, House Bill 1401, is one that I'm really excited to be bringing to you today. As the only nurse that serves in the Capitol, we have seen burnout at record levels in our hospital. Obviously, that got exponentially worse over the last 2 years, but it was a problem before the last 2 years. And we need to do something about that. We need to make sure that we're not burning out these healthcare workers, that we're doing all that we can to make sure that we keep them in the job that they signed up to do, so that the people of Colorado are getting the care that they deserve. And so we went to the drawing board and we wanted to figure out what can we do? How can we make sure that we are protecting the healthcare workers, the people that take care of us? And that's where we come up with House Bill 1401, is that we are making sure that we are giving the hospitals the flexibility they need to come up with these staffing plans, making sure that these committees that are coming up with these staffing plans are comprised of frontline healthcare workers, and that when we look at those staffing plans, that they have minimum staffing metrics in those staffing plans so that we have that flexibility at each individual hospital, but that staffing's at the forefront of their mind. In addition to that, we're going to be looking, and the hospitals are forced to look at workplace violence issues, making sure that those are reportable. But most importantly, members, that these are not just words on a piece of paper, that these items that we're talking about are surveillable, that CDPHE can enforce them, that we can make sure that staffing and burnout and staff safety is at the forefront of everyone's mind, including the state, including the hospitals, including the nurses, and everyone that's involved with taking care of these patients. There's also a component to this bill about hospital readiness. We need to make sure that that our hospitals are as prepared as they can be. Right now, during this pandemic, one of the things that was most frustrating as a healthcare worker is that we were putting out all the number of beds that we had. Well, when we were putting those numbers out, that's the number of licensed beds we have. That wasn't the number of staffed beds. And so what this bill does is it makes sure that those staffed bed numbers are reported back to CDPHE, and that if those numbers fall below 80%, that CDPHE can have some corrective action, making sure that we are staffed to the best of our ability. And we also want to make sure that the hospitals have a plan that if we have another pandemic or we have another emergency, that those hospitals can surge to 125% of capacity. There was a lot of work that went into this bill. Huge credit to the Colorado Nurses Association, huge credit to the Colorado Hospital Association, who came together. We found some real solutions that are going to solve some problems that we're facing in our healthcare field with our healthcare workers. What we're putting forth here today, members, in House Bill 1401 is going to put Colorado on the map. It's going to make us a leader in this, and it's going to be good for Coloradans and the people that are getting care in Colorado. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may the 4th be with you.
It is great. Super.
I guess not everyone's a Star Wars fan.
It's something for sure.
So, members, I just wanted to take a brief moment to talk about this bill and, of course, the vote that I cast in committee for this and the opposition that I have. But before I do that, I do want to acknowledge the hard work from Representative Mullica and acknowledge the good place where this is coming from. I do think no matter what happens with respect to this bill's passage, that there are going to be some benefits that are born out of it. With that said, though, I do feel very strongly about what the role of government is as it relates to an industry that's already heavily regulated to begin with. I think everything in here is, pretty reasonable if it were simply shouldered by the hospitals themselves. In essence, what this bill does is it inserts the government into this process, and it is requiring certain accountability measures on the hospitals as it relates to this specific topic. And again, I understand what the bill sponsor is trying to do, and especially with respect to planning ahead and making sure that we're better off as a state. But again, I think ultimately that's not the responsibility of this body. It's not the responsibility of our state. That this is better left to those hospitals. Any good hospital will be doing this on their own, and really doesn't need the government involved in the process, and certainly not trying to push them in a direction that they wouldn't want to do or that they would want to do. Again, it's not the role of government, and that's primarily why I voted no on this particular bill. Again, I think the plan, the concept is great, but having the state sort of be the enforcer of it is where I part ways, because ultimately good business practices, good hospital practices can be accomplished on their own. Because as you all know, if a hospital isn't giving quality care, there's other ways by which the consumer or the patients can hold these industries accountable. So with that, I do thank the bill sponsor for what he's trying to do, but I just can't get there with how the bill is written. And thank you, members, and Madam Chair, may the 4th be with you.
Awesome. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just got this today, and I just want the sponsor to know that I always appreciate how hard he works on these bills, but when I hear from my district, I have to kind of look at this a little bit differently, and Club 20, who represents 20 counties on the Western Slope, wrote today to express grave concerns with this bill. At the core of the matter, the state of Colorado does not need to regulate nursing practice. The CNOs across the state have been left out of conversations, and they were blindsided by language in this bill when it was introduced. It is critical to engage the CNOs as they have oversight of over 30,000 nurses across the state. When it boils down to it, House Bill 22-1401 removes flexibility for hospitals to staff nursing units in a way that they deem most effective and adds unnecessary regulation in a time where hospitals around the state are finally beginning to experience a sense of normalcy and get their bearings back. This bill will only add unnecessary regulation, confusion, and additional cost of compliance. And I recognize the hospitals maybe on the Front Range are different than they are in rural areas, but this concerns me, and for that, I'll be a no vote on this bill, and I ask for a no vote from the chamber.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate that, Representative Rich. And that letter was not sent to me as a sponsor, and so that's disappointing that they would send that out and not send it to the sponsor. But I will say what we are doing, members, is providing flexibility with this bill. When we originally looked at this, we looked at models that were much more strict and that actually put those ratios into statute, which is very stiff and is not flexible. We really wanted to solve this the Colorado way. I recognize as a nurse myself that a hospital in the Denver metro area or El Paso County in Colorado Springs operates differently than a hospital on the Eastern Plains, and that hospital on the Eastern Plains operates differently than a hospital on the Western Slope. And we wanted to allow for that flexibility in this bill, which is why we put those staffing committees and those requirements at the individual hospital level so that they could try to figure that out at the hospital level with what works for them. There was a lot of work. The Hospital Association was there every step of the way. I know that the CNOs were there in those conversations as well, and we made sure that we tried to find that compromise, and I think that we have threaded that needle with this bill while still trying to achieve our overarching goal, which is to make sure that we're stopping this burnout of our healthcare workers that is at a record pace. We are losing these nurses and these healthcare workers at levels that are astonishing. Words that come to mind that I've heard in these stakeholder meetings are mass resignations, and we are losing institutional knowledge to our hospitals. And what we have to understand is that obviously that's bad for the workforce, that's bad for nurses, but ultimately that's bad for patients. And, and as a nurse, that's what always comes first are our patients. And so this might be a workforce bill, but at the end of the day, this is also about our patients. Before I go any further, I would like to offer some amendments from some more compromise that we had with the Colorado Hospital Association, with the Colorado Nurses Association. And so with that, I move Amendment L13 and ask that it be properly displayed. Actually, I need that top one. Right.
Thank you. Amendment 13 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with conversations, with that compromise, with that stakeholding between these hospitals, between the Nurses Association, what this amendment does, it actually moves that report card, some of this stuff from CHA being housed at CHA to CDPHE, which is more appropriate, and both sides agree, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on further discussion on Amendment L013 to House Bill 1401? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines and in the same topic area, we are going, I'll have an amendment here that will speak to expanding some of that report card, some of those reporting areas that we addressed here that's going to be at CDPHE to make sure that we are capturing the data that both sides are asking us to capture. And so with that, I move Amendment L017 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did explain it. We're just looking at some data points that I think both sides, hospitals and nurses, are interested in having. And so we're expanding some of those data points. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment 17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 17 to House Bill 1401. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 17 is adopted. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we listened to this, or heard this bill in Health and Insurance Committee, and I'm just reminded of another industry, not unlike this industry, in that it's the tow truck building industry. There are very few companies in the state that turn trucks into tow trucks, but they can hardly find the workers, and the workers are overworked, and it goes on into the night, and they can't hardly keep up. The demand is amazing, and there's a lot of complaints about their management. It does not occur to the state to inject itself into the tow truck building business, and it should not occur to the state to inject itself into the management of hospitals either. This is, we have stuck our nose so far into the tent that both the camel's humps are inside right now when it comes to the management of the healthcare industry. This is yet another where we are telling hospitals how to handle their employees, and we're becoming the HR department for hospitals. It does not make any sense to me, and with all due respect, I think this is just an inappropriate use, an overreach. We have no business telling companies how to manage their employees, and we ought not to be doing it with hospitals. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this bill. But here's the problem. You see, we do have nurse staffing shortages. We have nurse staffing shortages in my district. We have many nurses in the last year, but more specifically last fall, and I'm talking experienced senior nurses and young nurses, mid-grade nurses, that left the nursing field not only because of burnout, but because of government overreach and very heavy-handed policy and rules promulgated by CDPHE. Mandatory vaccine mandates. The threat of those in my district caused many nurses to say, I'm done. The job was hard enough. And here's the lesson, my esteemed colleagues. Here's the lesson. The job was hard enough, and then you put mandates on top of us. Then you wanted us to do more that we didn't want to do. So we're done. So now they're gone. And my daughters too, who work in healthcare, are picking up the slack. Young 20-somethings, near 30-somethings, picking up the slack because people left the sector. And yeah, they're getting burned out. So now we're going to ask for more government regulation because we want to help. Well, I will tell you, there's a lot of people that think like me that are tired of more regulations, more burdens, and they really don't want a $10,000 fine per day. Maybe I read that wrong. Somebody tell me if I did. Because I'm not very smart, but I'll do the math. 10 days times 10,000 is $100,000. Who wants that lick? I sure wouldn't want that hickory out in eastern Colorado. That's real money. In fact, in our rural hospitals, that $100,000 might be the difference between being above the waterline and below the waterline in a month or a quarter or a year. That's how tight the margins are. So my colleague, I understand your intentions. I understand they're the best of intentions, but the methodology is wrong. The policy is wrong. And the worst thing about it is it has this stick at the end of it that when it swings, it's going to hurt. So I'm a strong no. And I think we need to try to encourage more nurses to enter the field and less regulations regulating those activities. Thank you.
Representative Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm a no. And I'm going to take a little bit of what you just heard and just expand on it a little bit. Because I think that where we are is a situation where we have compounding problems. And I don't think that Representative Holtorf is wrong, that we have burnout, and we have burnout from a remarkably difficult period of time where we had people coming into hospitals and spending more time in those hospitals than we have seen in the last 20 or 30 years. But in the middle of that, we had an interesting requirement unfold, and that was that all medical workers in medical centers, meaning hospitals, clinics, wherever, were required to receive the vaccine for COVID-19. Now, a lot of people got it, and a lot of people said, you know, I'm willing to get the vaccine so that I remain healthy. That's smart. In fact, the federal government has a 90% rule that healthcare workers should be vaccinated against influenza A and B at a 90% rate. And the reason for that is to really maintain a supply line of personnel so that you do not have influenza, the flu, working its way through your system and falling short of critical patient standards in ICUs, in ERs. And it's been an interesting conversation because I've been talking to the governor about this for quite a while. I think he's kind of getting tired of talking to me about it. But my question is why? Why are we still doing this? Why do we still have a 100% vaccination rate for COVID required of healthcare facilities when the federal government and Medicare, Medicaid only require a 90% rate for influenza A and B. And I think it's something to take pause right here in the middle of this bill, because what we're talking about is how do we make sure we maintain staffing levels? And then is it a punitive force that we apply if you don't maintain those levels? And right now, today, we are instituting an artificial rule, 100% vaccination, that does not make sense. It does not make sense. It has not made sense. And I have relentlessly pushed on our governor to say, let's bring that COVID vaccine rate to 90%. There are nurses in my district, doors whom I've knocked, people I've talked to who said, I don't want to apply for a waiver, and I refuse to be told I have to get the vaccine. And I have a tremendous amount of sympathy for those folks. So my feeling is that we should fix that problem first. And so in my way of thinking, from what Rep. Holtorf said, I'm a no here because I think we ought to take care of the business that we can handle with the stroke of a pen first, before we impose a punitive system of forcing staffing levels. Because I think some of this will fix itself. Not all. We know that there was the Great Retirement. We know that all that's there. But I would love the sponsor of this bill's help in pushing on the governor to say, let's come to some sort of a reasonable standard. Seems like Medicare and Medicaid have established that at 90%. And so let's give room for those nurses and those professionals to say, you know what, I still want to do my job, I want to go back to work, and I don't want to be told that I have to do something that I don't know is efficacious for myself. So I'm a no on this bill, but what I'm really talking about here is a larger view of what policy looks like to make sure we have those staffing levels. Because when we hear that we have a shortage of beds, it's not always that we have a shortage of beds. Very frequently, it's that we have a shortage of staff. And we cannot staff up an ICU, therefore we cannot have the right ratios to make sure that people get the care they need. I think we can handle that without a bill, without a punitive system, and rather go ahead and relax that mandate. Here we all are. There's no plexiglass between our desks. There are a few people who are wearing masks because, you know what, we still have COVID infections come through, but they're not as severe as they were. So let's get back to the real world. Let's get back to where reality is. I say vote no on this bill, and let's send the governor a little letter.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the bill. The issue here really is a personnel staffing problem that they're really focusing on as opposed to everything else. And the idea that you're going to fine someone because they can't find the staff and fine them $10,000 a day because they can't find the staff is something that just makes no sense. This is an HR problem. It's a company problem. And for the state to insert itself and to impose that level of punitive fine is absolutely counterproductive. There's nothing in this bill, in reality, that is going to help staff the hospitals. There are no incentives for people to come to work in this bill. You don't have any support or assistance for hospitals to actually get people to come on board, and you're going to fine them if they can't find the staff. That makes absolutely zero sense, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honor to serve with you.
May the 4th be with you as well.
Awesome. Thank you. And may the 4th be with you. I rise in opposition to this bill, House Bill 1401. The issue is how many nursing staff do we need in hospitals? And what do those percentages look like, for example, in med-surg or in ICU or in the emergency department? As many of you know, I sit on the board of a public hospital, Delta County Memorial Hospital District. Yep. And we've been through incredibly tough times through COVID. As a matter of fact, just last night, we passed a sales tax in Delta County, one of the most conservative and fiscally frugal counties in the state, and yet 58% of the voters said, we're going to tax ourselves to keep our hospital. Well, we're a 49-bed hospital in Delta that services the Delta County region, which has about 30,000 citizens who live there. And yet we're, even at the max in COVID, we're only able to staff 25 beds. As a matter of fact, it's been years since we've ever staffed more than 25 beds. On average, we staff somewhere between 16 and 17 beds at our hospital, and sometimes it drops below that as well. But there's a reason for that. So in the last decade, the way we in the medical world have done things has changed. We do a lot of things outpatient that we would have actually had you come and stay in the hospital for. For example, with the miracles of modern medicine, you can actually have a knee surgery, knee replacement, hip replacement, shoulder surgery. You walk out of the hospital the same day you had your surgery. Remarkable. There's many other surgeries and procedures that are exactly like that. So the old system that we had created throughout Colorado and throughout the United States, where we build these large hospitals and we fill them up and you go in and you stay 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, and then you go home, by and large, those days are gone. I mean, there's always exceptions. There's certain patients that will have very severe illnesses that will be in there longer, or complications. But the way we do things in healthcare has changed, and it's changed forever. So that is a good thing, because we don't have the staff in our pipeline to be able to staff those beds. We in this country and in this state are not producing the CNAs, the RNs, the nurse practitioners, the physician's assistants, or even the physicians at the level that we need. And yet, we have a bill like this that comes along, and it mandates even more people to cover certain wings in the hospital. Your med-surg department, your ED, your ICU. At a time when, for example, Pueblo's Hospital, 40% of the nurses in Pueblo's Hospital are travelers. Let me tell you about travelers and what this bill will do to rural hospitals and even to the big systems here in Denver. It's going to put a lot of those on the brink of going out of business. So Pueblo's Hospital, for example, 40% are travelers. A traveler makes, on the face, twice as much as a nurse who works for the hospital. So on average, a nurse makes about $45 an hour. With benefits, that's $65 an hour. A traveling nurse who works for these employment agencies, they get paid about $100 an hour, but the cost to the hospital, to the staffing agency, is $185 an hour. So the delta between the two would be $65 versus $185 per hour. What House Bill 1401 says is, if you're a hospital who's struggling, you're now forced to go to the traveling agencies. And you're now forced to pay $185 an hour instead of $65 an hour because you can't find nurses anywhere. I challenge you. If you think you can find them and can help out hospitals, I'd love for you to come work in hospital administration. It doesn't matter if it's in Delta or Denver, we are struggling. And at a time when hospitals are struggling, to have a bill like this come along really does put another nail in the coffin to be able to deliver health care to Coloradans. The reality of what House Bill 1401 does is if you tell us as a small hospital, you need to now have more staff, more nursing staff. It doesn't require more doctors, just the nursing staff. Then I'm going to say, okay, what do I reduce? Because if I can only have enough staff currently for 17 beds, and this would take me down to the equivalent of 14. Where do I reduce? Do I cut down on the ICU? Because ICU would be 1-to-1. Do I cut down on med surge? What part of the hospital do we cut down on? Because that then cuts down on access to quality health care. I can't stress enough really the oxymoronic nature of this bill. The fact that we're requiring more nurses at a time when we can't find nurses. As a legislature, we've worked so hard over the last 4 years to lower the cost of health care and to provide more access to health care. And yet, a bill like this comes through, it actually increases the cost of health care. Because I just told you a minute ago, our only recourse in hospitals is to hire traveling nurses that make 2 to 3 times what an employed nurse makes. It's only by the grace of God that we haven't lost all of our employed nurses to the traveling companies, to the employment agencies. They're holding our hospitals hostage, and a bill like this helps them. It helps them drive up the cost. Yeah, it may help some people make a lot more, but it's extortion. And a bill like this plays into the hand of the extortion that they're holding over the hospitals. And in turn, what does that mean? Hospitals are forced to then do cost shifting. As the government, we're not going to pay more, so Medicaid, Medicare, we're still 7 cents on the dollar. So what are hospitals going to do? They're going to cost shift to the commercial side of the equation. So if you're a commercial payer, under this bill, you will be paying more. You will see costs go up because hospital costs have gone up. But yet now we're on a trajectory where we have the public option or the not-so-public option coming into force, and it requires the lowering of 5% each year for the next 3 years for our hospitals. So where are you going to cut? I already said it's really tough for rural hospitals, and yet we have legislation sitting out there that we know we're going to have to be cutting 15%. And then we have another bill here that's going to be raising expenses at a time when we're trying to cut expenses. I hope this radiates with everyone in this chamber how passionate I feel about rural health care and access to rural health care. And I can tell you, if we didn't have enough nursing staff on the line, out on the floor, we would be sued. We're sued from time to time, so people have no qualms about suing a hospital if you're providing inadequate care, and they should. So if what hospitals have created is a system of inadequate care by overworking their nursing staff to where mistakes are made, I guarantee you the court system will work it out. A good sidebar example would be, those of you remember the McDonald's case, where a lady ordered a cup of coffee, put it between her legs, it spilled, she had horrible, horrible burns, and sued McDonald's. Eventually they settled, but through that particular case, policy changed. Because instantly, everyone from McDonald's to Starbucks to Dunkin' Donuts, everyone that serves coffee in this nation changed the temperature of their coffee from 202 degrees to 185, which is a much safer temperature if you're handing out coffee. So if care is inadequate through staffing, through overworking nurses, I guarantee you that someone in Colorado would have sued by now, and that lawsuit would have resulted in hospitals changing policy. That is not the case. Hospitals take the care of their patients and the care of their staff as the #1 priority, because without that, they'd be out of business very quickly. And I guarantee you, those who sit on hospital boards fear lawsuits as well. You definitely don't want to get sued as a hospital, because if you're trying to be responsible with the funds, you don't want to have to be writing out big checks in lawsuits, because that's not being responsible with funds.
Let's bring it to 1401.
Thank you,
Please,
Madam Chair.
Representative.
Yep. And members, as you can see, 1401, by requiring more staff, will result in the cost of healthcare going up. It will result in access to care being limited, as our rural hospitals are going to have to cut down on what services are provided, because you really can't hire any more nurses because we have a problem right now. It's going to go up because we're going to have to be hiring traveling nurses who make 2 to 3 times more than an employed nurse. This is bad policy for Colorado, but this is also a really scary policy if you live in rural Colorado and you need access to quality health care. And this bill is actually now causing us to have to reduce the level of care that we currently have out there, because we're having to shrink certain departments. So it could mean that when you need a bed and the hospital's full, you're just out of luck and you'll have to be diverted to another hospital. It could be an hour away to 4 hours away if you live on the western slope. So members, please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I take it seriously down here often to just let debate happen, let members have their viewpoint, and oftentimes we can agree to disagree. I am at a loss of what I just heard. What did I just hear? We have nurses and healthcare workers who put their lives on the line to take care of us during this pandemic, who went into rooms not knowing what they were going into, who quit because they couldn't take it anymore. There was one person in this room that saw the tears on my colleagues' eyes, that saw the bruising on their face from wearing a mask for 12 hours. And we're going to stand up here accusing us of trying to raise the cost of healthcare, accusing us of being out of touch, when this bill calls for the hospitals to take matters into their own hands. This bill allows for that flexibility in the rural hospitals so that those rural hospitals can address this their own way. But at the end of the day, status quo is unacceptable. What nurses and healthcare workers have gone through, obviously in the last 2 years during this pandemic, but pre-pandemic, was unacceptable. The burnout that we saw, the treatment that we saw, was unacceptable, and they deserve a voice. We're not telling them that they're the only voice that matters. We're telling them, work with the hospital to come up with solutions to make sure that staffing is at the forefront of everyone's mind, to make sure having a plan to staff up if there's another emergency. That's what this bill does. And this bill was worked on with those hospitals, with those nurses, of finding a solution that works here in Colorado. And so, for some of the things that were said in the well, our healthcare workers deserve better, members. This bill will provide those protections that they've been demanding. This bill will make sure that we bring those healthcare workers back, and that we don't see the mass resignations that we've seen. This bill will ensure that we keep that institutional knowledge. This bill will make sure that the patients in Colorado and that the people of Colorado receive the best care possible. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, sir.
So I want to obviously give a shout out to all of our healthcare workers, and especially through the COVID. And I understand where my colleague Rep. Mullica is coming from. on this as far as the healthcare workers. We definitely appreciate all those efforts and what they've done. But I come up in opposition to this bill. You know, I can tell you the hospitals in my area, they're already planning for all this because there's shortage, a huge shortage of healthcare workers. In my area, they have the infrastructure, they have the hospitals, the beds, the new wings, our senior care centers. Only one wing's full, 3 are empty because we don't have the staffing to staff those wings. It's the same thing at the hospital and at the senior care centers. So I'm in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I take exception to some of what was said a few minutes ago, and I want to make something pretty clear. There may be one member here in this chamber who's served as a nurse on the front line, but you're not the only one in this chamber who's had family members serving. You're not the only one in this chamber who's seen people work through this under that kind of stress for the last 2 years. So let's drop that kind of nonsense. There is nothing in this bill that is going to help staff if the
Representative,
if the
let's be a little
people
more loving.
do not want to come back to work. You do not accomplish your objective by fining the hospitals. You fine the hospitals $10,000 a day. That doesn't help recruiting. You drop that and we got something to talk about.
Representative Von Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having spent the last night and this morning with family in the hospital, I want to thank the bill sponsor for the heart behind what the bill entails. And frankly, that's to ensure that we have enough staff to capably take care of the individuals who require it in a medical facility. And that's wholly understandable. But I want to bring us back to thinking about the problem at hand and why the bill will be run in the first place. And providing a certain kind of ratio, capping that with punitive fines for folks who don't, for hospital systems that do not comply and cannot meet those unrealistic needs, seems to be another moment of legislation. Now, when we come here today and we talk about legislation that's thoughtful, legislation that does indeed, we would hope, solve a problem, would be where I'd like to bring this conversation back to. So when we think about what is really causing this nursing shortage, if you do a bit of research, and I am no medical professional, but I do love research and I do like to learn. And this is a very complex problem with a deep set of cascading issues that roll one into the next. First, we have a great deal of baby boomers, a huge segment of the American population is now needing medical care. So there's our first factor. An extraordinary amount of individuals who are now using the hospital systems. And not only do we have a great deal of baby boomers, aging, a graying population, needing medical care, but they have concurrent conditions. So their care is more intensive. There's more depth. And the breadth of medical care which they need becomes more intensive. So that becomes a second factor. And then we have the third factor, which is nursing schools. We have two issues with nursing schools in general. The first issue would be that nursing schools in general don't have enough nurses to go teach new nurses. So factor number 3 becomes supply and demand, something we don't really ever can we say something that is something we can legislate. Like, none of these factors can we legislate. So we have a place where there's not enough supply, the demand is great in our nursing schools. Add to that, once these nurses are educated, should they be able to find a place where they have received a nursing education, there is not enough place to put those nurses in our hospital systems as far as the training process, getting them to the point of graduation and getting them to the workforce. There's just not enough of those residency spots in the nursing schools. So factor number 4. Factor number 5, Representative McKean, our minority leader, has already pointed out there is a bit of bleed over from COVID in which a certain amount of our nursing staff did leave due to the intensity of emotional, mental, physical burnout, in addition to not wanting to meet the mandates of COVID at the time that hospitals were asking for. So we're up to 5, maybe bleeding over into 6 different factors, none of which we can legislate. Some of which hospitals might be able to mitigate when we think about supply and demand and how they might become less top-heavy in what they pay administration so that they can pay nurses more to ensure that they are not necessarily traveling nurses who literally do have the cat's meow of what can be accomplished in the nursing field today. But what we are wanting is those nurses who are staying put, that are now on that staff full-time. And so with all due respect to Representative Mullica and the heart behind what you're trying to do here, what I would like us to do, members, is think about the deep complexity of this issue. I've just named 6 factors, none of which no state has ever successfully legislated. So that would be my first point. The second point would be, members, is that not only has no state ever legislated this effectively, but I've never seen a place where when we can't legislate effectively, can be solved by punitively fining private industry into complying with something that is this complex. And so round and round it goes. So at the end of all of this, I would say I cannot support House Bill 1401 merely on the merits of these are things that are too complex to be legislated. The discussion has to go back to the individuals in that industry who are running those private industries, talk about supply and demand. What does that look like for corporate medicine, right? Corporate medicine, nationalized and globalized medicine, if you will, and how they might come to the table to help solve this problem. So for those reasons, I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1401.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on a number of those issues, you're absolutely right, Representative Van Beber. I will say that there is another bill in the system that is coming to the floor here momentarily, a Senate bill that I am the sponsor of, that we also worked with the Hospital Association on, and the nurses and Colorado Medical Society and the governor's office to really leverage some of the federal dollars that we got for these specific issues, because you're right, this is only one side of the coin when we look at this, that workforce protections, I think, is a piece of it to try to stop the burnout, but workforce development is the other side of that coin, and how do we do that? And we do have a real problem in our state in regards to capacity. You know, that we don't have the preceptorship or the capacity to really push through the healthcare workers that we need. We know that over the next 5 years, we're going to be 10,000 nurses short in our state and 52,000 auxiliary staff short, like CNAs and EMTs and whatnot. And so that bill will actually look at that and expanding that capacity and bring some of those preceptors back in with that institutional knowledge. And so we are looking at this from a multitude of areas because this is not the all-in-all solution. It is a piece of it, I think, with that workforce development that you'll see in another bill. But completely agree with you, and that's why we've worked with the Hospital Association so closely on both of these bills and really tried to find that compromise, because they are a stakeholder, they are affected, and they need to be at that table to help us solve this problem rather than just telling them what the solution is. They've been there helping us solve it as well. So I do ask for a yes vote, and just to offer some commitment that you'll see other solutions coming forward as well.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually had a clarifying question for the bill sponsor. It was one that I asked in committee, and he said he would bring up, but actually I don't recall it ever coming back up, which is, does the bill apply to independent contractors, or does it take up all people who are working in the hospital regardless of the employment status?
Representative Mullica.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair, and appreciate the question, Representative Soper. It applies to the hospital and those employees, and not necessarily the independent contractors. If a nurse comes in for dialysis for a patient, and then that's only a certain number of time, but specifically for the employees of the hospital, not the contractors.
Is Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Representative Mullica, to ask still just a slight clarifying point. Would it also apply, like, say, you're a hospital and you would employ a traveling nurse to be on the floor? Is that going to count, say, into the ratio, or would that not necessarily count?
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to specifically the care of the patient on the floor, then it will, then obviously whatever minimum metrics that hospital staffing committee sets up, if it's a traveler or, that traveler is an employee of the hospital at that time, not necessarily just a contract employee, and so it would count. But I will say too, that I know traveling has been a hot topic, and rightfully so. It's obviously, it's been an expensive thing over the last couple of years for the hospitals because of the demand. But I think when you look at the sister bill to this bill that I was talking to Representative Van Beber about, you'll see that the workforce protection piece is not the only solution. The workforce development piece is also a solution that we are focused on with the hospitals, because I think part of that solution is growing your own and making sure that we are more self-reliant as a state, and that we're building up those healthcare workers. And they're literally sister bills addressing the same issue, just two different sides of the coin. But that traveler would count whatever matrix that hospital set up.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully request a brief recess so we can chat a few things.
I don't think that normally happens. Let me just... Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1401? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still rise in opposition of this bill. We've said a lot of things here at the well about why we don't like the bill, but I certainly want to summarize a few of the people who testified in committee. So one was Children's Hospital, and in committee they testified that the staff base or percentage should be based on the acuity of the patient, and they were also talking in terms of mental health and behavioral health. And they said when you have a violent patient, sometimes when that patient comes in, you actually want to immediately staff up from, say, 2 staff to 1 staff member per patient. And that's really something that's really about patient care and being a responsible hospital. But that this bill would have a committee in the hospital create those matrix and put a hard number in place. And that hard number that's in place, then you would have to abide by and stick to. And if you don't, you then would be fined $10,000 by CDPHE under the bill. And that just actually takes away from the hospital's flexibility to provide the best care for the patients, because it actually cuts both ways. It cuts on the side of you actually might want to ramp up, and that's outside of the matrix, but it also could be that the acuity of the patients are such that you don't have to have that same 1-to-1 ratio. You could be down at a 2-to-1 ratio. But once you set that hard number from the committee, or from the hospital, which 60% under the bill has to be floor nurses, then the hospital has to abide by that, otherwise they're subject to the fine. The shared governance model is one I think we can somewhat all get behind, because absolutely in healthcare, I want those who work on the floor, those who are with the patients every day involved. I also want the surgeons and the internists and the hospitalists also involved. Because when it comes to healthcare governance, we want to hear from all those who are touching and concerning patients. But to put the hard and fast rules in place in this matrix and to not follow the matrix to a T as far as your staffing ratio, and then to be fined $10,000 a day for non-compliance, that actually means that the patient care goes away. The concern that we have is flexibility is a good thing. You never know who's going to come through the front door of the hospital into your emergency department, and you need to be able to respond accordingly. And this handcuffs hospitals' ability to do that. I continue to renew my effort to encourage everyone to vote no on this bill. And thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you may have gathered, so our primary concern with this bill is the $10,000 fine per day if they don't meet staffing levels. And it shows up in several places in the bill, but the core of the bill hits that. There are 3 conditions. One of those conditions that will trigger the fine is you didn't meet your staffing levels. And that's an HR problem. It's a problem of availability of staff out there, availability to people who want to come to work at that particular hospital, and it's something that we just think is just excessively punitive. To that, I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill strips the $10,000 fine per day out of the bill, and it does nothing else. That's it. That's our primary concern about crippling the hospitals being able to actually meet the standard. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pico. I appreciate the conversation we had on the side. Members, there is language in the bill already. The goal is not to be overly punitive here. The goal is to allow hospitals to remedy any problems that they have, and then if they don't remedy those problems, then there is obviously some sort of consequence. And so, and I will say that that this bill has been heavily negotiated, that every piece of the bill has been looked at very closely, from hospitals down to the Nursing Association and to others involved. And so I feel confident that this is the appropriate number that we're looking at, and I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on amendment? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this amendment a lot, and I'm wondering why would there be any qualm about supporting it if it makes hospitals more comfortable, and I guess if the legislation passes, people that want to penalize hospitals next session can come in and address this. But for now, if this is so important, let's get the penalty out of there and get the help and the triage to the rural hospitals and other locations without it. It seems like imminent good sense to me. I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on amendment L18? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment L18 to House Bill 1401, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1401? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of 1401 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1401 is passed. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 215 one day.
Senate Bill, you've heard that Senate Bill 215 will be laid over one day. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Get the gavel after that.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 216 one day.
Senate Bill 216 will be laid over one day at the request of the Assistant Majority Leader. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 227.
Senate Bill 227 by Senator Hendrickson, also Representatives Valdez, D. and Will, concerning the continuation of the Department of Agriculture spending authority granted through legislation enacted in the 2021 legislative session.
Representative Valdez, D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you on this.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move Senate Bill 227 and the Appropriations Committee report.
I think it's just the bill, so let's go to that. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this bill does, it extends the spending authority for the Department of Ag. And so it was $3 million appropriated in Senate Bill 21-235, Agricultural Added Value Cash Fund, $2.5 million from the General Fund appropriated in 21-203, Senate Bill 21-203 for the use by Agricultural Markets Division, which is the Colorado Proud program. It's a great program. And then the $5 million appropriated in House Bill 21-1262 is the Colorado State Fair Authority Cash Fund. And so it really what this does is it allows the money to be spent that was not spent in those previous years, mostly due to the pandemic.
Representative Valdez, D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we would generally ask for some more money in Senate Bill 227 as not only the Colorado Proud program continues to look at $2.5 million, but issuing food in the state of Colorado to all the nation, especially here in our locals. And with that, the Colorado State Fair continues to thrive down in Pueblo because it's a huge economic driver. And I invite each and every one here on August 26th to come on down to Colorado State Legislative Barbecue. And we ask an aye vote on Senate Bill 227.
Representative Will.
Thank you. And so simply put, this bill just allows Colorado Department of Ag to spend the money that was appropriated in 2021. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 227? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 227. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 227 is adopted. Passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 145, and can everyone, Senate bills, 145, and can everyone just take your conversations to the side so we can hear the riveting second Valdez Will bill.
Senate Bill 145 by Senators Buckner and Cook, also Representatives Valdez A. and Will, concerning measures to provide resources to increase community safety and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Judiciary.
Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 145 and the committee reports.
Just straight to the bill.
All right.
Representative Valdez A.
Well, Senate Bill 145 is a great bill. This comes as a priority for us to deal with both the increases that we're seeing in crime across the state, but also making investments in ensuring our police departments look more like the neighborhoods that they serve. And so there are multiple parts of the bill. There are 3 grant programs that help us to achieve that goal, make investments in programs like Denver Star program, for instance, with alternative response models. It really is a great bill that's going to make some great investments in our communities, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Will.
Yeah, I have to say this is a fund the police bill. This is a really good bill, and it helps for all the training and retention, and it really helps rural Colorado. It helps a lot of our rural law enforcement agencies. It's a 3-part bill: the multidisciplinary crime prevention and intervention grant program, and recruitment, retention, and tuition grant program. Help a lot of our, hopefully some homegrown officers get into post-certification and post-training, so we can make those people and officers in our local communities. And everyone knows crime is on the rise in Colorado. This is a way to address it. It's a really good bill, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Folks, I think we all support law enforcement, and a lot of this bill has to go with the grants that you just heard the sponsors describe, that it increases community safety, and these are grant programs that I think a lot of us appreciate the intent, and also even just wanting to make sure that the law enforcement has the resources that they need, the funding that they need to accomplish the various tasks that we've asked them to do. One thing that I want to mention, though, is that the 3 new cash funds that are set up in this bill are continuously appropriated. Those of you that have been to Appropriations Committee in the last few weeks have heard me ask this question and have heard me talk about this. There is a way that we can continually appropriate money. That means that when we set up a fund, it automatically keeps getting refunded year after year after year with zero oversight from us, from the legislature. The legislature, the Joint Budget Committee, all of us here have no way to monitor the money that's being spent, make sure that it's all being spent as it should be in each year, spread out between the years. And also if it's being spent wrong in ways that we wouldn't approve of, if there's money that's being left over that maybe could be redirected to another area or to another department somehow. Clearly 2 years ago, I was on the Joint Budget Committee when we had one of the hardest tasks that most of us have ever had to do, and that was make some really tough cuts. And if we were monitoring the spending of these cash funds every year the way we are charged to do, and those of you that know, that have studied the budget and the Joint Budget Committee's tasks and even our tasks as a legislature, we are charged with building a new budget every year. But if we have ceded so much of our authority that we have no ability to go in and monitor the spending that is happening year to year, we have actually let go not just our authority, but also our responsibility to the taxpayers. So one of the things that I have been trying to do is not have as much continuation spending, continual spending authority, continuation appropriations. Those are some of the words that you've heard me talk about, saying I just want these departments to come back every year, give us a status report of where they're at, and let us know that they're on track with spending the money the way that they've told us they will. And then it would just, the line item would continue, but that way we would just have the ability, we as the legislature, all 100 of us, would have the ability to take a look at what is being spent and make sure that we agree with how the departments are spending the money. And that way we, the elected representatives and senators, the elected members of the General Assembly, are monitoring the money, as opposed to the departments, the people that are hired, that work here till they retire or move on to other jobs. It's not their authority or responsibility to monitor the money and spend it from year to year. So I have been trying to not allow as much continuation spending as possible, and I'm just asking departments to come back every year and again give us a status report. So with that, Madam Chair, I will move L021 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what L021 would do, it does not take a dime away from any of these cash funds. It does not change any of the wording of the bill, with the exception that the continual spending authority would no longer happen with these 3 new cash funds. The department would just not have to, get to. They would get to come back, and I hope that they will come back and be proud of what they've done. They can come back and let us know in a proud way what they've accomplished with these cash funds, with what they have done. And I think it would actually behoove all of us. Then it would also give us, the elected body, the ability to go back to our constituents and say, this department, the public safety, the community safety, has been accomplishing, and we could give them a list of what they've done the previous year. It would help us, the elected representatives. It would help the department have the chance to, as I see it, brag on what they've done, and then it would also give us the ability to carry out the responsibility and the authority that the taxpayers and our voters have charged us with. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 21? Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Ransom. I think I appreciate where you're kind of going here. I understand wanting to be fiscally responsible, but what we also want to do is ensure that we're giving these departments time to develop what are long-term programs around this funding so that they can develop this. At the end of the day, we know that there are a lot of struggles going on in a lot of different areas with procurement and with finding folks to do these sorts of careers. And we want to make sure that these investments are in place for a period of time that will give them the ability to become successful. The other piece I would say is it's always our purview as legislature to run legislation that ends ongoing fundings of any of the things that we appropriate as a body. So, you know, I think this program is going to work well, which is why I'm part of this bill, but should it not, it still remains the privilege of anybody in this body to run a bill to take that funding back. So I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. I always appreciate when the sponsors get up and actually have some dialogue on the amendments. But that actually just proves my point, though, that how would we know whether to run a bill to end the funding if we're not monitoring what's happening every year? If you look at the fiscal note of the bill, and folks, I know I have the canary packet from Approps, but there's also the fiscal note that you will have in your bill folders. That's, I think, pretty much the same thing. The pink sheet, the fiscal note that you're given. It shows here on page one, on the first page, it not just has the current, well, the coming up budget year that starts in July 1st of 2022. It also does show the out year, and you'll see that the money's there. The cash funds are there. And again, this bill does not ask to take away a dime of that money. I think the departments can still keep their contracts going. They can still count on the money coming because they would be able to project what's happening, because we have the budget year and the out year, which we always monitor in the JBC. Again, folks, this is being fiscally responsible. It is also doing what we are charged to do by the voters that send us here. That is a yearly budget, an annual budget, by us giving away our authority to departments for years and years running with the continuation spending. We're not doing what we are authorized and responsible to the voters of Colorado to actually do. So once again, I urge and renew my request for an aye vote.
The question before us is Amendment L21 to Senate Bill 145. All those, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 21, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 145? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 145. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 145 passes. Ayes have it. Mr. Shebold, please read the title of Senate Bill 177.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Pedersen and Rank and also Representatives Titone and Bradfield concerning behavioral health system investments in the statewide care coordination infrastructure and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 177 and the appropriations report.
Just 177.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just go to the bill then. Senate Bill 177 is part of a larger legislative package of standing up and equipping the Behavioral Health Administration with the tools and the strategies they need to begin the critical effort of transforming behavioral health care services in Colorado. This bill implements Recommendation H of the Behavioral Health Task Force final report, which found that investments in Colorado's behavioral health system should include technologies and strategies for enhanced care navigation and coordination.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back in 2021, we passed Senate Bill 137. It was a big bill, really a big bill. It mandated the creation of a statewide care coordination infrastructure, which consists of a website, a mobile app, and it serves as a centralized gateway for information for patients, providers, care coordination, facilitators, access, navigation of behavioral health care services and support. And that's a lot right there. So our bill is that a portion of this. The fiscal note is $12.2 million in ARPA funds from the Behavioral and Mental Cash Fund to the Department of Human Services. Approximately $5.8 million of these funds will be spent over the next 2 fiscal years on infrastructure, including a cloud-based statewide care coordination system. A cloud-based platform allows providers who do not utilize electronic health records to actively participate in the care coordination infrastructure.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, according to Mental Health America, Colorado ranks at the very bottom of all of the states in our ability to treat the high prevalence of adults with behavioral health challenges. Nearly 1/3 of adults with mental health illnesses report that they are not getting the treatment that they need. And that's what this bill is about. Our workforce continues to struggle to keep up with the ever-growing need. And rural communities are struggling to attract and retain sufficient behavioral health care professionals. And on top of that, people don't know where to go to find the resources that they need. There was a bill I ran a couple years ago that was House Bill 1113, that the original intent of that bill was to create a centralized place where people can find those resources. That's actually what's happening here. So I'm really glad to see this bill get to this point and have these resources go into it so people can get the resources they need and get the care that they need.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nuts and bolts on this bill. It will train new and existing navigators on the behavioral health safety net system services, behavioral health service delivery procedures, and social determinants for health sources. It'll ensure that the care coordination infrastructure can direct individuals to where they can seek in-person or virtual navigation support. And it requires each administrative services organization to implement the behavioral health crisis response system. This includes the connect to the 988 hotline to the crisis response system. And not to be last or least, it also requires HCPF to report on managed care entities beginning in 2025. A lot of things for not as lot of dollars, sort of, but both Representative Titone and I urge I vote on Senate Bill 22-177.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 177? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 177. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 177 is passed.
Good job.
Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 181.
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Bridges and Simpson, also Representatives Cutter and Van Beber, concerning the Behavioral Health Administration's plan to address issues regarding the delivery of behavioral health care services in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I would like to move the Appropriations and Behavioral Health Committee reports.
We just need public and behavioral health, so we'll go straight to that one.
Thank
Representative
you.
Cutter.
Thank you. In
And
that,
the bill as well, yeah.
Okay. In that committee, we just made some, just a few technical corrections. We further defined what a peer support specialist is and broadened some of the language from specific types of professionals to say first responders in general. So pretty simple. And yeah.
Okay, any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Cutter.
Yeah, I have an amendment we need to offer.
Okay. And you need to move the bill. Representative Beber.
Go ahead.
I move Senate Bill 22-181.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll get that amendment for the committee report.
We have an amendment, and we'd like to have it properly displayed, please.
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, the amendment has been moved and displayed. Please proceed. Who would like to go? Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just fixes some minor wording from the committee report. No change in the intention or the substance, just some word tweaks, and we ask for your support.
Any discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, to the report, Representative Cutter.
The behavioral health?
Yes, the Behavioral Health Committee report.
Okay, backing up. All we did in there is we broadened some of the language about including first responders, and we clarified the purpose of a peer support specialist and did a few minor language tweaks.
Okay, any further discussion on the Behavioral Health Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the aye has it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we clearly have a behavioral health crisis in Colorado, and there's many ways we can address this, but like many of the problems we face, we need to work to support the people providing some of these critical services. We need to recruit, train, and support them, and that's what this bill will do. The shrinking workforce continues to be one of the most significant barriers to meeting the behavioral health needs of our community. And for example, community mental health centers across the state are facing a workforce shortage that greatly impacts the services that they can provide to the community, including people that really need it the most. So one of my behavioral health or community mental health center reached out and told me that if all of their clinical vacancies were filled, they would be able to serve, just this one center, would be able to serve at least an additional 13,000 people each year in our communities. So that's a tremendous impact if we could help with the workforce issue. So this bill was developed as part of the work to invest the $450 million in federal pandemic relief funds to improve access to behavioral health care in Colorado. And it's based on more than a year of stakeholder engagement and feedback from behavioral health providers, community members, and agency folks. The plan outlined in the bill grew from the work of the Governor's Behavioral Health Task Force, which was then debated and endorsed by the Legislative Behavioral Health Transformational Task Force. It tasks the Behavioral Health Administration with developing and then implementing a plan to address our state's behavioral health workforce shortage, better meet the needs of patients, and improve outcomes. It contains strategies to recruit a more diverse workforce, and it requires the BHA to work with institutes of higher education and community colleges to create educational programs that provide tiered advancement and opportunities for behavioral health workforce. It also calls on the BHA to collaborate with all other relevant state agencies to make it easier for our behavioral health workforce to get the training they need, spend less time dealing with administrative burdens, which is a tremendous thing for them to have to do, and lets them better utilize telehealth and connect with their patients and spend more time with their patients in general. It's an important measure that will bolster our behavioral health workforce and help more Coloradans access the critical care that they need to thrive.
Representative Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no secret that Colorado faces incredibly large mental health and behavioral health needs in so many areas. From suicides of our students, Colorado is one of the highest, one of the highest suicide rates in students around the nation. That's a desperate and horrible thing to actually even have to say out loud. In our rural areas, in agriculture and agribusiness, we have unique needs and places and spaces where the kinds of mental health that they suffer through has specific and very unique ways that need to be approached in order for those things to be something that we can help folks in our communities, places where I represent in the rural areas, find solutions. To our first responders who have spent the last 2 years, and to our medical industry, being the folks on the front line to help us through a pandemic to ensure that we get back to a sense of normalcy in our lives. The what of all of this today is the behavioral health bill, workforce bill, that allows us to address the actual need of, if we don't have people in the mental health space to provide support, we can't meet those mental health needs. The what is this bill. And through thousands of folks stakeholdering throughout the last year, Representative Cutter and I were both on this bill together, there were bills that came out of the interim committee. This bill is one such bill. And some of the larger pieces of this bill that help meet the needs, especially of the places where I represent, which is rural Colorado, with some urban areas, is the telehealth piece. And I'd like to point that out especially. Not only is there an enhanced piece to increasing telehealth access, but ensuring that we have the individuals credentialed and capable to provide those needs to people in rural areas. Other things that this bill will provide will be peer support specialists. That amendment where we defined the kind of individual who has walked the path of someone who has a current mental health need shows that we are paying attention to what folks have been asking us for. And that is professionals who have the ability to meet them where they are, that they have lived that experience and are able to speak to those things in those unique spaces in the mental health world. This bill goes a long way to ensuring that Colorado does not have the dubious distinction of having the highest suicide rate of individuals 18 to 45 years old. It goes a long way to ensuring that those in Colorado have help when they need it, where they need it, and how they need it. So I urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 181.
All right, any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 181 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 181 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 196, one bill.
Okay, Senate Bill 196 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Fields and Hendrickson, also Representative Valdez, concerning the repurposing of the Ridgeview campus into a supportive residential community for people experiencing homelessness and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 211 and
that's it.
That's it.
All right, to the bill.
All right, thank you. This is a great bill. This repurposes the Ridgeview campus to be an inpatient treatment center combined with somewhere for people to live while they're going through the transition from homelessness to having a home. It's a great bill. It's going to help us to combat our rising homelessness and also the rising use of drugs. And so I would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 211? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 211. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 211 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for just a very quick recess.
Okay, we'll be in a quick recess. House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 195.
Okay, hearing no objection, we will proceed out of order to Senate Bill 195. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 195.
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Catlin and Valdez D, concerning modifications to the Conservation District Grant Fund.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you
Honored to serve with you as well.
on this May 4th. Members, I move Senate Bill 195.
All right, to the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in this bill, we're not only continuing to help conservation districts with additional funding, but helping agriculture through this Drought Resiliency Fund, which has included a one-time distribution of $15,000 to each of the 74 conservation districts in the state. We'll continue with education, field tours, leveraging existing funds, employee retention, construction projects, cost sharing, and durable equipment to continue to making sure that we have and continue to support conservation districts throughout the state. And I want to give it over to my co-prime sponsor from Montrose.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, Senate Bill 22-195 repeals the expiration of the Conservation District Grant Fund at the Colorado Department of Ag, where funding is distributed to support the effort of 74 conservation districts around the state. This fund is critical to support the on-the-ground conservation across the state, addressing extreme drought, below-average precipitation, threats of forest and range fires, and post-fire mitigation from forest to the high plains. Additionally, it will provide $148,000 direct funding for the conservation districts, or a total of $2,000 each. Conservation districts have been a big part of the state of Colorado for 75 or 80 years. It's really where the rubber hits the road in regards to conservation. These are about partnerships in the local community. Whenever we start talking about conservation in the state of Colorado, whether it be soil, water, land, that's where we start the conversations, is at the conservation districts. My organization, the Water Users, Uncompahgre Valley Water Users in Montrose, we did a number of different projects through the conservation districts. One was we started to pipe and line the earthen canals that serve that irrigation district. A lot of the grant work was done by these folks in our applications for federal grants. It did the most good. They had the people on site that they could do it. What we're asking today, members, is to continue to be able to do that. Ask for a yes vote. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
All right, any further discussion on Senate Bill 195? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 195. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 195 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 196, one bill.
Okay, request, seeing no objection, 196 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 200.
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Janal and Rankin, also Representatives Soper and McCluskey, concerning a grant program to improve access to health care in rural communities.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 200 to the Committee of the Whole.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so excited to be bringing this bill forward today, which will provide much-needed dollars to our rural hospitals. Our hospitals have been struggling on the Western Slope and the Eastern Plains to provide affordable, accessible care, particularly during the pandemic and this challenging recovery. The bill is needed to improve access to services like behavioral health care, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, long-term and recovery care, as well as skilled nursing care, making sure that all of those services are available in rural Colorado. This bill will create a $10 million Rural Provider Access and Affordability Fund in the state treasury. Eligible hospitals, those with lower net patient revenue, a higher mix of Medicare and Medicaid patients, will be eligible for these dollars that can be invested in IT infrastructure, dollars that can be used to purchase beds. I am extremely excited to be carrying this bill with my co-prime Representative Soper. We share Delta County, a county that certainly has faced some of the toughest times through the pandemic, and a hospital that has really muscled their way through this tough time. As all of our rural hospitals are getting back on their feet and providing such valuable, needed, compassionate care to their residents, I am so proud to carry Senate Bill 200 and ask for your support.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honor to be on this as well with Representative McCluskey. Delta County is truly a special place to be able to have both of us as the representatives, at least for the rest of the year. And I'm very proud to be on this bill. As many of you know, I serve on Delta's hospital board, and we've faced challenges. But our challenges financially are not unique to Delta. 54% of Colorado's hospitals either made a 0% profit margin or a negative profit margin. What that means is that they're running deficits. And when you run deficits, well, before too long, you're going to have to make drastic decisions, either cutting programs, cutting human capital, maybe not reinvesting in technology. Healthcare is a fast-moving environment, and the technology is very expensive. Of the 54% statewide that I just quoted, almost all of these are in rural Colorado, and there's a reason for that. You don't have the payer mix that would be advantageous. So, for example, most of our rural hospitals have somewhere between 75 and 80% payer mix that's either Medicaid or Medicare, meaning you're poor or you're old. And then the place where they have to make their profit is on the commercial side of the equation. So it means that if you're either barely making it or if you're going into the negative, you're not reinvesting in your organization. So that's what this bill, Senate Bill 200, why it's so critical. It's a $10 million grant administered by HCPUF, and it has a dual track. One focuses on affordability, the other one access to health care. And both of us have made sure that the grant is narrowly tailored to what hospitals wouldn't be able to reinvest in their organizations in, to where they wouldn't see a return on investment, such as human capital, the ability of IT infrastructure when it comes to delivering telehealth medicine, or even when it comes to electronic medical records. If it's slow and clunky, that actually adds to increasing the cost of healthcare. If you're having to still do things by paper, scan in, that's just very slow, or fax those. Also, we look at dual track emergency department care. That's also another area where you wouldn't be able to see a return on investment if you're a hospital, but every hospital needs an emergency room. And by having the phrase dual track, we're also including things like urgent care and the ability to have a more affordable version of health care as well. And then lastly, what we're hitting on here is the ability to have some of these dollars go over to long-term care facilities. So one problem that's created out of COVID is you may have someone who goes into the hospital, say with COVID, they're from a long-term care facility, they'll only be able to stay for 3 days on Medicaid, and yet the nursing homes won't take them back because of their rules, which means they stay in the hospital for a week, 2 weeks, a month, and if a hospital can't move them back, that means that they're having to eat all of that loss the entire time after 3 days. And so the ability to also allow long-term care facilities to have access to these funds means that we're going to help relieve the pressure on our hospitals. It's a great bill, and I'd encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 200? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 200. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right. Well, the ayes do have it. Senate Bill 200 is adopted. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title of Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senators Gonzalez and Lee, also Representatives Bacon and Benavidez, concerning supporting the health needs of persons who may be involved with the criminal justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Senate Bill 22196 and the Judiciary Report.
Okay, to the Judiciary Report.
Okay, thank you. We made a couple of clarifying amendments in the judiciary report and urge a yes vote.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have an amendment to the judiciary report. I'd like to move L13.
All right, Amendment L13 has been moved and is being displayed. There it is. To the amendment, Representative Bacon.
Thank you. In committee, we made an amendment to remove that the grant could have a permissible use to do competency restoration, and here we'd like to add it in, but with particular details about restoration being done in community settings. Fairly straightforward. Ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013 to the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the amendment is adopted. The ayes have it. To the Judiciary Report. Any further discussion?
No further
Seeing
discussion.
none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the Judiciary Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, the bill is actually came out of the Mental Health Task Force, Mental and Behavioral Health Task Force this summer. And the bulk of it is setting up a grant program, and I love this name, so I'm going to tell it to you. It's called the Early Intervention, Deflection, and Redirection from the Criminal Justice System Grant Program in the Department of Human Services. And, you know, we have talked a lot about people with behavioral health issues, and they end up in the criminal justice system, which has become the de facto way we deal with people with behavioral health issues instead of dealing with them up front. And hopefully through these grants, and we set aside basically around $51 million for grants in a variety of areas to do this. This bill also makes some direct appropriations to the Judicial Department, in the amount of $4 million for their diversion programs. So the normal amount that they need, which is $2.2 million, and an additional $1.8 that will go specifically to those judicial districts that have programs that also work with people with behavioral and mental health disorders. Then we gave a direct amount to the Department of Corrections, because they have a requirement to do a medication-assisted treatment for people that are addicted to substances. And so they only do it in certain facilities. This is to expand it to all of their facilities. And some of the money will be used to put secure locations where they can house this medication. Then we also have an amount going to the Department of Public Safety, and that amount is to set up a technology system, because when someone comes in, it's not a one-time deal for a lot of people. They may come back and forth to jail or even to prison or probation or a number of things, and in different jurisdictions. So this IT system will put in information about them, and particularly maybe health issues they have. So when they move from facility to facility, that information will be there, so it'll be easier to track. And so this is a great bill. We have a couple of amendments, and I will turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. We have a few amendments to move. First, I'd like to move L14 and have it displayed.
Okay, Amendment L014 has been moved and has been displayed. So please talk about the amendment, Representative Bacon.
Thank you. This amendment refers to some language in the bill about permissible uses around crisis stabilization. We are trying to figure out how we can narrow that language to be sure that we do not overlap with other grants and funds directed in other bills. And so we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. The ayes have it. Amendment L014 is adopted. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I'd like to move L15 and have it displayed.
Okay, Amendment L015 is moved and is displayed. Please proceed to talk about the amendment. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Originally in the bill, as written or as it came from the Senate, we had language that I forgot. Department of Public Safety was to contract with a third party. But in the Judiciary Committee, we said that they were instead supposed to work with OIT, the Office of Information and Technology. And since we are now doing this work with an agency, this is an amendment to make that adjustment for the finances and to say where the dollars come from and that they're moving to another agency. So this is a clarifying amendment sent from our fiscal analysts. We urge an aye vote.
Okay, any further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, Amendment L015 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we urge an aye vote on this bill. We want to thank everyone who contributed to the work for the Behavioral Health Transformational Task Force. We know that there's a lot that we can do to support our neighbors, and for the amount of dollars that we have to be able to share, we hope that we can do some much needed work with this bill. We know that perhaps this may not be enough to fund all of the things that we want to be able to offer, but we hope for the next fiscal years that this will be an incredibly important bridge by way of financial support. So again, this bill addresses everything from supporting diversion programs to supporting treatment in jail, as well as addressing what our neighbors may need to do all of those things, such as Medicaid. And so ultimately, again, we urge an aye vote, and thank you for your support from all of those on the task force, all of our stakeholders, and we hope we can do some real good.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 196? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the work of these bill sponsors who have been amazing, and having served as the vice chair of the Behavioral Health Transformational Task Force, like I say about all of these bills, since I didn't get to hear this bill in our committee, I am just really excited to see this work going forward, and really commend the work of the bill sponsors that really dug in to make sure that this happened. So thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 196? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 196. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 196 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 153.
Senate Bill 153 by Senator Fenberg and Priola, also Representative Lontine, concerning increasing internal election security measures and, in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 153 and the committee reports.
All right, to the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
I believe there's an appropriation.
Let's go to the appropriations report first.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, some money was appropriated. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the appropriations report is adopted. Let's go to the State Civic, Military, Veterans Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, the bill was amended to increase an appropriation to the counties and to clarify allocation of formulas, and to also allow the Secretary of State to access funds to do some social media security work before up to the elections. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on the State Military Veterans Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. All right, the committee report is adopted. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, good evening, members. Today I bring Senate Bill 153, increasing internal election security. Colorado's election system is regarded as the gold standard around the country. We have an election system that is about easy access to voting by all eligible voters, an election system that is secure, and an election system that is able to get election results turned around quickly and accurately. But we can always improve, and that's why I am here today. In August of 2021, Coloradans discovered that one of our clerks bypassed systems that kept voting election equipment secure. The election equipment was tampered with, the hard drive broadcasted online and within a public forum. That equipment had to be decertified because that violation created a potential for bad actors to hack into it, and Mesa County had to buy new equipment to carry out the fall 2021 elections. This is a blatant violation of the trust of voters and the security of the elections in Mesa County, all to prove what we know to be the big lie. When election officials violate the public trust, we can't let that stand. Restoring faith of voters is paramount for the integrity of our election system. With the help of our County Clerks Association, Senate Bill 153 will continue the work of making Colorado elections the best in the country. Thank you for your attention today.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a different bill on the marquee, is that?
Yep, that is true.
I want to make sure I'm talking to the right bill.
Thank you, Representative
Oh,
Holtorf.
okay, good. So I want to make sure I'm talking to the right bill. Thank you to the staff for fixing that. So I find this bill very interesting. You see, I was in the audit committee, the joint audit committee hearing December of 2020. It was a 10.5-hour meeting. We talked about election security, election integrity. There were a lot of questions, concerns back in that year after November 2020. And I had the privilege of participating. I think Representative Lori Sane was the chair back then. I believe Representative Daphne Michelson-Janae is the chair now. Correct me if I'm wrong, no? Senator Smallwood, you're just the House representative? Okay. So Senator Smallwood now is the chair. And what I heard that day for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours was that Colorado has the gold standard. Colorado's election integrity and security is one of the best in the nation. We have the risk limiting audit that is an impeccable audit mechanism, although I have some questions about a 10% sampling and how good that is a really good audit, but 10% sampling is a good start. But with respect to security, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 4:30, the proponents, because the opponents spoke after the proponents, I heard all the great things about Colorado's election system, the Secretary of State's office, and how this election system and our Secretary of State and our clerk and recorder system is ironclad, solid. So, now I did listen to the opponents till about 10:30 at night, from about 4:30 or 5 till about 10:30 Maybe it was 8:30 at night. I can't quite remember. It was later. But after that, if a person would have walked away at 5:30 p.m. from that hearing, you would ask yourself, why would we need this legislation? What is the need for any more statutory legislation in the state of Colorado if we are so solid, rock star solid, the best of the best? In fact, some people said, oh, it's not the gold, it's the platinum, the palladium. No, it wasn't palladium, it was platinum. So I thought to myself, okay, todo está bien. We're all good here. But then we come back after some things in the state that happened, which, oh, by the way, there are already laws to address. I think there's already charges that have been preferred against that issue. And we have a legal system, very comprehensive legal system to address that, and that's going to get addressed through the legal system, I presume, if we have any confidence in our justice system at all. And I do have quite a large degree of confidence. But then we come to this legislative session, and all of a sudden we've got people jumping through hoops. We've got to have this bill. We've got to have Senate Bill 22-153, internal election security measures. We have to have these onerous restrictions, regulations, concerns, give additional powers to the Secretary of State's office to mitigate something in one county, which I think is being taken care of, frankly. Now, it does take time, but those issues will get taken care of. So I don't even understand why we're doing this. I don't understand why Colorado and the bill sponsor even thinks we need to do this. Frankly, I think it's a complete waste of time because we have the best standard in this country. We have the gold standard or the platinum standard. We have the risk limiting. I heard testimony after testimony after testimony from I think some of you were there. Just noticed a person that was in there. A couple, there's another one. Listening to this 7 hours of testimony. And if you believe the testimony that day, which is public record, why are we here? Why are we looking at Senate Bill 153? I do not know. So I guess the debate tonight will maybe explain perhaps why we think we need to do this in the state of Colorado.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sure that I'll come back up here a few times. But being that I am from Mesa County, I did want to correct one thing. Mesa County leases its voting equipment. It did not purchase additional voting equipment. It leased new equipment and extended that lease. So if you're going to come up here and make a bold statement about Mesa County, please get that right.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, and we'll start on it here once I find it, but it's the re-engrossed version, and it purports to increase election security measures for the Secretary of State's office, election officials, candidates for elected office, and voters. But it's focusing in all the wrong directions, and it is taking all of the wrong steps. And let's go through them as built in the re-engrossed version of 22-153. First off, Section 1, and this now, remember, this thing says it increases election security measures, but Section 10 forbids county personnel from making a backup image of the hard drive of any component of the voting system. Well, guess what? Keeping the records is the county clerk's and the designated election official's job. And so this system, this bill, would take that from the county personnel. It prohibits anyone knowledgeable of computer systems or voting systems to inspect and verify whether the systems required comply with state law. It also obstructs the statutory duty of county clerks and recorders to ensure that election records are retained, as I noted, for 25 months as required by state statute. So we got another problem. Section 12 requires 24-hour surveillance of voting systems, but Section 1-1-104, parenthetical 1, redefines election records by including key access card logs and security surveillance recordings. Fair enough. But it omits to include logs on the computer systems that would indicate who has accessed the voting system when and to what purpose through electronic connections such as Ethernet, wireless, and cellular.
Representative Hanks, can I interrupt you just 1 second? I'm sorry. Could you just move towards the center of the dais a little bit so you're a little farther away from the microphone? You have a very projecting voice, and it's...
Let's bring them both in here, and we'll do moving in stereo.
And we can't control the volume. I appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
So here's what I would say. Elections belong to the people. These systems are not secure. They're not secure in any national security sense of the word, and they ought to be. And I can tell you a little bit of something about national security, having been an intelligence officer and a force protection officer and a threat assessment officer and a counterintelligence officer. We did a lot of security assessments on systems, on locations, on personnel. These systems are built in China. I speak of the Dominion systems in this case. Some of them are made in China. Some of them are made from Chinese parts in Mexico, so there is that qualifier. They're made with foreign workers. The equipment, the supply chain for these chips, and yes, the wireless communication systems, which are listed directly on the build sheet from Dell laptops, and that was posted on the Secretary of State's website. Might not be there anymore, but we have snapshots of them. We had it since that election audit committee in December of 2020. Show very clearly they had wireless connectivity systems in them. And in fact, by the way, and we'll get into this at a later point in greater detail, but the Mesa County 2.0 report indicates in the Mesa County systems, and I will definitely defer to my colleague, former county clerk out of Mesa County, for her thumbs up or note of approval. But there were 36 wireless devices, communication devices in those systems, and that came from the Mesa County 2.0 report, which is maybe some people find that to be insignificant, because it was only written by the former chief cybersecurity strategist for AT&T, a man with a master's degree in electrical engineering, computer science, and computer security. He has numerous cybersecurity certifications and over 40 years experience in cybersecurity. I can understand why the Secretary of State's office might have an impression that they know more than him, or a full-stack software engineer with bachelor's degrees in computer science and mathematics with 40 years experience in big data analysis, database management systems, and database development in some of the largest defense and industry corporations in the United States. Or maybe it was a computer consultant and senior lecturer emeritus in computer science and engineering at Texas A&M with a bachelor's degree in mathematics, master's and doctorate degrees from Harvard, while attending on a prize fellowship from the National Science Foundation, who has consulted for major national and international firms and government agencies, who invented integrated user training within computer applications, who is the author of 26 published research articles on computer science and engineering, and who taught computer science and engineering for 37 years, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, programming and software design, and cyber ethics. Yeah, I guess I can see how these people just don't have the CV it takes to provide a little bit of info that the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State's office and the county clerks just might not have. We have another problem. Section 13 of this bill allows the Secretary of State to overrule county canvass boards' refusal to certify election results. That's rather problematic. The county canvassing boards are the people's first form of redress for some concerns with their election systems. We have another problem. Section 5 of the re-engrossed requires all election officials to be certified after what I would consider indoctrination in courses provided by the Secretary of State. And it overrides the county voters' decisions by empowering the Secretary of State with veto power over the voters' selection of their chief election official in the county. That's a problem. Number 5, here's the fifth, and I only went to 5 on the problems, even though there's 15 sections to the bill, and they're all problematic. They did take out Section 8, I guess, because they figured out that was unconstitutionally problematic. Number 5, Section 8 of the re-engrossed bill restricts access to voting equipment, making it a crime for persons to enter the voting system room. Well, you know, here's the thing. First off, we're pretty loose with what we're calling crimes. One person's crime is another person's duty to preserve the information. And the fact is that so-called trusted build from the Dominion systems overrode the data. And how do we know that? We know it because these 3 individuals here who wrote the Mesa County Reports 1, 2, and 3, the cybersecurity strategist for AT&T, the full-stack software engineer, and the computer consultant and senior lecturer emeritus looked at the data. These are interesting reports that seem to be too much trouble for some people to look at, certainly for the media to look at. We're going to address that in the course of this conversation, and I am looking forward to that. There's quite a bit of information out here as to what we know that we would not know were this bill 22-153 to come to pass. And this bill, rather than offering transparency, has offered a cast iron dome over the information. And let me tell you, these systems are problematic. These systems are not secure, and we're going to go through 110 different reports from, and let's do a couple now because they're interesting. This bill purports to protect, and yet it fundamentally goes the other direction. Let's talk about a few things. I won't read all of this because we have agreed to a limited time. I don't expect the needle's going to move after 4 hours. I do expect the cameras and anybody that's interested, and let me tell you, there's a lot of people interested in this topic. They are going to have, at the end of this discussion, basically a briefing, an intelligence briefing like I provided for 32 years. So let's just go off of a couple initial things that dispute everything that's in this bill. "43% of American voters use voting machines that researchers have found to have serious security flaws, including backdoors. These companies are accountable to no one. They won't answer basic questions about their cybersecurity practices, and this bill would shut the door on even being able to look at the machines. 5 states have no paper trail. That means there is no way to prove the numbers the voting machines put out are legitimate. So much for Cybersecurity 101. And by the way, I worked in Cyber Command in addition to National Security Agency, so I do feel with all humility I have a little bit of expertise that, albeit dated at this point, is still more than anybody in the Secretary of State's office or in the county clerk's office. But more importantly, I am willing to at least acknowledge, and I think Americans are too, Coloradans are, that there are serious concerns. And if you listen to people smarter than me, people smarter than the Secretary of State's office, you might actually learn something. The biggest seller of voting machines is doing something that violates Cybersecurity 101, and that is directing that you install remote access software which would make a machine like that a magnet for fraudsters and hackers. That statement was made by Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat, Oregon, during a March 21, 2018 U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, one of the numerous hearings that Congress convened to discuss election security following the 2016 election. Wyden, his congressional colleagues, and the corporate media would spend much of the next 4 years discussing their many concerns about the security of the U.S. election system. And they were right to do so. This is me speaking. I will tell you in all candor, and I think this has to be an event that isn't Democrat or Republican. It is Coloradan, it is American. I will tell you, I wasn't concerned about it enough back in 2016. I'm no fan of Ron Wyden, but I'll tell you what, I'm glad he was talking about it. We all should have been talking about it, and we should have been talking about it since about 2002. Computerized voting in the United States is largely a secretive and privately run affair conducted out of the public eye with very little oversight. The corporations that run every aspect of Americans' elections, from voter registration to casting and counting votes, are subject to limited regulation and public scrutiny. Bringing it right back to the bill, this bill makes it harder for public scrutiny. It makes it virtually impossible. The software source code and hardware design are kept as trade secrets and therefore difficult to study and investigate. With both major parties doubting the integrity of the last 2 elections, the voting machine vendors have lost the trust of the American people, and deservedly so. Considering, and this is important, and I can bring this home to a first-person event here in a moment, considering J.P. Morgan, Facebook, and the Pentagon have all been hacked in recent years, it is illogical to believe that voting machine manufacturers working on limited budgets are somehow immune to cyber intrusions. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat, Minnesota, discussed her concerns with the 3 main voting machine manufacturers in the 2020 HBO documentary Kill Chain: The Cyber War on America's Elections. We ought to be concerned about it. I've seen video, I hope you have, of Senator Kamala Harris talking about how quickly people can break into the systems, taking a matter of minutes. And I want to talk about the Pentagon. In the course of my 32 years, I held high-level security clearances. I got a nice Dear Ron letter from the Pentagon, from the Department of Defense, that said, we're sorry to tell you, but your background investigation has been hacked. And it turns out the culprit is China, which, as you may have recalled, is where we're building our Dominion systems. You know, this Communist Chinese Party is a significant threat to the American way of life. And we've given them multiple vectors, multiple avenues to access and undercut this country. And I would suggest to you that when our systems, which this bill and this mantra, this dogma that it's the gold standard, this bill would lock down so we can't even pull an image from it. We are walking right into the trap and into the hands of a world adversary that has told us exactly what they intend to do. They intend to be the world's economic superpower. They intend to be the world's military superpower, and we give them a line of effort by allowing them to build our election systems. If they were going to take us over, and they've said that they want to, we have provided them the means to do so. They don't have to fire a shot. They don't even have to buy ammunition. They simply build our election systems with wireless communication devices on it. This ought to be a concern for all Americans, not Republicans, not Democrats, all Americans. This crosses party lines, and I would certainly like to present the evidence in this conversation we are having tonight, mostly to the cameras. I concede that. We have, as this article goes into, and then I'm going to make it very easy for mainstream media here that says these are baseless conspiracy theories, and Ron Hanks is foremost among them. I can live with that, but I can also make their job easy for them and refer them into some reporting done by other members of the mainstream media that indicate the problem we have, the problem this bill obfuscates and actually makes worse, much worse. I want to tell you a quick story. I mentioned the Pentagon and the personal story, but here's one. And this is important because we use USB drives in these voting systems. They have all kinds of USB ports. They aren't glued over or sealed shut. And here's an interesting story. If a county election management system is infected with malware, the malware can spread from that system to the USB drives, which would then transfer it to all the voting machines, scanners, and ballot marking devices, BMDs. We'll hear that throughout this, ballot marking devices. It can go either way. It can be built into the laptop, and these things have millions of lines of code that are completely unnecessary for the task of counting votes. These things have software in them such as Windows 7, which hasn't been updated for 10 or 14 years, And I'll get very specific on that later. But these systems are intensely vulnerable, and it can go either direction based on the ability to put a USB drive in it, which they do in order to update it if they're not using wireless communications. Here's an interesting point. In 2008, the most serious breach in Pentagon history came from a single USB drive infected with a virus that spread swiftly through the Department of Defense Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, the classified SIPRNet, secret and that level, as well as the Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communication System, also called JWICS, that's used by the U.S. government's top intel agencies. That's a USB drive that somebody put on the wrong system. After that hack, the Department of Defense severely restricted the use of USB drives. But I will tell you this, we were talking on a Zoom call with the county clerks not too many weeks back. I guess I was mostly listening. It's my signals intelligence and communications intelligence background, I guess, so I just put the headphones on and listened. But one of the county clerks talked about extracting data from the system on SneakerNet. I don't know how many military vets in here are familiar with SneakerNet, but that's when you do exactly what caused the viral problem with SIPRNet and JWICS. They used a USB thumb drive that had a virus on it. Well, this county clerk said that he'd used SneakerNet to upload and download, and I don't know why he said it. It was ridiculously ignorant. Then again, maybe he didn't know what he was talking about. Maybe he doesn't know what SneakerNet actually is. Maybe he just thought it sounded cool. But the reality is, it's one more opportunity that these systems have been infiltrated with malware, and we'll get into it here, with processes that can change votes. And this is coming from Democrat investigators, not a bunch of conspiracy theorists as the mainstream media might like to paint those who talk about it today. Oh, here's that part about Windows 7. In 2019, this stuff's fairly recent here, the Associated Press reported that the vast majority of 10,000 election jurisdictions nationwide, including numerous swing states, were still using Windows 7 or older operating systems to create ballots, to program voting machines, to tally votes, and to report counts. Windows 7 reached its end of life on January 14, 2020, meaning Microsoft stopped providing technical support and producing patches to fix software vulnerabilities. And we'll get into it later that some of this is 10 years old that they haven't been updated. Furthermore, not only are U.S. elections being programmed on computers running out-of-date software, but voting machine manufacturers have also installed remote access software and wireless modems connecting voting machines directly to the internet. I mentioned that it was on the build sheets from the Dell Computer Systems. It was the build sheet of specific laptops in specific counties in Colorado. I still have copies of it over at my desk. It was also on the Secretary of State's website. At the time, they didn't know what they had provided as information, but when they say they're not connected to the internet, they fundamentally have no idea what they are talking about. Furthermore, not only are U.S. elections being programmed on computers running out-of-date software, but voting machine manufacturers have installed remote access software and wireless modems. I wanted to repeat that. NBC News certainly not a right-wing conspiracy source, reported 10 months before the 2020 election that ES&S, the largest U.S. election machine vendor, had installed at least 14,000 modems to connect their voting machines to the internet, even though many election security experts had previously warned that voting machines with modems were vulnerable to hackers. Dominion voting systems, part of our so-called gold standard here, which I utterly reject, the second largest U.S. election machine vendor, which has given public presentations acknowledging their use of modems in their voting machines, was also discovered to be running remote access software during the 2020 election. This bill would make it a crime to record and copy information from those drives and to look inside of it. In fact, they don't even consider those election records anymore. It's the access code to the 24-hour video camera and the secure room, which, by the way, a secure room is a good thing. If you're building something important, you have to have 24-hour control of it. You have to know the people that are going in there. Those are good things. But the problem we have here is that these systems are compromised before they even get mailed to us because they're built by uncleared foreign workers using an unsecured supply chain. I want to talk a little bit about foreign intelligence services.
Representative Hanks, that really seems to be getting very far from the field in the bill. Can you please tie what you're talking about back to the bill?
I'm talking about the threats to our systems. The people that have drafted this bill have fundamentally no concept of national security threats. I am explaining what the national security threats are. This system ought to have the same protections. Our voting systems, our ballots ought to have the same protections that our currency have from being counterfeited. And most counterfeiting, by the way, is done by foreign intelligence services. So if it isn't germane, will shoot me now because I have no idea how to clarify the threats that we are dealing with here.
Well, Representative Hanks, could you at least avoid insulting the people who drafted the bill? Thank you.
Okay, what I will say about the people that draft the bill, they're not stupid. If I said stupid, I didn't mean that. Fundamentally uninformed and ignorant, I would say that. I don't think that's an insult. That is
Representative Hanks, no, come on.
That is an assessment.
Representative Hanks?
That is an assessment.
Do we need to take a short recess so we can have a conversation about what being rude is?
Madam Chair, we can do whatever you choose to do with the gavel.
You may continue if you can avoid insulting people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me work on this. Foreign intelligence services, a direct threat to the United States of America. As I mentioned, we have given them a line of effort, a vector into our system, into our society. Let's take a quote from a computer science guy who seems to understand this. I come here, this is Professor Matt Blaze, forgive me, Georgetown University, computer science. I come here today as a computer scientist who spent the better part of the last quarter century studying election system security. To be blunt, it's a widely recognized, really indisputable fact that every piece of computerized voting equipment in use at polling places today can be easily compromised in ways that have the potential to disrupt election operations, compromise firmware and software, and potentially alter vote tallies in the absence of other safeguards. This is partly a consequence of historically poor design and implementation by equipment vendors, but it's ultimately a reflection of the nature of complex software. It's simply beyond the state of the art to build software systems that can reliably withstand targeted attacks. And I will remind this body and people listening at home that we had the very same concerns about targeted attacks in 2016 that we talked about in 2020. I guess that would make it a bit of a bipartisan concern. Just depends whose ox is getting gored, as the old adage is would have us say it. Just as we don't expect the local sheriff, I'm back to Professor Blaze, just as we don't expect the local sheriff to single-handedly defend against military ground invasions, we shouldn't expect county election IT managers to defend against cyber attacks by foreign intelligence services. So that is my point, Madam Chair, going back to the beginning. Those that drafted this bill do not know what they do not know, and they further would lock us down so that we cannot see what we ought to see in the process of making our elections more secure and more transparent. Here's J. Alex Halderman, who, by the way, wrote an affidavit or an amicus brief for a Georgia report. It's been sealed, but I have a copy of it. Somehow it's made it through, I guess, like the Supreme Court thing. Who knows? He's not a Republican, but he's objective, and that's an important thing. And I think we all ought to be objective in this, because this is national security. This is our country, and we are at risk. A bill like this does nothing to enhance the risk. It compounds the risk by locking things down into a small cabal of people who fundamentally do not understand the risks of cyber attacks by foreign intelligence services, by malignant actors from within the country. Well, let's go to Professor Alex Halderman, University of Michigan, computer science. I'm a professor of computer science and have spent the last 10 years studying the electronic voting systems that our nation relies on. My conclusion from that work is that our highly computerized election infrastructure is vulnerable to sabotage and even to cyber attacks that could change votes. I know America's voting machines are vulnerable because my colleagues and I have hacked them repeatedly as part of a decade of research studying the technology that operates elections and learning how to make it stronger. We've created attacks that can spread from machine to machine like a computer virus and silently change election outcomes. We've studied touchscreen and optical scan systems, and in every single case, we've found ways for attackers to sabotage machines and steal votes. In close elections, an attacker can probe the most important swing states or swing counties, find areas with the weakest protection, and strike there. In a close election year, changing a few votes in key localities could be enough to tip national results. Interesting report. Again, not a right-wing professor. His mentor, Professor Andrew Apple, Princeton University Computer Science, states, installing new software is how you hack a voting machine to cheat. In 2009, in a courtroom of the Superior Court of New Jersey, I demonstrated how to hack a voting machine. I wrote a vote-stealing computer program that shifted votes from one candidate to another. Installing that vote-stealing program in a voting machine takes 7 minutes per machine with a screwdriver. But really, the software I built was not rocket science. Any computer programmer could write the same code. Once it's installed, it could steal elections without detection for years to come. Other computer scientists have demonstrated similar hacks on many models of machine. This is not just one glitch from one manufacturer of machine, it's the very nature of computers. That's an important line, and it brings it right back to this bill. It's not a glitch from one manufacturer of machine, it's the very nature of computers. And yet, somehow, some way, we have the gold standard that must be locked down from further scrutiny by the people. Only the government can audit itself, it would seem, as in this bill. There's nothing to see here. Go back to your homes. And back to Professor Andrew Apple. How can we trust our elections when it's so easy to make the computers cheat? Americans deserve to know every single line of code and every single piece of hardware that counts their votes, and I think that's a bipartisan, multi-partisan issue. Voters should demand election security legislation prioritize hand-marked paper ballots and rigorous post-election audits. I think that also is a nonpartisan issue. You don't see any of that in this bill. This is a lockdown. The suggestions from the most objective sources I can find open it up. This locks it down. Voters should also demand, for a start, to ban remote access software, wireless modems, direct recording electronic and ballot marking device voting systems. This system does none of that. In fact, it doesn't even acknowledge that the systems have wireless modems in it. And finally, a suggestion here from this commentary that American elections must shift from a proprietary, privately owned system to one that is open source, available for public inspection, and completely owned by the American people. And I will tell you, as someone who has been watching this and fighting this for really since I was elected in November of 2020, what we are seeing here is more of it's kind of what Eisenhower warned us about with the military-industrial complex. We seem to have an election industrial complex now where these people are collaborative. They tell us how great our systems are, but they also send out so-called trusted builds that overwrite the data that is supposed to be, by federal and state law, kept for 22 and 25 months, depending upon which statute, state or federal, you're looking at. And then they tell us everything's fine. And then the revolving door of those that were once clerks that are now lobbyists or consultants is very problematic. And if we're getting advice, and we are, for things like this, I looked at who testified on this bill, and they are the very clerks and secretaries of state that are now part of the election industrial complex. So what I'll do for now, I have all three Mesa County reports, but what I really have that actually makes this more interesting to the people at home are the major findings of each one. And they're germane to this because this bill shuts it down. This information from those reports tell us why it shouldn't be shut down. So why not go for a few, and then we'll maybe hand it off to somebody and I'll regroup. Mesa Forensic Report number 1, major finding. Election-related data explicitly required to be preserved as described in the 2002 Voting System Standards. This is useful. Volume 1, paragraph 2.2.4.1, and I'll skip the rest. has been destroyed in violation of federal and state law. Colorado voting system vendors use self-described COTS hardware and software, that's commercial off-the-shelf hardware and software, and 2002 VSS, which is voting system standards, which are the standards that these Dominion systems are supposed to be held to, but in fact, they were not held to. They were out of compliance in 2020. They were also out of compliance in 2021, and there's a lawsuit called Hanks versus Griswold on exactly that issue. Although in full disclosure, I will say as a side note, I withdrew my name from that, or I withdrew from that case. They couldn't take my name off, but it was in the interest of the case. It is, in my estimation, going strong and with intense merit. That's a note to the aside, but these systems weren't even certified to a 2002 standard. And when you think about how much has happened in computer systems, to think that that's the only standard that we're holding them to, and they weren't even in compliance for that, is a little sobering. And I would say it falls a little short of any Valhalla-style gold standard. Let me start again on this about the COTS hardware and software. Colorado voting system vendors use self-described COTS hardware and software, and the 2002 VSS specifies audit log generation and retention requirements for COTS systems. The 2019 Dominion Voting Systems final application for certification or modification of a voting system for Democracy Suite 5.11-CO, the 2021 application for Dominion Voting System Suite 5.13, the 2020 test report for Clear Ballot Group, ClearVote, and the 2021 test report for Clear Ballot Group CV, ClearVote 2.1.5, all identify COTS hardware and software, including computer operating systems, in our voting systems certified by the Secretary of State and used in 20 and 21 elections. The 2002 VSS paragraph 2.2.5.3 explicitly states further requirements must be applied to COTS operating systems to ensure completeness and integrity of audit data for election software. Election software running on these COTS systems is vulnerable to unintended effects from other user sections, applications, and utilities executing on the same platform at the same time as the election software. To counter these vulnerabilities, 3 operating system protections are required on all such systems on which election software is hosted. Second, operating systems audit shall be enabled for all session opens and closings, for all connection openings and closings, for all process executions and terminations, and for the alteration or deletion of any memory file or file object. This ensures the accuracy and completeness of election data stored in the system. This bill would obscure that information from the county clerks. It makes them essentially an obsolete entity and just a minion of the Office of Secretary of State. Mesa Forensic Report number 1, major finding 2, and this is what I mentioned earlier. Due to non-compliance with the 2002 VSS requirements, these voting systems and accompanying vendor-provided Colorado Secretary of State approved procedures for county use cannot have met the certification requirements of the state of Colorado and should not have been certified for use in the state. That's what they found by looking inside the systems this bill would not allow somebody to do. It's an obfuscation, not a transparency. The requirement in the 2002 VSS that voting systems generate and preserve all these log files critical to the ability to audit and reproduce the conditions and details of election conduct is mandatory under CRS 1-5-601.5. Not only did the cyber expert conclude and show evidence that the Dominion Voting Systems D Suite 5.11-CO system did not satisfy those statutorily mandated 2002 VSS requirements, but the Secretary of State falsely and illegally certified that it did. This bill would obscure that information from being public. That goes back to what I was saying. Elections belong to the people. They do not belong to the government. They don't belong to Republicans. They don't belong to Democrats. They belong to the people. And we have to start looking at this in a little broader context, a little less partisan context, start looking at things objectively as what's this going to do to the country? I'll step here, and I'm going to see what some of my colleagues have to say about this, but I've got lots more to discuss, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A really interesting discussion we're having. And I'm not going to respond to every one of the comments that represented the former speaker had, but I do want to talk about a couple things. The clerks are not being prohibited from backing up election data. That is not what is happening and is not what's in the bill. When we refer to Section 10. Section 10 bars the unauthorized system image from being taken. A system image is the download of all the contents of the system's memory, the operating systems, the programs, and the files. Looking at someone who is tech savvy and able to understand that would be able to use that as a roadmap to hack it in. So of course we don't want that made public. That undermines this very security of the systems we're trying to protect. It doesn't stop, this bill does not stop the required backup of election records. The system image is not election records. It is not. And they are required to do that. This bill does not stop them from doing their work. This bars an unauthorized system image. And that is what happened in Mesa County when an unauthorized system image was taken, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, and was basically made public. And while I am on that, I just want to make a clarifying and correction. The representative from Mesa County is correct that their equipment is leased, and I misspoke when I said that, but the equipment that was compromised did have to be replaced because of the security issue. I do want to talk about the certification courses that our clerks are being asked to take. The certification course was part of the 2002 federal HAVA, which is the Help America Vote Act. This is not a new thing, although the local clerks will be put on an advisory board so that they will be putting it together. It is not something that's being handed down and indoctrinating anybody. We cannot stop anyone from being an elected county clerk. I do also want to make that point, but the elected county clerk does not always have to carry out elections. They can designate a DEO, designated election officer, to do that. And in the case where someone hasn't taken the certification course, they will have to designate a DEO unless they themselves are able to or willing to take that certification class. Seems to me, if you're running an election, you should know how to run an election and what that means. And that's what those certification courses are about. As far as the issue of a paper trail for ballots, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have paper ballots here in Colorado, and they are kept. And they are corroborable. So if there's an issue, they can be corroed to look at to verify the elections that just took place. In Mesa County, can't help but bring it up, after the 2021 election, it was first counted with machines, the Dominion machines, that the commissioners themselves decided that it would be in their best interest to continue to use those machines. It was recounted with a Clear Ballot, which is a separate vendor, and then it was hand counted, and then those ballots were the images were posted online, and all of those validated each other. Those the election was not proven to be any different. And then we've heard several times about the Mesa County report. I'm not going to, go through that, but I will say, if there's verifiable evidence within the Mesa County report, then take it to your local law enforcement agency. Have it investigated. That's not been done that I'm aware of. If it has been, please let us know, because it's not, no court has found that there's been any evidence of fraud in the Mesa County report. So I have a feeling we're going to be here a while. I'll probably have other things to say, but I felt like I needed to just clarify a couple of those points.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So I don't know if you all knew that I sit on the board of a hospital. I'm just kidding. I don't sit on the board of a... But what I do, but something that I haven't spoken of ever from this podium, and probably not anywhere else in the building, is that I have hacked into a bank computer system. In fact, I've hacked into several. I have hacked into top secret, sensitive, compartmented information, Department of Defense systems, NASA systems. I have done that because that was my profession for a lot of years. As a cybersecurity professional for decades, working within the system and challenged by those entities and signed off ahead of time so that it was had the permission to break into these systems and not be in trouble, because without that, then I would be breaking the law. But we called those penetration tests. And I got so good at that that I ended up, after working for Howard Hughes' company, first doing that, Martin Marietta, and then started my own little company, and I led a team of about 40 people, and we were so good at it that when companies, government agencies, and others would challenge us to break into their solid machines, systems, I would talk them out of it. I'd say the answer to that is, yes, we will take over your world. It would be better money spent if you would just allow us to just come in and assess everything and tell you how to get from the state you're in to the state of compliance, or at least into a position of what we would call an acceptable level of risk. That's my background. Now, these systems, these election systems, let me talk about those for a moment, because all they do is three things. They scan the images of the paper ballot. Then there's a phase of adjudication where the funny marked ballots, the mismarked, someone put an X instead of filling in the whole bubble, and those get kicked off. Sometimes a voter will fill in a complete bubble on both of them, but then write on the side, oh, I meant to vote for this one, and point to that. So those get kicked out by the machine that sees that there are some markings on the ballot outside of the designated areas that they've scanned. So then those get adjudicated fairly by the staff, the county clerks and recorders. And then after that is performed, they add the votes. That's what they do. They don't do anything complex beyond that, or at least they should not. Now think about where we have evolved over time. We used to only have paper ballots, and it certainly was within memory before computers were being used. So computers improve accuracy. Computers certainly improve speed for results. But what happens once we feed them in? Then there's a process that goes on inside that box that we don't see. The most we might see is some blinking lights on the outside, but you don't watch software. It does not show you what it is performing. So transparency is in order. There are systems that need to be locked down tight, and no one ought to be able to look into them. But this is not one of those systems, because it is not complex. At least it ought not to be complex. It does three things. It scans, it adjudicates, and it tabulates. That's all. Therefore, there is no reason to not be completely transparent with those machines. So I object to Section 10 in its entirety. Section 10 talked about already quite a bit. A county may not permit any person to create or disclose to any person an image of the hard drive of any voting system component without the express written permission of the Department of State. Why? Why? Every person in the world ought to be able to see, they ought to be able to Cora all of the raw votes that are no longer associated with the voters. They ought to be able to look at that machine and see that it adds and it does not subtract and it does not multiply times a percentage and it does not divide. It has no purpose other than to scan, to adjudicate, and to add. That is all. There is an expression of concern that if the systems were open, if they were seen by people, the hard drive, then someone would be able to hack into it. They could find an opening, a vulnerability, and open. I'll ask the sponsor, how could that possibly happen if the systems are not attached to the internet? How could a vulnerability be exploited without connectivity? If we're maintaining the rules, then that is not an issue. So I believe so strongly that this is exactly the opposite of what we ought to be doing, of keeping everything closed and quiet, that I'm going to offer an amendment. So, Madam Chair, I move L035.
Just a moment, and we will properly display that. Okay, thank you very much. L035 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment would do would be to reverse the statement saying currently Section 10 reads, it's a single sentence, a county may not create, permit any person to create or disclose to any person an image of the hard drive of any voting system component without the express written permission of the Department of State. My amendment would say a county may create, permit any person to create or disclose to any person an image of the hard drive of any system component, period. All the system does is it scans in the image, it adjudicates, and then it tabulates based on on all the adjudicated and clean ballots. It's an adding machine, and if someone is doing something beyond that, we ought to, as citizens, as voters, we ought to be able to see and know that. What's the secret? What else is going on? Nothing else should be going on. If I were to add requirements, I'd say that it should not have any arithmetic function beyond addition. But I'll bet it has, but it should not. And we all ought to know it. And we all ought to be able to make copies, or every county clerk ought to be able to make copies and hand it out to experts and say, do me a favor and review this code. Is there anything funny going on in there? It cannot be so proprietary, and I know that that's got to be a contractual agreement with the provider of the machines, but we ought not to tolerate that. If they had something real intellectual property that was unique, that deserved protection, then okay, we respect that. It's adding votes. It should be transparent. The tabulated ballots should all be transparent. Everything about this should be visible to the world, period. So I ask that we vote in this amendment and have some due transparency for the sake of integrity of this machine.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L035? Representative Lontine.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm obviously going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. This basically guts our Section 10. So again, a system image in the wrong hands provides the whole roadmap of that system that could be used to probe for vulnerabilities within that vendor's proprietary software. The state needs to be able to oversee system images so that they are not widely distributed to parties with unknown motivations or made available on the internet, as I mentioned, like they did in Mesa County. This amendment seems to embrace the idea that we should enable anyone with access to voting equipment to take a system image and do with it what they please. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask the sponsor. If vulnerabilities are discovered by people of nefarious means looking at the software, looking at the machines, the internals, how would they be able to exploit those vulnerabilities unless these machines are attached to the internet in some fashion?
Is there any further discussion on L035? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, that's that's a pretty good question by Representative Baisley. I wasn't necessarily going to come and speak on this particular amendment, but I think it bears some sort of answer. I mean, it's clear that the majority does have a policy expert helping them walk through this bill right now, so perhaps he could give them the answer as to how a vulnerability could be exploited if the machine is not connected to the internet or connected to some outside source. I think it demands an answer, and I'm certainly prepared to wait all night to get one if we don't. So, help us explain or help us to understand this, because it's a good question, and I would hope that we could get some sort of answer as soon as possible.
Representative Lontine.
Okay, here's an answer. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I should have started this properly. An honor to serve with you.
And a total honor to serve with you.
We know there's nothing funny with code, with logic and accuracy testing, RLA, and paper ballots. The more people who have access to the code, the less quality control we have on the system. These systems are critical infrastructure, just like our nuclear systems. If someone who shouldn't have access has that information, they could use it for nefarious purposes, like change the results of an election. I ask again for a no vote.
Representative Baisley. Representative Baisley.
I'm at a loss at how Trojan horse, how all the little tricks that I know that I've tried, that I've successfully done, with, by the way, a braggadocious 100% success rate of always obtaining root to every system. But if I don't have access to the machine because I don't have personal access, physical access to the machine, and it has no internet connectivity, it has no Wi-Fi, has no cellular, where's the vulnerability?
Representative Lontine.
Again, as I've mentioned a couple times already, the Mesa County clerk walked the vulnerable person in and gave them access to the machine. That's all it takes, and that's what we're talking about. A no vote. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is where I appreciated the answer from the text. I don't know who the "we" was, but they say it's important that it be secured like our nuclear systems, but they failed to remember the most important point of all. If you have a system that is for your nuclear weapons, you're building them with American workers, with American chips that are all certified. They are kept under lock and key 24 hours a day. These systems fail right from the point of order when they are ordered, because they are ordered from unsecure facilities. These things already can have the malware on them. I discussed this earlier. It doesn't take a thumb drive to put it on there. It can be built into it. These should be nothing more than tabulating machines, but they have millions of lines of code, and most people that work in code will tell you they don't dare take code out. They may not know what it does, but they're afraid to erase it for fear that it is going to cause a glitch. So these are millions of lines of code in a system that is not secured, anything like a nuclear surety program. So that's a fallacious argument there. This is a reasonable amendment. We should have access. These elections belong to the people. The people should be allowed to audit them. The government does not have the right in a free society to tell us that only the government can audit itself, and that is where we are right now with this process, and getting worse with Senate Bill 22-153. This amendment merits a yes, as do many others that come after it.
Is there any further discussion on L035? Representative Holtorf.
And ma'am, I'm going to be brief, but with respect to this amendment and what I understand, and maybe this is the right line to revise the statute that's proposed, or another line, but I want my bill sponsor to hear me, so I'm going to wait just a little bit, because I think I have something important to say that isn't just troublesome. I think it's actually really important. To the bill sponsor, I go back to December 2020. I really feel that it would be advantageous to enhance our audit capability within the state, to have the ability to do this forensic type auditing. That's not what that does. Darn it. Anyway, I'll have to wait for another time to try to convince the bill sponsor, and she's going to alert me. You'll alert me, right, ma'am? Okay, I appreciate you. You know I do. I'll talk about that idea later. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there any further discussion on L035? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L035 to SB 22-153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L035 is adopted. Representative Titone, and then, it fails. I apologize. The noes have it. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to address something that I heard my colleague from Fremont County say about Dr. Andrew Apple, the Princeton scientist. And there's a quote here from this article I'm reading. And I see the whole entire quote, that the voting machine can be hacked in 7 minutes with a screwdriver. And the guy never really said that that's not true. That this is definitely true. But he also says that the bottom line is that every vote cast in Georgia, we're talking about Georgia here, in this election was accompanied by a paper ballot, and that the voters had had the chance to review before depositing it in the ballot box. And a recount was done by hand of all those paper ballots. He goes on to say that the paper trail can give us confidence that the votes were counted accurately. And that's exactly what we do. All the votes that are done with a machine, it gives you a printout, you look at it. Is it right? Yes, this is right. I'm putting that in the box. So the voter has the ability to double check their work from what happens on the machine to what's deposited in the box. Things are hacked. And one thing that I heard my colleague from Teller County say about hacking stuff is all about the access. And, we talked about that in Section 10 about copying the hard drives, and that's about access. And if you have physical access to the drive, you can change it, you can alter it, you can do anything other than copying it if you have physical access to that. So getting that physical access is where the crime can happen of changing the data. And limiting that through channels, through the Secretary of State's office, that eliminates the chances for these things to be tampered with and changed. Because that physical contact with the device, when you're trying to copy it, that's where the thing can go wrong. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to address some of Representative Lontine's questions. And I would also like to clear up some issues as to why we're at where we're at and why the system imaging is important. Madam Chairman, can I get some quiet?
Members, could we please keep it down in the chamber? It's a little loud, and Representative Bockenfeld would like some attention.
I think this is important information. Members, here's what happened. Early on, after the 2020 election, there were allegations, legitimate or illegitimate, there were allegations that there was vote switching that had occurred with machines. When those allegations were made, like it or not, there was a large segment of our constituency who perceived that that was a possibility, and they were concerned about voter integrity here in the state of Colorado. As you know, I'm a member of the Legislative Audit Committee of this body. Because of those concerns, we held Legislative Audit Committee hearings on voter integrity.
Representative Bockenfeld, would you like it to be quieter? Ladies and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind keeping it down just a bit more, that would be helpful.
We had constituents concerned about voter integrity, and we had a unique opportunity after the 2020 election to address those concerns. But we didn't do that. We held a legislative audit committee. We brought in witnesses from both sides. We heard testimonies. The Secretary of State's office opposed the Legislative Audit Committee to hire an independent, internal, controlled audit group to come in and take a look at our election systems and give the constituents of this state some peace of mind about the integrity of our voting systems. But no, the Secretary of State opposed it, and worse yet, on a partisan basis. A partisan basis. 4-4, all tie votes lose. Basically, my colleagues on the left side of the aisle said, we don't want to look under that rock. So does that surprise anybody? Does that surprise anybody that there would be a question about these systems and the system image? Is there something internal in this system they're trying to hide? There was a perfect opportunity to address this issue, to give people in this state a peace of mind. And we chose not to do it. And so someone goes in and takes an image, a system image of the system, undoubtedly because we didn't do our jobs, where we could have done it under a controlled environment. So we had someone who was concerned to decide that they were going to make sure and at least have a copy of what was in that system. And I guess my question is why? Why, after 2020, didn't we do our job? Because we know that maybe the people who were the most concerned were the ones who were on the other side of the aisle, and we didn't care? That's wrong. We shouldn't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or any other party affiliation. If they don't have integrity, voter integrity in this state, it's our duty to convince people that our election systems are accurate. And we chose not to do that. And things have festered. So Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry that I'm trying to answer the question of the bill sponsor, and apparently she's busy. She's not hearing me. But I answered the question as to how we got to this point. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I want to address a few things that came up in opening remarks and a few things I've heard since. And I want to be clear that by supporting this bill, and I should put that on the record that I am a strong supporter of Senate Bill 153, I do believe I'm doing my job. And I respect the difference of opinions that come to this well as other folks understanding that they're doing their job as well. But I stand here doing my job as my constituents have asked me to do. I get email after email that are concerns about our elections, about rolling back what people feel like would be vital protections to our election system, and past that, a real threat to our democratic process here in Colorado. So I'm doing my job when we stand up and we defend those things. And I don't think that's a detriment or a slight to anybody else when I speak on behalf of my district in ensuring that our elections continue to be the gold standard here in Colorado. And I respect others that disagree with me as doing their job as well. So I want to be clear about that line where we start to question intent and why we stand up in this well and say the things we say. We can disagree all day long. That's okay. The process is better for it. Our constituents expect it. But I'm doing my job when I stand up for election integrity. And I believe that I'm doing my job when I encourage you to vote yes on this bill. Because I agree with some other statements as well. This is an issue that crosses party lines. I work closely with our county clerk in Larimer County. We are not of the same party. And we agree that our elections are sacred. And we agree that missteps happened which result in this bill to protect elections from future missteps. This issue does cross party lines. I wholeheartedly agree. And our elections deserve to be conducted in a way that doesn't somehow split into factions once again. If you've observed an election, if you've watched how those votes are counted, if you've seen what happens when teams of folks look at a ballot and they're not quite sure if that signature matches or if there's another discrepancy, you see pretty clearly how our elections do not divide people. When our elections are done well, and we do them well here in the state of Colorado, they bring people together. That's what we do each and every election cycle. That's what's on the line, and that's why this bill is critical to pass. I want to push back on another statement that was made here, that one person's crime is another person's duty. I could not more vehemently disagree with that statement. In this instance, one person's crime is the roadmap to another person's crime. What we are laying out in the events of Mesa County is how to compromise our electoral systems and processes. That's why this bill is necessary. It was not duty. It was not patriotism. It was not transparency. It was a crime. And it should be prosecuted as such. We can agree on improvements that need to be made. We can talk about ways to bolster confidence in elections and process, but we don't get there through crime. That's not how we do things in Colorado. That's not doing our job, if we want to put a point to it. Another thing, I've received so many emails from folks saying that they have evidence of election fraud. And do you know what I've told each one of those folks? Have you turned it over to your police chief? Have you turned it over to your county sheriff? Have you contacted the AG's office? Have you reached out to your district attorney? Have you reached out anywhere else? And do you know how many replies I've gotten to those questions? Zero. Surely someone would take the bait if you have evidence of a crime. Surely someone would be interested if you have evidence that our elections were conducted in a way that was anything less than the gold standard that they are. And yet here we are, working to solve a problem that shouldn't have ever happened, but when it did, my colleague took action, wrote good legislation, and figured out ways to ensure that it never happens again. Another thing about elections in Colorado, and it's two words that I think strikes at a lot of the concerns: paper ballots. Paper ballots. If you want to know if an election was conducted or counted correctly, core those paper ballots. You have the right to do that. Get the paper ballots. We have the gold standard in Colorado not because we rely on a technology or a person or an ideology or any one of those things. Paper ballots is at the heart of why our elections will continue to tick along here in this state. Another thing about Mesa County, 2021. Do you know what happened? They counted the machines with Dominion. Then they recounted with Clear Ballot, another vendor. Then they hand counted those ballots, and then they posted those ballots online. And do you know what they found? Turns out there was no evidence of election fraud. The system continues to work. And the system continues to need protections against folks who, for one reason or another, violate our laws. Lastly, I'll just say this. USB drives were also given as an example. First of all, my initial gut check is it sounds like a very good reason if a single USB drive can compromise a machine to actually limit access to the room where those machines live. We should probably make sure that only the right people in there are in there. We should probably make sure there's video surveillance. We should probably make sure that somebody can't take an image and then share it on the internet. This bill will do that. The other thing is simply this. There are already protections in place against the sort of USB access that was lifted up as a vulnerability. I will just close with this. We set the gold standard. Our county clerks are supportive of this legislation. Our constituents, or I should say at least my constituents, expect me to do my job and stand up for our elections here in the state of Colorado. And that's what I'm doing. I'm happy to come back up here and do it again and again and again tonight so we get this thing passed because it's the right thing to do, and I'd ask for your support.
Minority Leader McKean.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague from Larimer County because I think we've wrestled with some of these questions for a while, and one of the great things is that we have a remarkably good county clerk. Yeah, we have Angela Myers, who is one of the strictest county clerks that I know, and I know that she is because I've gone there, and I've asked her to show me how she does her job, and I've asked to see exactly every step of this process. And so I can have that confidence of knowing kind of what's going on. And we had a recent issue in Loveland because we had a city council election that came down to one vote. One vote. And what happens under the law is that has to go to a recount. And so they went and did a recount. And it came out one vote. And I would tell you that I have that confidence because I know the strictness with which Clerk Myers does her job. I know how dedicated she is to the nonpartisan nature of it. I know how dedicated she is at running every piece of that in a way that she and her staff and her people, her constituents, are confident. But I can also say that I do worry about the instances where that's not true, where a clerk doesn't run things as strictly and as tight. And so I think that there's where we see that if we constantly throw out the canard of, well, we have the gold standard, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just shiny brass. And if we don't keep it shiny, then it tarnishes a little bit, and we really don't have that standard anymore because we weren't looking at it. And I guess this is where I feel like my colleague from Larimer County said some pretty important words. And that is that if we have the desire to have an unimputable standard, then we should always be looking at how we can make it better. We should always be looking at any potential flaw. We should always be looking at any potential intrusion. We should always be open to those questions. Always. And yet we heard another colleague of mine talk about a long hearing where requests were made for what would be better ways of doing things, and time and time and time again, those ideas were denied. So I think that lies somewhere in this continuum of this discussion of, is it absolutely that we can't count on our elections? Is it that they are without question? Somewhere between those two ends of that spectrum is where we lie. And where we lie is a system that's good but could be better. We lie on that spectrum with a standard that if we are absolutely dedicated to it, then we can bring our constituents in and show them how we do the job and make sure that they trust the outcome that's there. But if we do not apply two principles, number one, openness and transparency, and number two, constant improvement, then we risk losing the trust of our voters. To me, that's the question we're here to answer. Does this bill do a better job at creating trust, at being open and transparent, and absolutely dedicated to constant improvement? And I would say no. I feel like it falls short of that. It brings some of that transparency back into a more central location. Does that do good for people who cannot get to Denver and ask the questions they want? No. Heck, we just passed a bill out of committee that says that people should be able to participate remotely in testimony here, because guess what? Some places in this state are hours away from this building. And so don't we want that local control to be there in their counties so that they can go to their clerk and say, show me how you do this job. I want to know, and I want that confidence. So right there, in that middle space of this continuum, we need to be looking for two things. We need to be looking for openness and transparency and constant improvement. And I don't support this bill because I don't see those two things there. So I would ask for a no.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Again, I want to talk about voter integrity. We talked about the Legislative Audit Committee and the hearing we had, but there was an issue that came up at that hearing that we heard several times. And that issue is that our voting machines did not have internet or Wi-Fi capabilities. We heard that several times. Guess what? The most recent announcement that was made by the Clerks Association. There are 32 components within our voting machine that has Wi-Fi capabilities, but they were turned off. Why did we initially hear they didn't have Wi-Fi capabilities, and now we're told they have 32 different components within the machine that had them, but they were turned off? This raises concerns with our constituents. We should be tackling those concerns. And like Representative McKean said, this bill doesn't do that. This bill is centralizing our elections, and it's basically poking the people that have concerns about election integrity to say we're going to pull everything in-house and make it less transparent. Members, that's why we're here today, is because a large group of our constituents have lost confidence in our voting systems. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent. That's not good. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L034 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L034 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of things about this bill that others are going to be able to speak to that I am not. But I do want to tell you that when I became the county clerk, the Help America Vote Act did pass, and Colorado also passed a Help America Vote Act that paralleled the federal Help America Vote Act. And as a county clerk, we were required to be certified as an election official. So that's not really, and it was required by, as I recall, by a rule of the Secretary of State. And we went through that certification, not only myself as a county clerk, but I also had the election staff go through that certification as well. And I took it a step further, and the elections director that I had went through the federal certification that was recognized through the University of Alabama, which is Certified Election Registration Administrator. Now, what this amendment is asking, and I don't think it's asking a whole lot of, and I hope the sponsor won't disagree with me here, is that if the Secretary of State, if this bill passes and the Secretary of State is going to train designated election officials, the Secretary of State could at least be certified as well. And so I'm hoping that you will take that into consideration and say aye to this amendment.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Rich. You know, as Representative Rich would know, because she held the role as clerk, clerks are the ones responsible for actually doing the groundwork of running the elections in our state and actually around the country. So the Secretary of State doesn't run elections. The county clerks run elections. But also, the Secretary of State is a constitutional office, and we are able to add statutory obligations to that role. And so I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you for that, Representative Lontine. A county clerk is also a constitutional elected official. There's not, I mean, that is true as well. So I believe if you're going to take one election official and oversee another election official, you should at least be certified.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my good colleagues here this wonderful evening while we debate this important topic. I was speaking with Representative Rich about this particular amendment, and as we talked, I understood the importance of this. The people that are in charge of promulgating elections at the highest levels and at every other level that are in a true leadership position. In fact, at the county level, the most important person is that clerk and recorder. And at the state level, probably the most important person is the Secretary of State. I absolutely think they should be certified. And from what I understand, it's not that hard to do, and it doesn't take that long if you have any ambition. Now, I understand our current Secretary of State has not taken any time to certify in the almost 4 years now that she's been in office. Well, 3.5 years, coming on. But let me explain why I think this is important, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to make this short, to a life experience I had as an aviation officer. Now, when I flew attack helicopters as an aviation officer, I was a commissioned officer. I wasn't a warrant officer, and the warrant officers, if we had my good colleague, Representative Ortiz here, who was a warrant officer, would tell you that those warrant officers were the line pilots. They did the lion's share of the flying. The commissioned officers were in the leadership positions. So I'll correlate this a little bit to the Secretary of State, for those that have a little bit of military experience, to being the battalion commander of the battalion. Okay. And the county clerks and recorders are company commanders. Now, for those of us that have served a little bit of time in the military, there's usually 5 companies in a battalion. Surely 4, maybe 5. So what the United States Army said was every commissioned officer who served in that unit had to be qualified in the airframe. Whether you were a line pilot or not, you had to be rated and certified, so you knew what was going on the line. So you could perform the mission on the line when called. You implicitly understand everything. If you couldn't meet that qualification, then you were not worthy of serving in that battalion. And you would be reassigned and do what we called the walk of shame. Nobody wanted that. So we took it upon ourselves as commissioned officers to try to maintain the highest level of proficiency, knowing that we didn't have near the stick time that the warrant officers had. We were in leadership positions. We were not on the flight line every day, but we were required to be rated and qualified and maintain our currency and maintain the minimum flight hours required to maintain your flight proficiency, along with everything else that you had to do in commanding a company. And I commanded at every level through battalion. Now, if you think about the battalion commander, they have a big staff. Secretary of State has a big staff. Sure, some subordinate can go do this, that, and the other. But truly, to be the best of the best, that battalion commander not only had to be qualified and rated, but had to be proficient. And it was a pride, a measure of pride, to be qualified and proficient, especially when you went to gunnery and did your gunnery qualification. I don't think this is any different. I know I spent a lot of time in the military. I know I have vast military experience. But I will tell you, I equate this to a similar correlation. I say that, Secretary of State, if you want to be, and you want the privilege of what this particular bill offers, if you want the privilege of what this legislation offers, then you absolutely, and the Colorado citizens expect you to know what you're doing. If you're going to lead that attack helicopter battalion, you better be able to fly that gunship, you better be able to employ it in combat, and you better be able to engage targets when ready. Now, I don't know, that doesn't work very well tonight, and I apologize for that. So I'll withdraw that last part. But I'm just saying, this is a good amendment, and it speaks to that. And that's why I'm fully in support of this amendment. And I really would like my colleagues to consider this small change.
Okay, we're still on L034. I'm going to say, people keep raising their hands. The order that I've seen is Basenecker, Williams, Rich. If that's acceptable, if anybody else wants to speak, please raise your hand so I don't lose track. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is where nuance is important, but just for context, Section 5 as it's drafted was requested by the Colorado County Clerks Association. And previously, there really wasn't a penalty for failing to complete the Secretary of State's certification courses. So someone could be elected as a county clerk and oversee a major election without taking the required coursework created by the state. I think that has an acute example in Locust and Tina Peters. More acutely, this is where nuance matters. The bill places requirements for being a designated election official, not the county clerk. The Secretary of State does not serve as a designated election official, which is why my colleague is asking for a no vote. I'm asking for a no vote. This amendment, while perhaps well-intended, simply does not fall in line with what statute would dictate, and we'd ask for your no vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, she may not be the designated election official, but she is the chief election official for the state of Colorado. Now, just like myself, if you live in a county the size of mine or larger, the county clerk does not touch the election equipment, but the county clerk is still responsible for that election, and the county clerk still oversees that election. And when I was the county clerk, and I can't speak to what my colleague from Larimer County just said, we were required to be certified because of the Help America Vote Act, even though I didn't touch the equipment. And I realized that the Secretary of State doesn't actually herself run an election, but she is going to stand there and train election officials. I don't think it's asking a whole lot to ask her to be certified to train someone. I don't think that's asking a whole lot. I didn't know why, the Help America Vote Act required it, so I was certified even though I didn't actually touch the ballots or touch the equipment. I stood there and watched, but it didn't bother me to be certified. I don't know why she would not want it, or he, whoever the Secretary of State is, but it happens to be a she right now, and for 4 years has not been certified, and for some reason being protected from being certified. I don't understand that. This is not asking a whole lot. You can be federally certified fairly quickly, and that's all that this amendment is doing. I don't see it being anything other than a friendly amendment for the Secretary of State to be certified. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I rise in support of this amendment. It's actually the same exact amendment that I had drafted up myself, so great minds think alike. But I wanted to discuss a little bit about this particular amendment, especially in light of the debate that we've had thus far on it. It has been mentioned that this is in fact a constitutional office, which it is. It's a statewide office that's elected every 4 years, and it's outlined in our Constitution. And so I thought I would read just this brief section here in the Constitution about the Secretary of State. And so shout out to David Kopel and the Independence Institute for giving us the Constitution and, of course, his commentary on it. But from the actual Constitution, it says here that the Executive Department, this is in Article 4, Section 1, Officers and Terms. It says the Executive Department shall include the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, State Treasurer, and Attorney General, each of whom shall hold his office for the term of 4 years, commencing on the second Tuesday of January in the year of 1957, and each fourth year thereafter. Here's the important part. They shall perform such duties as prescribed by this Constitution or by law. So, members, why that's important is because we have the ability to set forth certain standards, certain duties, as empowered in as stated in the Constitution, that we can employ for our Secretary of State. And in this regard, page 7, where this amendment attempts to alter, it talks about persons required to complete certification. Now, we all know that the Secretary of State is not the main person responsible for conducting elections, especially on that county level. That's the county clerk. And so as I read this, the intent is to ensure that the county clerks are the ones receiving certification. Okay, fine. But the certification is certainly something in this section that is overseen by the Secretary of State. So getting back to Representative Rich's point, it's not unreasonable to have the Secretary of State go through the same certification that the Secretary of State wants the county clerks to go through. And I say the Secretary of State specifically because the Secretary of State and her office have talked about their support for Senate Bill 153. They support this bill. They support the language that the bill drafters had put into this specific bill. So I think my argument's quite simple. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the Secretary of State wants these county clerks to go through the certification process so that they know elections inside and out, then it's absolutely reasonable for us to say, okay, fine. The chief elections officer in the state of Colorado needs to go through that same certification. It's a question of fairness, members. Is it fair that the Secretary of State can be exempt from the same certifications that she wants others to take? In what world is that unreasonable? It's not. And so, members, I would ask you to vote yes on this. We are asking the Secretary of State, the Chief Elections Officer, to be under the same standards that she wants county clerks or other designated election officials to have and to hold. That is not unreasonable, and I would ask us to vote yes on that because it is well within our power to do so, and it's also fair. So please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on L034? Okay, the division has been called. I understand somebody may wish to continue discussing L034. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said earlier, the Colorado Constitution does not permit any requirements for holding office unless explicitly stated in text. While county clerks and recorders tend to be the default designated election official, we also call them DEOs, this is not their sole job, nor is it always the case. They can appoint someone to serve as a DEO, and that DEO must be fully certified. And I would cite that under Real versus Board of Real Estate Appraisers, 880, page 2D 1205, 1211, Colorado 1994. The Colorado Constitution reserves no authority in the state legislature to change, add to, or diminish the qualifications for constitutionally created offices. So I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment doesn't speak to qualifications in order to hold office. And the reason I say that is because on the next page, page 8, in the small print that's not capitalized here, it starts on page 9, nothing in this section is construed to require an elected official to attend a course of instruction or obtain a certification as a condition for seeking or holding elective office or as a condition for carrying out constitutional duties. Members, this amendment is fully in compliance with the Constitution. I just read the constitutional section that said we, as a matter of our own authority, can ascribe certain duties by law to the Secretary of State. In this section, we are only asking that the person who is wanting clerks and designated election officials to obtain certification do the same thing. Nowhere in this section does it say you can't hold office if you don't do this, because that's what it says on page 8. That would still apply to the Secretary of State. So again, this amendment right here is not speaking to qualifications of office. It's merely stating that the same standards that the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, who supports this bill in this language, she or whoever that person may be in subsequent elections, go through the same certification. That is a question of fairness. If we can't have our chief election official actually go through a certification process that she requires other clerks to go through, then I think I think it's clear that that we're missing the mark. I'll say that's the nicest way I can say it. This is about fairness. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If the Secretary of State wants people to go through certification, she should go through certification too. Please vote yes.
Is there further discussion on L034? Okay, a division has been called. Great. The question is the adoption. Let's see. I am missing the part where it says everybody needs to. So if everybody in the chamber, I think I have it. I think I'm in the wrong place. Sorry about that. The question is the adoption of L034 to SB 22-153. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L034, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. L034 to SB 153 is lost. Representative Hanks. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the opportunity to hear these discussions. I was the only elected official to go down to Arizona for the audit. That's germane to this bill because their system in Maricopa County and in most counties in Arizona is the same that we use. Why it's also germane is because we have a lawsuit against the state of Colorado by Judicial Watch for having more registered voters than eligible voters. We have a problem with our processes here, far from being the gold standard. This bill purports to want to improve election security. I want to tell you what I saw in Arizona and how it's germane to Colorado. I went there twice. The second time, I brought members, constituents from Colorado and from Nevada, and they worked that audit. And I also want to say something for the record. I told you about my force protection time in the service, doing threat assessments, physical security. I was a nuclear treaty officer. I have a fair idea of how to secure things when when we have potential adversaries walking through our processes, our systems, our bases, our nuclear silos, our submarines. So when I looked at Arizona, I was pretty impressed. We worked it the second time, and here's how this is germane. What we saw in those ballots down there under high definition cameras and lighting were copies of copies of copies of the same ballot. And yes, when you audit and run them through the scanner, you get a tally, but it doesn't mean it's the right tally. To that end, I offer L027 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L027 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if this SB 22-153 is truly concerned about election integrity and election security, then for the reasons I just stated, we ought to add security to our paper ballots. They should have watermarks, holograms, and complex background designs like our currency, so that we do not have going through the equivalent systems in Colorado that they have in Arizona, copies of copies of copies. This is a minimum thing that we can and ought to do, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L027? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have multiple redundancies when it comes to our ballots. And I just saw that in action again when I watched the Denver elections in '21. The Denver Clerk and Recorder does a great job. He opens up the office, got windows everywhere. You can see in that there's cameras on all the tabulation equipment, everything that the different election workers do. You can watch the whole process. It's pretty amazing. So when you send in your ballot, or when you get your ballot, it's in an envelope that has, you know, obviously your name's on the envelope, and there's a barcode on that envelope that matches you with all of your information in the voter registration records. There's a signature verification process that happens when they're looking at the return envelope, when you get your ballot, and you can't turn in more than one ballot. It's just impossible to do. This kind of thing would make voting by mail prohibitively expensive for no reason whatsoever. It does not improve security. We have had very, very, very few cases of voter fraud turn up. We did have a guy who, you know, stole his wife's ballot, and she, we think, is dead, but we don't know for sure, and voted in her name. You know, terrible things like that. But the percentage of that is so minuscule that it is not worth taking away and disenfranchising people's abilities to vote by mail. So obviously for that and many other reasons, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, nothing in the amendment talks about taking away mail-in ballots, but what it does do is keep the same ballot from being copied. Prohibitively expensive is categorically untrue. This is a $20 note. The 50 and the 100 and the 10 and the 5 and the 1, they all cost anywhere from 10 to 14 cents per paper denomination, per bill. The estimates on these ballots is 28 cents, not prohibitively expensive, but what it would do is offer some sense of security and sense of peace. We have, maybe it's worth remembering here, we as the legislature are the body that is supposed to be proactively working our elections and maintaining a cutting edge on processes. We don't have that. I can direct you to a newly released documentary that will tell you how you can mule ballots, how you can copy ballots. We have too many people on the registration right now. We have more than we have eligible voters. And as one vote expert, data expert made the point, in order to have fake votes, you have to have bad voter rolls and fake voters. This eliminates the opportunity for somebody to use a bad voter registration, and trust me, we have that problem here, and make a copy of a copy of a copy. One thing, by the way, in Maricopa County, they had 6.5 times the number of ballots that equated to the margin of victory, so-called, just from Maricopa, that had chain of custody problems. This would eliminate chain of custody issues, and it's a simple fix. That's what we are supposed to do as a legislative body, is look for cures. This cures it. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief on this. In fact, Representative Hanks kind of stole my idea. I had a $20 bill that I was going to display myself. But at the end of the day, I think one way to help the citizens of Colorado to know, to understand what exactly we're talking about, if you look at the bottom right there in line 23, it says banknote level security. And everything above that is essentially alluding to that. The reason this is important to have is because it helps add in an additional layer of security so as to prevent any sort of counterfeiting ballot getting into the system. And that's something that we should all be able to support and get behind. And it's concerning that it would appear that the majority is not poised to want to accept this amendment. And my question is why? I mean, we can make the argument that it might cost too much. Okay, well, to who? The state government? I mean, we've just this past week alone, we've been spending hundreds of millions of dollars on tons of different programs. Why can't we spend a couple of million on making sure that our ballots are properly secured in a way that they can't be counterfeited? There's no reason why we can't do that. It doesn't cost the voter anything. The voter's still going to get a mail-in ballot. They're still going to be able to mark who they want to vote for after they receive it in the mail. So who are we harming here? We're not harming anyone. If anything, we're enhancing security. That's the bill title. That's the purported purpose of the bill. So the reason that we can't do this is it just perplexes me. It should perplex everyone in here. This is a reasonable amendment. And for anyone to say that's not reasonable, it just kind of escapes logic. And I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just, I mean, really, what are we talking about here? If it's good enough for our currency, it should be good enough for our ballots. And I guarantee you that our ballots and voting are more sacred than our currency. And so if we can't act in such a way to secure our ballots from being counterfeited, then shame on us. please vote yes.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. This amendment looks to me like one of the best ideas that I've seen in regards to allowing the people in my district to feel secure about the elections in that district. The idea that when it comes from the state government, printed, that it has identification on it, a watermark, some, a thread that goes through it. I don't know the details or the tech, but I do know that as an American and as a Coloradoan, I would feel good seeing that come in the envelope. It would make me feel like, yes, we're doing something. If there is a concern, let's address that concern by simply doing something that makes common sense. One of the things that I'm beginning to be very aware of is that common sense is not very common anymore. This is something that we could do, regardless of party, regardless of philosophy. We could do this and stand it up to the citizens of Colorado and say, we heard you. And this is a method that we will use. We will make sure that every ballot goes out. You have your barcode, all the stuff about you. But on that ballot has all the information about it. Those two combined might make a lot of difference in a lot of people's minds. This is an amendment that I will support, and I want you to know why. Because it shows that we in the legislature have been listening, that we recognize the arguments that have been made, and after seriously considering them, taking action that says, here's something that this county, this state can do right now to start putting some of those fears aside. When we as a people cannot trust our election, what can we trust? That's the one thing that makes us different from any other people in the world, is that we have an election method that guarantees the people we voted for. Members, this is a good one. Regardless of which party you're in or what your philosophies are, this is an opportunity for us to say, yes, we heard you. And this is one of the ways that we will address it. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support. This is a very common sense, sort of a straightforward thing. We currently mail out the ballots. There is absolutely no reason on this earth that those shouldn't have some sort of security watermark or some other technology similar to that. There is nothing in this that would disenfranchise anyone. I heard that insult thrown a few minutes ago, and I'm going to tell you that that is simply uncalled for. There is nothing that any of us have proposed that would disenfranchise anyone or suppress anyone's vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I stand in strong support of this. This amendment makes all kinds of sense. When we're talking about paper ballot fraud countermeasures, I hear that from all my constituents. We have to have confidence in our voting, and that's the election integrity. We have to have confidence. The voters have to have confidence. My constituents like to get their ballot mailed. They don't trust just putting it back in the mail. They go put it in the drop box. But every constituent I know would love this amendment. And, I represent about 77,000 people. And I'm standing here tonight thinking I can't think of one that don't like this amendment.
and I stand in strong support of that. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple remarks on this. We actually heard a bill in State Affairs earlier this year that contained this content inside of it in tandem with some other measures. This amendment, and at that point that bill, was voted down with bipartisan support because it was recognized, at least on my part, as being incredibly cost prohibitive, duplicative, unnecessary, and in search of a problem that doesn't exist when it comes to our paper ballots. There's been some costs mentioned in terms of how much does it cost to print a dollar bill. When you expand that out to scale, and if you think about the size of our ballots, a rough estimate says that that ballot would cost now $5.10 per ballot, adding an additional $15 to $16 million on top of what it costs currently to print our ballots in the state of Colorado. And I'm all about spending money in the right places, but that's not the right place. The paper's not the problem. It's when people abuse the process. And this bill is designed to secure the process so that the gold standard still exists. I'll just say this as well in terms of the cost prohibitive nature. When we were in committee and we talked about the content of this amendment, the holographic foil, the paper, et cetera, it turns out, you know how many companies there are that have this kind of paper in the United States? There's one in Texas, and they don't pick up the phone. If we want to talk about a securities concern, it seems like single sourcing our ballots from one company that isn't responsive would present a huge security concern in terms of our elections. I understand the intent, and I agree that every voter should have confidence in our elections, but this is not a solution to a problem that exists. I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf, and we're still talking to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this particular amendment does something really important to the constituents in my district. This amendment, or a variation of this amendment, and I'll explain that in a minute. The voters in eastern Colorado want to have confidence. Perceived or real, they want to have confidence that one vote, one ballot, one outcome. That's all they ask for. Now, we've talked a lot about the system we have and the gold standard and risk limiting audits and all these things. And then we've talked about this bill, but this amendment, I think, or a derivative of this amendment, has a lot of merit. And I'm going to explain a little bit. You know, when you get on an airplane, they would give you a boarding pass. And that boarding pass knew that you were the person getting on that plane. It was real easy for the airline company to print that out. Either send it to you or give it to you. And then when you got to the gate, they scan it. That's you. And there's even security measures. This doesn't cost hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, or all this exorbitant expense. It would actually be very easy to implement something like this, and that's what this amendment intends to do. One ballot, one voter. I'll give you another simple example that would make this so easy and also allow to gain the trust of Colorado voters across the spectrum. Even the most doubting. And that is a simple lottery ticket. And I won't deny it. On the way home, I got to fill up with gas. I always get a couple lottery tickets. Thinking, oh boy, if I hit it big, guess what I can do? Something different. Not by the Powerballs, because they give out the most money. Maybe the Mega Millions, it depends. I never win, but that ticket that they print out in that gas station has a very unique mark and barcode at the bottom that says that ticket was bought at that time in that place and you're the holder of that ticket. It's so easy. Even a gas station can do it. So I don't want to get wrapped around the axle about all this, and maybe this amendment is a little too in-depth. But the person that's offering this amendment, if you want to know the truth, has a great depth of knowledge in security, intelligence, counterintelligence, countersecurity, international, national. So there's a lot I like about this amendment. It gives either real or perceived, it gives people confidence. And that's what it's all about. Confidence. So that's what I ask my colleagues to help us do tonight. Just give the people in Baca County, in Kiowa County, the confidence. However that is, whatever amendment that might be or derivative thereof. This isn't hard, and we don't have to be here all night and half tomorrow. And I'll end with that, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before my colleagues here, and I hope the bill sponsor was listening very intently.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll keep this brief, but as I said before, I really support this amendment, and I have to tell you, if you vote against this amendment, you really don't want election integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Will. Is there any further discussion on L027? Seeing none, the question before us is L027. All in favor of L027, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No! The noes have it. The L027 is lost. Is there further discussion on HB 22-153? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I appreciate the debate that we're having here right now. I don't think I've actually been able to speak on the bill itself. I've been only speaking on the amendments my colleagues have given, and they've been good ones for sure. But you know, one of the things that deeply concerns me about this is sort of the heavy-handedness of it all. I believe Representative McKean, our minority leader, went ahead and touched on this a little bit about how it is centralizing elections and taking away local control. That's certainly a concern that I have. There are a few other concerns, one of which was the certification process. We tried to amend it to include the Secretary of State. Didn't happen. I think that's a big shame that we didn't do that. The other problem, as outlined by Representative Baisley, was found in Section 10. This information, should be available. It should be available, especially after the certification of our elections, because at that point, nothing's going to get changed. There's no danger. But one of the things that I wanted to address, and it's not necessarily embedded in the bill, but it has been discussed during debate, was this issue of CORA. If you have a concern, you can simply just CORA that information. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's true, but it's not without its obstacles. And I know this very well. In fact, in Jefferson County, I believe it was the Republican Party at the time issued a CORA. They wanted to examine the ballots. The county clerk there said, no problem. It's going to cost you 20 grand. So this notion that you can simply just do a CORA request and get all the information you want is not entirely accurate. There is a cost prohibitive barrier to these CORA requests. And so if we're really serious about letting people at least CORA, then I would say, okay, fine. Let's go ahead and remove that barrier. So that, Madam Chair, I move L038 and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L038 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, again, I wanted to get at this debate point that we're hearing from the majority. If you have concerns, go ahead and core it. If you find anything, go ahead and give it to, the district attorney, give it to law enforcement, let them look at it. That's, certainly something that's not an unreasonable thing to do. But in order for that first step, or in order for those measures to be successful, the first step has to be attainable. So if a county clerk is going to let you examine ballots, but you have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to actually examine those ballots, then it's not going to happen. And of course, it's not just confined to ballots. It could be confined to other election materials that are subject to CORA and should be subject to CORA. With CORA, there comes fees. And we all know this. We've seen this play out when citizens try to get information that belongs to them in the first place. That information was created through taxpayer dollars, but then for some reason the custodian of record says, you know what, we have to charge you a little bit more. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a barrier to sunshine. That is a barrier to transparency. And if we are serious about allowing voters who are concerned about election integrity the ability to look at these records, then we should remove all obstacles. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, and I would ask this body to allow the voters the ability to look at this information without charging them an arm and a leg and preventing them the transparency they deserve. Please vote yes.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is about election security. This amendment touches on open records, and I request a title ruling.
Thank you. We will take a brief recess to discuss the title ruling. There we go. Thank you. The chair rules that L030. Oh, the room will come back. The Cal will come back to order. L038, the chair rules that L038 falls outside of the title because it touches on the CORA, which is not directly implicated in this, in the sections of statute touched by this law. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, transparency for the citizens definitely falls within this bill, and I think that was a wrong ruling. And I'll tell you what, this little 4-hour compromise is out the window. Read the bill at length, Madam Chair.
A request has been made to read the bill at length. Please proceed.
Second regular session. 73rd General Assembly. State of Colorado. Reengrossed. This version includes all amendments. Adopted in the House of Introduction. LLS No. 22-0414.01 Nicole Myers X4326 Senate Bill 22-153. Senate Committees House Committees. State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning increasing internal election security measures. 102 in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill increases election security measures for the Secretary of State's office, election officials, candidates for elected office, and voters. Current law authorizes the Attorney General and the Secretary of State, Secretary, to enforce the provisions of the Election Code by injunctive action brought in the District Court for the judicial district in which any violation occurs. Section 4 of the bill requires the District Court. Senate. Third reading unamended. March 25, 2022. Senate. Amended second reading. March 24, 2022. Senate sponsorship. Fenberg and Priola, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Ginal. Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jacques Lewis, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Peterson, Rodriguez. Story, Winter, Zinsinger. House sponsorship. Lontine. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. And the Supreme Court, if applicable, to expedite scheduling and the issuance of any orders in connection with an enforcement action so a final ruling is made within specified periods. Section 5 authorizes a coordinated election official or the Secretary's office to file a petition in district court alleging that a person charged with a duty under the Election Code has committed or is about to commit a breach or neglect of duty or other wrongful act. Current law specifies that certain employees in the clerk and recorder's office are required to complete a certification program for election officials provided by the Secretary, certification program. Section 6 includes a designated election official for a county, a coordinated election official for a county, and employees in the election division of the Department of State, Department, at the discretion of the Secretary, as people required to complete the certification program. Section 6 also specifies new requirements for the length of time that an employee, designated election official, or coordinated election official has to complete the certification program. The curriculum for the certification program is required to include specified courses. Section 7 requires that courses in voter registration and list maintenance, accessibility, coordinated elections, mail ballot and in-person voting processes, voting systems testing, risk-limiting audits, canvass, and election security be included in the certification program. Curriculum. Section 8 specifies the circumstances under which a person is ineligible to serve as a designated election official for a county or a coordinated election official. Section 8 also specifies that, while serving as a designated election official or a coordinated election official, a person is prohibited from knowingly or recklessly making, publishing, broadcasting, or circulating any false statement for the purposes of promoting misinformation or disinformation related to the administration of elections. Certain elected officials or candidates for elective office are currently prohibited from preparing, maintaining, or repairing any voting equipment or device that is to be used in an election. Section 9 modifies the prohibition to apply to any contact with the voting equipment or device, rather than just physical contact. Section 9 also prohibits any elected official or candidate for elective office in a political subdivision with a population of 100,000 or more from having access to or being and the Supreme Court, if applicable, to expedite scheduling and the issuance of any orders in connection with an enforcement action so a final ruling is made within specified periods. Section 5 authorizes a coordinated election official or the Secretary's office to file a petition in district court alleging that a person charged with a duty under the Election Code has committed or is about to commit a breach or neglect of duty or other wrongful act. Current law specifies that certain employees in the clerk and recorder's office are required to complete a certification program for election officials provided by the Secretary. Certification program. Section 6 includes a designated election official for a county, a coordinated election official for a county, and employees in the election division of the Department of State, Department, at the discretion of the Secretary, as people required to complete the certification program. Section 6 also specifies new requirements for the length of time that an employee, designated election official, or coordinated election official has to complete the certification program. The curriculum for the certification program is required to include specified courses. Section 7 requires that courses in voter registration and list maintenance, accessibility, coordinated elections, mail ballot and in-person voting processes, voting systems testing, risk-limiting audits, canvass, and election security be included in the certification program. Curriculum. Section 8 specifies the circumstances under which a person is ineligible to serve as a designated election official for a county or a coordinated election official. Section 8 also specifies that, while serving as a designated election official or a coordinated election official, a person is prohibited from knowingly or recklessly making, publishing, broadcasting, or circulating any false statement for the purposes of promoting misinformation or disinformation related to the administration of elections. Certain elected officials or candidates for elective office are currently prohibited from preparing, maintaining, or repairing any voting equipment or device that is to be used in an election. Section 9 modifies the prohibition to apply to any contact with the voting equipment or device, rather than just physical contact. Section 9 also prohibits any elected official or candidate for elective office in a political subdivision with a population of 100,000 or more from having access to or being present in a room with voting equipment or devices without being accompanied by one or more persons with authorized access. The governing body of any political subdivision is currently authorized to adopt an electronic or electromechanical voting system. Section 10 requires that for elections conducted under the Uniform Election Code of 1992, the governing body of any political subdivision is required to adopt an electronic or electromechanical voting system to -153 be used for tabulating votes at all elections held by the political subdivision. This requirement does not apply to counties with fewer than 1,000 active electors at the date of the last general election. Section 11 prohibits a county from creating, permitting any person to create, or disclosing to any person an image of the hard drive of any voting system component without the express written permission of the department. By a specified date, Section 12 requires a designated election official to keep all components of a voting system in a location where entry is controlled by use of a keycard access system and that is under video security surveillance recording. The designated election official is required to ensure that records in connection with access to the location of the voting system and video recordings of the location are created and maintained for specified periods. Section 3 defines terms in connection with these requirements. Section 12 also directs the General Assembly to make an appropriation from the General Fund to the Department of State for the 2022-23 state fiscal year to be used to administer a grant program to provide assistance to counties in complying with the security requirements of the bill. Section 13 states that if a majority of a canvass board in a county is unable to or does not certify the abstract of votes for any reason by the applicable deadline, the Secretary is required to review the non-certified abstract of votes and other evidence provided by the canvass board. If, after review, the Secretary determines that the non-certified abstract of votes is sufficiently explicit in showing how many votes were cast for each candidate, ballot question, or ballot issue, the Secretary is required to certify the results for the county and proceed to certifying state results. Current law requires a person to comply with certain rules of the Secretary when carrying out the duties of the Secretary. Section 14 specifies that a person is also required to comply with other policies of the Secretary, including the acceptable use policy for the statewide voter registration system, when carrying out such duties. Section 14 also specifies that any person who willfully interferes with a person in notifying or obstructs a person from notifying the department of a potential violation or retaliates against a person for providing such notice is subject to current penalties for election offenses. Current law prohibits a person from tampering with electronic voting equipment with the intent to change the tabulation of votes in an election. In addition, Section 15 prohibits a person from accessing electronic voting equipment or an election night reporting system without authorization and specifies that a person who accesses such equipment or system is guilty of a Class 5 felony. Section 15 also specifies that an authorized person who knowingly publishes or causes to be published passwords or other confidential information relating to a voting system -3153 will immediately have their authorized access revoked and is guilty of a Class 5 felony. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Short title. The short title of this act is the 3. Colorado Election Security Act. 4. Section 2. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 5. Finds and declares that 6. A. Elections must continue to be free and fair and protected from 7. Those who seek to compromise election officials in the security of 8. Colorado's election processes. 9. B. The Colorado Secretary of State oversees the conduct of 10 statewide elections in Colorado as chief election official and is 11. Responsible for ensuring that elections are conducted in compliance with 12. State and federal law. 13. C. County clerks generally serve as designated election officials. 14. And coordinated election officials for their county and are responsible for 15. Ensuring their elections comply with the Uniform Election Code and rules. 16. Promulgated by the Secretary of State. 17. D. County clerks, election officials, and election workers are best 18. Able to conduct and protect elections with proper training and by 19. Implementing consistent security measures, including increased 20. Transparency throughout our election system and restrictions on access. 21. To secure locations and voting equipment. 22. E. Free and fair elections are better supported by clear lines of 23. Authority and the ability of the Secretary of State, designated election 24. Officials, and coordinated election officials to use existing powers to 25. Enforce election rules and regulations. -4 153. 1. F. When a controversy or potential violation of state or federal 2. Election law or rule arises, the Secretary of State is obligated to respond. 3. Quickly to ensure the proper administration of elections. 4. G. Elections are better protected by providing clarification and 5. Confirmation of all encompassed enforcement powers held by the 6. Secretary of State and ensuring full compliance with those existing. 7. Enforcement powers, including the issuance of rules and election orders. 8. H. Elections are better protected when designated election. 9. Officials or coordinated election officials are held to the same standard as 10. Election judges, which does not allow them to serve if they have been 11. Convicted of an election offense, and 12.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw the request to have the bill read at length.
Okay, thank you. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L039 and ask it be displayed.
L039 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, same reason here. Let transparency have its day with those who want to look into election integrity. Please vote yes.
Is there further discussion on L039? Representative Basenecker.
Members, we'd respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment for the previously stated reasons with the last amendment.
Is there further discussion on L039? Okay, the question before us is L039 to SB 153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L039 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on SB 22-153? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the re-engrossed version, and we were graced with the opportunity to hear a bit of it. I got caught on page 8 and the certification courses, and it's good to be educated. I have a little bit of trouble with top of page 9, which among the courses apparently are election security. Well, that sounds pretty good, including combating misinformation and disinformation related to the administration of elections. That's kind of a warning flag. I guess it kind of goes into the mode of one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. One person's misinformation is another person's truth. I think this has a bit of a bad, obviously a tainted kind of pall to it. So with that, I move Amendment L022 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L022 has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It simply strikes K. That's line 1 on page 9. In as much as, well, among my other duties, I did a little bit of military deception work, and this reeks of all of that. And I think it's bad wording. Removing it makes it better. I'd ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L022? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a no vote. This is, the only place this is left in is on, is in the certification training to give some training to determine misinformation or disinformation by the folks who are administering elections. It's considered an election security issue, and so I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there Representative Hanks or Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just wondering, what is the definition of misinformation and disinformation?
Representative Lontine.
Thank you. Things that aren't true. And we have a wordsmith here who might be able to answer that question better. So I defer to a representative from Jefferson County.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Misinformation is, I didn't understand the context of the question, but just in general, misinformation is like just, you know, an accident, just a piece of misinformation. Disinformation is deliberate misinformation. So misinformation might be just an error, and disinformation is deliberate intent to mislead.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So we're talking elections, and I don't know about you all, but I have often seen misinformation and disinformation in the mailers that are sent out and the commercials that are sent out, put forth in campaigns. And so are we talking about that kind of misinformation and disinformation in terms of candidates, wherein somehow, you know, the election security has to vet what is put forth about the different candidates or ballot measures?
Is there Representative Lontine?
I will only say that this was requested by the clerks to include in their training. So again, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Basenecker, or did you want to go? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate it. I think it's just the information, the context. So my rough answer would be no, this does not apply to campaign mailers or the like, of which, you know, we've all seen incendiary or inaccurate information. Line 2, page 9 makes it clear that it's related to the administration of elections. So it's not electioneering, it's related to the administration of elections. Additionally, I think one of the problems with the amendment is it actually strikes at the very goal, I think, that is shared across the chamber, which is it would strike out line 1, courses related to election security. So you would actually strike the part of the bill that mandates training in election security. We'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Hanks, or Representative Hanks. And this is to the amendment, yes?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we're looking at misinformation versus disinformation. So I have some examples. Actually, I have 110 examples. How to hack an election, January 31, 2004. That's from the New York Times. Is that information, misinformation, or disinformation? Security analysis of the Diebold AccuVote TS voting machines. That's from Princeton, September 13th, 2006. Is that information, misinformation, disinformation? How to hack an election in 1 minute, September 18, 2006. Tech Review, not sure. CNN, Dobbs, voting machines put U.S. democracy at risk, September 21, 2006. So, you know, that's 5. I do truly have 105 more, and I would like to share them with the people on the cameras, but the point is, you know, we're dealing with a lot of data. We're dealing with people misconstruing it, people not bothering to look at it, people making analysis based off of very little objective assessment, and now we're going to codify it in a bill that what is misinformation and disinformation. I guess my concern here is it doesn't really matter which party's in the seat. Somebody's going to have a bit of a problem with how that is construed. We probably just ought to remove it, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, that question before us is the adoption of L022 to SB 153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Thank you. The noes have it. The L022 is lost. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'll try to hasten the pace here. So I move L026, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L026 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Williams.
Thank you, members, or thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this would do is it would require the Secretary of State to clean up the voter rolls, so to speak, and ensure that deceased electors are removed at least 5 days prior to ballots being mailed out. Now, that's at least. Hopefully, if this is codified in the bill and the law passes, that the Secretary of State would take a little bit more time to do that. But we wanted to make sure that this is one election integrity security measure that we put in place so as to make sure that only people who can vote actually vote. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We get from CDPHE, who's the department that does the data on death certificates. We get that list of voters who are deceased every 30 days. This is a constant process with with our voter rolls, and so this is not necessary, and I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My memory takes me back to December 18th, 2020. The Legislative Audit Committee was in the Old State Library. I was in attendance, as were other members of this chamber. And it was a joint committee. And I distinctly remember testimony, and it can be verified, that a person who had a deceased spouse on more than one occasion voted for that deceased spouse in testimony. So I understand what the bill sponsor said, But I will tell you, it happens. And it happened. On more than one occasion, on testimony that day, I heard it. And so did others. Now, what was the justification for that? In most cases, elderly spouses who received ballots, 2 in this case, not 1, because their spouse was deceased, but somehow the system did not pick that up. Not because the system is so tuned up, but maybe because it's not tuned up. The spouse said, well, I knew how my husband was going to vote, so it really wasn't a problem. We've been married for 30, 40, whatever years. But the issue is, shouldn't happen. Furthermore, it's against the law. And furthermore, DAs don't want to prosecute little old ladies that are breaking the law because 2 ballots dropped on their table when the mail got delivered. So how about if we don't let that happen? And then it's not an issue. This is real. Colorado, I don't make this stuff up. And I think this amendment is spot on. They shouldn't be mailed out. If someone is deceased and it's been recorded, there should be a way for that to be, and if you really want to do some meaningful legislation, maybe we ought to focus on something like that and other things, that says these voter rolls in Colorado are clean and they're accurate. Spot on. The center of the target. But they're not. We know that in Colorado. There are many problems with our voter rolls. That was also in testimony that late night. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this amendment and how important this is. It's a good amendment. Now, is that a large problem? Small problem? Does it matter? What matters is that the voter rolls are right and people aren't given the opportunity to make a mistake and break the law. Because we don't mail people ballots, particularly to someone who is deceased. It just doesn't happen in Colorado. But unfortunately, in Colorado, it does. So I say vote yes on this amendment.
Oh, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we talk a lot about bringing confidence back to our elections. This will do it. There is no reason why dead people should be voting. Absolutely no reason. So we can talk about the system that we have in place now, but the system that we have in place now has serious flaws to it. So let's make it crystal clear that dead people shouldn't be voting, and this amendment does that. I urge yes vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Understanding the liability of deceased individuals casting ballots, this is a problem that's already been solved for. Quite frankly, the amendment is not only unnecessary, but it's duplicative. I would add a couple different examples here. First off, a group, I believe it was the United States Election Integrity Plan, gave a list of 759, and I'm going to put it in air quotes, dead voters to the El Paso DA last year. Upon investigation, one of the 759 was a ballot cast for a deceased voter. The El Paso County's clerk's team caught that through signature verification, and the vote was not counted, and the ballot was given to the DA for further verification. There are already cross-checks in place with the Social Security Death Index in addition to CDPHE, and I would lastly mention this, and it's probably the only time you'll hear me say these 2 words. The Heritage Foundation gives Colorado high marks for the accuracy of our voter rolls. I think the Secretary of State's office, as well as our state agencies more broadly, understand the liability and the confidence that would be eroded if deceased individuals were casting ballots. The problem has already been solved for. There is no need for an amendment that solves for a problem that has already been fixed through statute. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And given all that we just heard, then this amendment probably should not be a problem, because if you check current law, it says the Secretary of State may cancel the registration of any elector who is deceased. This changes it to shall before ballots go out. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And given everything we heard, if it's already being done, then let's put it into law and make sure that if someone is deceased, they are not receiving a ballot. I urge a yes vote on this. This is a terrific amendment. Thank you, Representative Williams.
Is there any further discussion on L026? Representative Soper.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in full support of this amendment. First of all, dead people should not be voting at all, period. Second of all, I have a little bit of a story to tell in relation to this. I had 5 great aunts. All of them lived to be in their late 90s or early 100s. And I remember after one of them passed away, it was several months later when an election was going on, we actually received her ballot in the mail. So it does show that clearly they're not being scrubbed in real time. We know that even in this modern era, the county clerk still has a lot of flaws. I also know that when I requested the voter rolls before my own county assembly, there were a number of people that I was reading through that I knew had died and was actually able to look up the obituary in the newspaper, and yet they were still on the voter roll that they told me was up to date to the day that I had requested it and paid my $50 to get the voter rolls from Delta County and from Mesa County. So this is clearly a problem. An amendment like this actually solves that problem. And I mean, to stand up here and to give some sort of an argument to say that it's not really a problem, I've just shown you in 2 different examples, both being fairly recent, of where it actually is a problem. So I would vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just from my common thought, it seems to me in this day and age of electronics that it would be easy for the counties to keep track of the people who have passed and just put them and check them against the rolls. I'm sure there's a program or there's a spreadsheet or there's something that could easily accomplish this. But the idea that people have passed and are still voting is one of the things that makes people worry. We're worrying about these kind of things. We in America should not be worrying about our elections. We should be worrying about our futures. We should be worrying about what are we going to do to make this country better. And it could start right here. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess it's my turn to work off of a text and my little phone here. And this comes from a member of USEIP, U.S. Election Integrity Plan. Please correct the record. USEIP did not, repeat, did not have anything to do with the dead El Paso voters. So that was attributed to them through somebody else, and it's not true. It came from a member of the Colorado County Clerks Association. We'll leave it at that.
Is there any further discussion on L026? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of adoption of L026 to SB 153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Okay, the noes clearly have it. L026 is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the prior question I asked about misinformation versus disinformation, the clarification that was just made about information, which category does that information fall in?
Representative, I think Pico was next, or Representative Williams. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, Representative Luck, I won't be able to answer that question, but I'll certainly carry this debate a little bit further. And thank you, Representative Pico, for letting me jump in front of you here. Members, like I said, I want to try and hasten the pace here, so with that, I move L025, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L025 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, I think this particular issue is one of great concern, especially with my district and the people that I represent. It has to do with what's known as, quote, ballot harvesting. And I think this is one area that we can certainly secure or shore up our election securities. Right here, as it pertains to this particular language, as you can see, I'm striking out any person. I'm replacing with an immediate family member. So if I want to take my spouse's completed ballot that's been sealed and drop it off with mine in the drop box, totally fine. That's reasonable. But to allow any person to go ahead and do that, and then to allow more than 10 ballots at a time to be done, I think is unreasonable, and it leads to chicanery, tomfoolery, whatever you want to call it. It's not something that we should be allowing in Colorado in the way that we have. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also urge a yes vote on this. I mean, bottom line is, like, under Colorado law, right now, you could literally hand your ballot to a Russian foreign agent, and that's totally fine. This makes sure that at least it's a registered elector that you hand your ballot to. This is simple, common sense stuff, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have to ask first of all for a no vote on this. This says that it only allows an immediate family member, so I guess that would include just the family that you live with, like maybe my husband. But I've had neighbors who knew I was going to the drop box ask me if I could help them out and drop off their ballot. This would prevent me from helping out a friend. And the ballots are sealed. They won't be accepted if they're not sealed. So I'm really struggling to understand the point of this, to be honest. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will help you with the point, and I thank Representative Williams for bringing this, because when you talk to people, especially in my district, who don't trust the election process completely, one of the things they reference is this exact thing. It's folks going into a senior community and walking out with a lot of ballots, going into an apartment complex and walking out with 20 ballots. That is wrong, and this amendment solves that. It fixes the problem. And I thank Representative Williams for bringing this amendment. It's a good one. Vote yes.
Is there further discussion on L025? Seeing none, all in favor of L025, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Amendment L025 is lost. To the bill, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We keep hearing about how wonderful our election system is, it's the gold standard and so forth. But there's an awful lot of indications that that's not really the case. And independent agencies or organizations, think tanks, have taken a look and ranked all of the states. And Colorado comes out in the middle, not the highest. We keep hearing everybody saying it's the gold standard, but that's wishful thinking. There's a lot of fool's gold in those hills, and I think that's kind of the gold you're looking at. One of the things that really strikes me are all the issues that have been raised up to now. How many people, dead people voting? How many people who are not U.S. citizens get to vote? How many people who moved out of state get to vote? And I've taken those, those walking lists, which are based on the voter registration list and walked up, and I've walked to a house that I know who's living in that house, and the voter list will have 6 families in there. 6 families that I knew, 5 of which had already moved a long time ago. And they're still on the list. And this is, El Paso County, which is supposedly is pretty good shape. We know that there have been cases of voter fraud across Colorado. Not a lot that we've been able to track down, but enough to say there's a problem. The issues in El Paso County, voter fraud is not zero there. There are cases that have been referred to the district attorney. Numbers won't really talk about because they're still in process. These are cases that have happened. People have gone out and canvassed afterwards, looked up the places, gone to places where the registration says people voted, and places where 3 or 4 families in a house supposedly have voted. And they'll go knock on the door and say, these people here? No, they moved away years ago. They're still voting there. Are they really, or did somebody hijack that address? One candidate for office here in Colorado looked up the voter lists and compared how many voter lists were going, how many voter registration, how many ballots were going to a mailbox drop. That's perfectly legal. You can register at your home and you can designate a mailbox to be your mailbox drop. And he tracked down a couple of mailboxes and there were hundreds of ballots going to individual mailboxes. People long gone. And they're still on the voter rolls. They're still supposedly voting. Who's really voting? Whoever's got that mailbox is filling all that out for them. So there's a lot of issues and a lot of problems within even Colorado, our fool's gold standard of voting system. So we need to audit that. You really need to take a look at that and audit. And we've heard here how the audit committee didn't pursue an audit. I ran bills last time that asked for an audit, and they were shot down, supposedly and characterized as voter suppression, which is absolute nonsense, besides being insulting. We need to have an audit. That's what gives you the confidence that the voter rolls are being maintained as they're supposed to be. And Madam Chair, I move Amendment L018 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. L018 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Pica, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does is really just require each county clerk to audit the voter rolls prior to sending out the ballots for an election. A very straightforward, common sense process that should be standard. If you really think that we have the gold standard, which we don't, then you should be in favor of auditing the process, auditing the results, and ensuring that these voter rolls are actually maintained as they're supposed to be. Now, I know we're going to hear that we already do all this stuff. We already checked the dead voters. We already checked the illegal. We already checked non-citizens. We already checked people who have moved out of the county. And if that's the case, then great. The audit will say, good deal, good job. So what are you afraid of? You should sit there and support this amendment, because all it does is say that, yes, we've done it, we've verified the rolls, and they're safe to go out. This is an issue, but not just of voter security and integrity of the election. This is the type of thing that will restore confidence in our elections. And to be sure, the confidence in our election has been absent for decades. Every election for the last 20 years has been challenged. The elections were challenged in 2000, 2002, 2004, et cetera, all the way on up to the present day. How many people have said that 2016 was not a good ballot? 2020. We have concern about that. And for an awful lot of reports. We're still hearing reports, new reports. People are being prosecuted across this country for ballot fraud. 2,000 Mules, that's the movie title out there, going out there now, where they've tracked the cell phone activity of the 2,000 people who were dropping hundreds of ballots each into another state's elections. We know this goes on. We think we have the gold standard. Let's prove it. You should have nothing to fear. And I know we're going to hear that we already do this. Doesn't matter. This is a duplication and some other stuff that, well, we'll see. But this is a common sense measure to restore the confidence in our elections, to ensure they're doing it. If everything is copacetic, no problem. What are you afraid of? Vote yes.
Representative Lontine.
The clerks already do daily list maintenance, so thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, I'll give Representative Pico an A for my response to that. They also send confirmation letters to any record that changes. And also, I would like to know, what does it mean to have an audit? There's no definition of what that would look like. What is a comprehensive audit? To be honest, as this is done daily through list maintenance, I feel like this is duplicative and big government. So I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's still an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you still.
As a member of the Legislative Audit Committee, let me tell you how it works. The Colorado State Auditor comes in, and she sits down with the Audit Committee, and we establish a scope of an audit. And they make recommendations of how we would approach that audit. And if it's a very technical audit, they go out and they find a third-party auditing firm who has the skill and the expertise to audit that particular program. And so that's how it works. And so it's pretty simple that if we have constituents who have concerns about voter integrity, we have the capability and a very sharp staff, I'd say one of the best as far as auditors, and we have very sharp contractors that we can contract with and establish the scope of the audit to give our constituents some confidence in our election systems in this state, and we have failed them by not doing it. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just heard something a few minutes ago that just floors me. How someone could say, I don't know what a comprehensive audit is. I was on the audit committee before I came up here of my municipality. I was the chair of that committee. We audited anything and everything. It's very straightforward. When an audit, simply make sure that you're following the processes. We check that you've got the processes in place to do what you're supposed to do. It verifies that you have the controls in place that make sure that your results are accurate. This is a very straightforward process. If you're not sure what a comprehensive audit is, I'm sure we can figure it out and we can make it happen. But you don't know if you refuse to do an audit. We've heard that you refuse to do an audit by here at the state. So no, we don't have to audit that. I ran a bill last year. No, we don't have to have an audit. We keep hearing, no problem. How do you know you don't have a problem if you never check? That's what an audit does. It checks to make sure you're following the processes, that your results are accurate, and that people can have confidence in what your result is. That's what a comprehensive audit is. And I urge you to pass this if you think everything is fine, what have you got to be afraid of?
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. And, you know, we did a little bit of canvassing and auditing on a volunteer basis, given that there was no official process to do it. And I have a brief report to read with regard to that. Professional statisticians, mathematicians, retired military officers, software engineers, and corporate training specialists came together on a completely volunteer basis to design the canvassing program from start to finish. The peer-reviewed statistical sampling method used for the canvassing was designed so that results can hold up in court. This strict and rigorous approach produced statistical significance in the canvassed counties. More importantly, it allows for statistically sound assertions on voting irregularities to be made for the state as a whole. These assertions are stunning. Extrapolating the canvassed county findings to the entire state, the number of impacted voters in Colorado is between 210,091 and 462,201. This is USEIP, referenced some moments ago. The USEIP report exposes shocking types of widespread problems with the Colorado election system. A sampling of the top irregularities in the report include, and there are 5, 1, fake voters. The voter did not cast a ballot, but county clerk and recorder and Secretary of State managed records show a ballot was cast in the voter's name. Number 2, lost votes. The voter did cast a ballot, but records show no ballot was cast. 3, illegal votes. The voter did not live at the address indicated at the time of the 2020 election. 4, voter data manipulation. The voter's party affiliation changed without their authorization. And let me tell you on a side note, we have heard a lot of that. Number 5, voter database manipulation. The voter did not reside at the documented address in the voter database at the time of canvassing, but months after canvassing, the voter was registered at the same address in the voter registration database. I just want to tell you that in my efforts in election integrity, I canvassed with these folks in Pueblo County, professional Americans, volunteers, friendly, neighborly, and the data is pretty striking. So this had to be done by volunteers. This codifies it in this amendment. Let's support this amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Basenecker. Seeing no, is there any further discussion on L018? Seeing no further discussion on L018, the question is before us is adoption of L018 to 153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes clearly have it. L018 is lost. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if you don't like that one, you'll love this one. This one is taken from a bill that got killed, but it is a very straightforward and to the point of this bill. It talks about disqualified jurors. And Madam Chair, I move Amendment L019 and ask to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Pico. L019 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this one is very straightforward. It says that anyone who receives a jury notice and responds to that jury notice by telling them that I'm not a U.S. citizen or I moved out of the district needs to be removed from that particular voter rolls or updated. If they've moved, that registration needs to be sent to the new correct county clerk. And if they're not a citizen, they need to be removed from the rolls. This is pretty straightforward. This is people who self-identify that they're not eligible to vote. You know, this is not looking for them. This is, they tell us, hey, I can't vote. I can't show up for jury duty. So, okay, that's fine. Let's update the rolls and make sure they're accurate. Now, I know what we're going to hear. We're going to hear that we already do this. We already have this various databases. Well, that's fine. Then again, if you're already doing it, then you shouldn't be concerned about having this show up. Now, I was accused of this being part of the big lie. And I'll tell you that that's a big lie. This is a very straightforward, very simple. If you tell me I'm not eligible to vote, then I will remove you from the voter rolls. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. You know, if you talk to your county clerk or look at how states across the country, how do you keep your voter rolls up to date? In many instances, you have a systemic process where you utilize information from other databases as part of that update effort. This database, which is available, which could be utilized in a systemic way by the county clerks, is a database maintained by the state administrator so that when notice is sent out for trial or jury work and the individual reports back, I no longer live there, I have moved out of state, or I'm not a U.S. citizen, the individual themselves is indicating in response to this notice a change in their status, many times that they no longer live at that residence and they are residing out of state or in a different town or what have you. Why would we not utilize that database as part of our efforts to keep our voter rolls up to date? That's what this amendment does. It's no cost because the database already exists. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment speaks to the same issue as the previous amendment. This is about the voter rolls that the clerks are cleaning up daily. And so there isn't really a need for this, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The topic of redundancy keeps coming up again and again and again. However, I think when we come to this chamber, what we pride ourselves on much of the time is the fact that we are trying to create efficiencies in government, and that's exactly what this amendment does. There are efficiencies here with multiple databases present to us, available to our clerk and recorders, that would allow us to keep clean voter rolls. This is a fabulous amendment. It creates efficiencies in government. I can't imagine a better bipartisan piece of legislation, an amendment to a bill that allows us to ensure that we use data appropriately and in a way that gives confidence in one of the most sacred acts we do here in the United States of America, and that's vote. So I'm in great support of Amendment L019.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we heard that we don't need this because we already do it. Well, the reality is that not everybody does do it. This would require them to do it. I didn't dream this amendment up. I didn't dream that concept up. The county clerks did. And the county clerks brought this idea to me, and I ran with it. I didn't get a majority support. The majority of them were either neutral or in favor, but those in favor were bipartisan. This is a very straightforward, bipartisan support from the county clerks themselves. They think that this is a good idea. And I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on L019? Seeing no further discussion on L019, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. Okay, L019 is clearly lost. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L030 and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. L030 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, simply put, I believe that when it comes to election-related matters, if this is adjudicated in court, that the Supreme Court should hear any cases that are further appealed from the district level. It's as simple as that. We should require them to do their job. They get paid a salary to adjudicate these cases, and when elections are very important, they need to step in, especially when there's a dispute. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Seeing Representative Lontine.
I asked for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L030, the question before us is the adoption of L030 to SB 22-153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Aye. The noes have it. L030 is lost. To the bill, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L020 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. L020 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the problems we had, one of the many problems, should I say, that we had with this effort, this SB 22-153, is that it basically takes out electronic voting records as anything that ought to be preserved. This amendment, L020, puts it back in so that we aren't just looking at key card access system logs and video surveillance recordings. We are also looking at all electronic records on all electronic voting systems, including login information, Ethernet, wireless, and cellular access data. If this is about election security, then we ought to be compiling that information. To leave it off as it has been left off is a grotesque omission. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L020? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our bill does not take out electronic records, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on L020? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak to the importance of this amendment within the context of December 18th, 2020 and the Legislative Audit Committee, because I think it's so important that we go back to that time. We heard testimony well after the media and the cameras went home that day from computer and forensic experts that literally said if they were allowed to audit the systems, the Dominion systems, that they could accurately, to the second, determine every movement of data electronically in that system. In, out, up, down, left, right, sideways, every bit of data, ones and zeros. That forensic audit could be done for a mere $30,000 a county. And I think they were talking about rural counties, maybe not a urban county. I can't remember the county that was referenced in that testimony. 10 counties, $300,000. To do this type of an audit from this team would not be that expensive. They said they could track everything and anything and provide a transparent report on what happened with that data in every regard, whether it was transferred through wireless, whether transfer of data came into the systems and when data left the system and was downloaded, what was uploaded and what was downloaded and when. Now, if you want full confidence, and I ran a bill in 2021. It was titled the Colorado Comprehensive Audit Committee. And one of the elements of the formation of this committee, and it too died in the State Affairs Committee, because we had the risk limit audit, so we didn't need anything else. But now we need Senate Bill 22-153, apparently. Just 1 year later, now we need something. But I digress, Madam Chair. I think it's very important. It's very, very important that we allow these things so we can have full and fair examination and get that confidence back within Colorado and all of the voting citizens of Colorado. So I'm in very strong support of this amendment. Absolutely. And so many others that have been presented by my colleagues. So I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L020? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L020 to SB 22-153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. Okay, the noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my last amendment, members, so I'll go ahead and move it and briefly discuss what it does. I move L033 and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Williams. The amendment has been properly displayed and moved and is before us. Please proceed to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a quick shout out to the Secretary of State's office in the gallery there, helping the majority stay on script. All right. What this would do is it would remove essentially Section 14. How I view this bill is the heavy hand of government, specifically the heavy hand of the Secretary of State and her office. And if you want to know more about that, go to the gallery and ask them. But right now, what we see here is an attempt to punish county clerks with a Class 1 misdemeanor. And if you go down here and really dig into it, potentially a Class 2 misdemeanor for the notification part of it. This bill is an attempt to centralize power and punish those who don't toe the line. And this is not something we should be tolerating in the legislature, and I think it makes all the sense in the world to not try and punish county clerks that would happen to be in disagreement with the Secretary of State, who I believe has acted in a partisan fashion. And I will say this as a cautionary, point, a warning, if you will, that elections come and go, that the Secretary of State will not always be a Democrat, will not always be a Republican, and this is why we should not try and put into statute measures that would punish one party over another. This is wrong, and I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L033? Representative Lontine.
This will strike whistleblower protection for those who are reporting potential violations. Also, would we want a Secretary of State in office who has been found criminally responsible for election fraud? I don't think that's the kind of Secretary of State I would want regardless of party. So I would ask for a no vote.
Is there further, Representative Neville?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would ask for a yes vote. Ultimately, who the Secretary of State is the voter's decision. And by having these sections in law that we have right now, we are basically saying that we don't trust the voters, that we have to do something preemptively in statute to go against the voters' will. And so I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L033. Okay. To SB 22-153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. Okay, the noes have it. L033 is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to a prior conversation worth continuing, I move Amendment L040 and ask that it be displayed. So we're back to the conversation about auditing the voter records prior to mailing ballots.
Thank you, Representative Luck. The amendment L040 is before us and has been properly moved. Please proceed to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would require a comprehensive audit before each general election. The prior amendment sought to have one before each election, and it was questioned as to what a comprehensive audit is, as well as the value of such because of our current system, whether it's even necessary. And so I just wanted to spend some time reading this Colorado canvassing report to show the importance of this particular amendment and allowing or requiring such a comprehensive audit of each county voter registration records prior to mailing ballots. So in March of this year, March 11th, 2022, the results from 4 Colorado counties comprising 1.1 million plus voters was released. The bottom line up front, in order to verify the accuracy of the Colorado Secretary of State's voter rolls and voting history records concerning the November 2020 general election, Colorado citizens took on the arduous task of canvassing residences that were listed on the aforementioned rolls. These are run-of-the-mill folks, just your neighbor who decided that instead of watching television or going to a soccer game or otherwise engaging in their normal course of business, they themselves were going to see if our elections truly were what they claimed to be. So going back to this, more specifically, canvassing took place in 2021 in 4 Colorado counties: Douglas County, El Paso County, Pueblo County, and Weld County, and successfully reached 4,601 of the 7,200 visited residences. Statistical analysis was performed on both the data and affidavits collected from this randomized canvassed sample. Results indicate that between 5% and 11%, or conservatively 8%, which is roughly 123,852 out of 1.1 million voters in those 4 counties, were affected by unexplained irregularities in Colorado's voter rolls and voting records. This irregularity rate is a conservative estimate that does not account for other uncanvassed indicators of irregularity and inaccuracy. For example, over 120,000 statewide ballots were undeliverable, which are likely due to inaccuracies in the statewide Colorado voter registration and election, or SCORE system. Using the results of the canvassing discovered irregularities as a proxy for the entire state indicates that 7 to 12% of all election races and measures on Colorado's November 2020 ballots may be questionable. Colorado elections belong to Colorado citizens. The citizens of Colorado conducted this canvassing and analysis. This is their report. The intent of this report is to exhibit what was found and inform the public, especially public officials, which of course is us. For it is the sworn obligation and statutory duty of every Colorado election official to investigate all Colorado election irregularities, determine any impacts, and resolve said issues. Those officials who fail to look for, discover, report, investigate, and remedy these irregularities are potentially negligent and/or in complete denial of any issues. Additionally, inaction on known issues constitutes a failure of duty to satisfy Article 7, Section 11 of the Colorado Constitution's requirement to secure the purity of elections and guard against abuses of the elective franchise. No public official bears more responsibility than the Colorado Secretary of State, whose powers under Colorado statute are explicitly enacted so that she may secure the purity of elections and to guard against the abuses of the elective franchise, and who has control over SCORE, the certification of voting systems, and the Code of Colorado regulations pertaining to elections. Despite multiple reports from concerned citizens pertaining to election irregularities, vulnerabilities, and potential dilution of Colorado citizens' elective franchise, the Secretary has yet to investigate or remedy said issues. Instead, the Secretary continues to emphatically report that Colorado's election system accuracy and safeguards are not only adequate, but exemplary. The citizens' evidence-based report suggests otherwise. The irregularities and issues identified in this report directly impact and call into question statewide, county, and local elections. To fully determine the magnitude, impact, and root causes of these issues, a statewide investigation encompassing canvassing and a full forensic audit of all election-related systems and processes must be performed by independent auditors, selected by and reported to the citizens of Colorado. The vote of each Colorado citizen is sacred and must be secured. If crimes have been committed against any Colorado citizen's vote, it must be investigated and, where appropriate, prosecuted. Such action must be accomplished to ensure the integrity and security of all Colorado elections. Introduction. Quote, all political power is vested in and derived from the people. All government of right originates from the people, is founded upon their will only, and is instituted solely for the good of the whole. End quote. Constitution of the State of Colorado, Article 2, Bill of Rights, Section 1. Quote, HAVA resulted from a national consensus that the nation's electoral system needs improvements to ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity to vote, that every vote that should be counted will be counted, and that no legal vote will be canceled by a fraudulent vote, end quote. Colorado Revised Statute, CRS 1-1.5-1015. The Colorado Secretary of State asserts that elections in Colorado are, quote, the gold standard, but not only that, we are a beacon of hope for the rest of the nation, end quote. However, Judicial Watch concludes that Colorado's elections are in the bottom tier, ranking 34th out of 50 states of free and fair elections when judged on security and integrity. These perspectives cannot be reconciled. Either one perspective is true, but not the other, or neither is true. A logical approach in the standard wherever fiduciary duties are involved would be subject to Colorado's election system and elections to independent audit, free from conflict of interest. The Secretary of State's fiduciary duty is clarified in CRS 24-18-103. Being that the citizens of Colorado are sovereign, such that all Colorado state authority and power is vested in and derived from the people, founded upon their will, and instituted solely for the good of the whole, no public official can reasonably or legally claim any authority to limit their access or ability to demand and conduct that independent audit. In December 2020, several hundred Colorado citizens requested that an independent audit be conducted on Colorado's 2020 election through a petition of Colorado's General Assembly. The Legislative Audit Committee denied the audit and, further, voted not to study whether an audit should be conducted. That denial betrays their constitutional obligation. 6 months later, in June 2021, the Colorado Secretary of State created and enacted new, quote, emergency election rules, including prohibiting third-party independent audits. Over 1,900 citizens submitted written comments objecting to the Secretary's new rules, with none supporting the new rules. Hundreds of citizens took the time to state their objections at an August 3, 2021 hearing required before permanent adoption of the emergency rules. Those written comments and stated objections of citizens reflect their will and their lack of consent for the Secretary's rules. Colorado citizens never voted on this new rule to abridge citizens' authority. It was enacted by the sole authority of the Secretary of State, with the blessing of the Colorado Attorney General. With no independent audit of Colorado's elections or election system, and a new rule prohibiting independent audits, Colorado's gold standard election system is merely an unsubstantiated, unverifiable claim. Nor are Colorado citizens' concerns unique. An October 2021 Rasmussen Report survey showed that 56% of the U.S. population, again, 56%, that's more than half, of the U.S. population question the integrity of the November 3rd, 2020 election. Any claim about the standards of Colorado's election practices, whether purporting the strengths or weaknesses therein, should be backed by evidence. Voters must have confidence in the election system, and it can be restored with transparency and unbiased investigations. It is the people who have full and unrestricted constitutional rights to transparency and integrity in their elections, and it is not subject to arbitrary abridgment by the Secretary of State. Many of the Colorado citizens who had petitioned the General Assembly and objected to the Secretary of State's rules joined efforts and launched an independent canvass of Colorado's November 2020 election. Their coalition of several hundred citizens from all backgrounds, expertise, and political affiliations was met with unfair and inaccurate disparagement by the Secretary of State. Despite this opposition, the citizens took on the responsibilities that the public officials refused to do, and they completed the canvass and summarized their findings. This report is the Citizens' Report. This report details the methodology used in canvassing, precinct selection, i.e. population, statistical analysis, and the overall findings pertaining to the Colorado elections. This report is not affiliated with any political party. All efforts and results of this report are the product of citizen volunteers seeking to understand the Colorado election system by asking, what was the anomaly rate, if any, within the Secretary of State's record of Colorado's November 3rd, 2020 election? Canvassing was accomplished entirely by volunteers and encompassed over 7,850 people hours. This report is a testament to the caliber and character of the citizens who volunteered, everyday citizens who stepped up to civic duty to preserve and protect our sacred elections. Purpose. The purpose of this report is to expose issues that were identified from canvassing, comprehensively assess the extent and severity of these issues, summarize these findings, and to provide recommendations for a full, independent forensic audit on the entire election system, to include records, technology, processes, etc. Part 1 details the methodology used for data collection and statistical analysis. Part 2 details the findings from the data collected and highlights multiple categories of irregularities and election laws violated during the 2020 election. Part 1, methodology. Methodology for canvassing. Canvassing involves going door to door in selected communities and speaking face-to-face with the residents of those dwellings. The volunteers who perform the canvassing receive standardized training on how to professionally and objectively interact with the resident, collect data about the resident's November 3rd, 2020 voting experience, and complete affidavits. Volunteers were issued a standardized script, a walk list to fill out, i.e. collect data, blank affidavit forms to document irregularities, and they canvassed in teams of 2 or more to ensure their safety and eyewitness accounts for all interactions. Each volunteer team's script was designed to prevent biased discussions with the resident while giving the resident ample opportunity to speak without interference from the volunteer. Volunteers did not ask anyone what their voting selections or choices were. They simply verified the information in Secretary of State public records. The script also helped ensure the standardization of data collection. The script was as follows. 1. Did you vote in the November 3rd, 2020 election? 2. If so, by what means did you return your ballot? Mail-in, drop box, or in person? 3. Did you receive any extra ballots at this address? 4. Is your voter information accurate, i.e. name, address, party affiliation, etc.? 5. Are there any other experiences you would like to share? Methodology for statistical analysis and precinct selection. A statistical sampling approach was used to make valid assertions about entire counties. Statistical sampling has been deemed credible in legal settings as data collected in this manner can illustrate underlying features of a whole population while also maintaining randomness in the sample. Following this methodology, the required sample size was determined based on the standard deviation of a precinct's aggregate propensity to vote, a predetermined confidence interval, and a desired margin of error limit. A 99% confidence level was selected with a desired margin of error of 3%. The propensity to vote was determined using a metric called the Voter Opportunity Score, or VOS. The VOS is derived from voting history, which is contained in the Secretary of State's public data. This VOS metric is calculated by taking the number of Colorado elections a registered voter actually participated in and dividing it by the total number of Colorado elections that a voter had the opportunity to participate in based on their age and date of registration. The VOS is noted in the following equation. VOS equals, in the numerator, number of Colorado elections that an individual voter actually participated in over the denominator of number of Colorado elections that an individual voter had an opportunity to vote in. The VOS indicates the likelihood that an individual will participate in any given election and is represented as a number ranging from 0 to 1, where 0 indicates the voter has not participated in any elections and 1 indicates the voter participated in every possible election. A VOS was calculated for every voter within a selected county. Similarly, a precinct VOS was computed using a weighted average formula for each precinct. Precinct VOS equals, in the numerator, total number of Colorado elections that all voters in a precinct participated in, over the denominator of the total number of Colorado elections that all voters had an opportunity to vote in. Given that the VOS indicates the voting likelihood of an individual and that social scientists assume human behavior can theoretically be modeled on a bell curve, extreme outliers of the behavior can be identified on either side of the curve and inferences made regarding the most frequent behaviors, i.e. the middle point or region of the curve. Applying this theory to voting propensity, the VOS identifies and selects the extreme precincts to be canvassed. Specifically, precincts with the highest and lowest weighted average VOS are chosen to be canvassed since they represent the extreme behaviors as noted above. Lastly, equal sampling from both the high and low VOS precincts is made to identify any behavioral changes around a specific election. Canvassing occurred in Weld, Douglas, El Paso, and Pueblo counties. The results for these counties are included in Part 2, Findings. Part 2, Findings. Affidavits generated from canvassing were notarized, scrutinized, verified, and organized into 4 categories. 1. Election law violation. 2. Multiple ballots received. 3. Voter moved, but registration database never updated. 4. Probable election law violation. First category, election law violation. Voter did not cast a ballot, but records indicate a ballot was cast in their name. Violation of CRS 1-13-705. Quote, any person who falsely personates any elector and votes at any election provided by law under the name of such elector shall be punished by a fine of not more than $5,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 18 months, or by both such fine and imprisonment, end quote. 2. The voter did cast a ballot, but records do not indicate a ballot was cast. Violation of CRS 1-13-723. Every officer upon whom any duty is imposed by any election law who violates his duty or who neglects or omits to perform the same is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished as provided in Section 1-13-111. 3. The voter did not live at the address at the time of the 2020 election. Violation of CRS 1-2-228. Quote, any person who votes by knowingly giving false information regarding the elector's place of present residence commits a Class 6 felony and shall be punished as provided in Section 18-1.3-401 of the CRS. 4. Voters' party affiliation changed without their authorization. Violation of CRS 1-2-218.5. Quote, the declaration of affiliation of each registered elector shall remain as recorded in the registration record until the elector changes or withdraws his or her affiliation. Next category, multiple ballots received. Multiple ballots were sent to voters with correct address, and or residents received multiple ballots for a voter who did not live there. Next category, voter moved, but registration database never updated. The voter does not reside at an address that is officially documented in the registration database. Thus, the registration database is outdated and inaccurate as of December 2021. Next category, probable election law violation. The voter's address or other information contained errors. Intentionality unknown. The voter did not receive a ballot and had to vote in person. Information from each affidavit category was processed into data spreadsheets and utilized as a function in the statistical analysis portion of this report. Findings from the statistical analysis are detailed in the next section. Note, to protect an individual's identity, all personal information, i.e. names, addresses, etc., are removed from this report. That being said, affidavits and accompanying data will be provided to officials. Discrepancy rate calculation. After all affidavits were collected for El Paso, Weld, Pueblo, and Douglas counties, they were peer-reviewed by multiple volunteers to ensure proper inclusion in the final results presented. The total number of affidavits collected was divided by the number of confirmed residences to determine the discrepancy rate percentages. Confirmed residences denote the successful ability to collect data about the resident, actual face-to-face discussion with resident, and or information about the address, i.e. address was a vacant or commercial lot. The equation, discrepancy rate equals, in the numerator, total number of affidavits. In the denominator, confirmed residences. Total, all 4 counties combined. After the peer review process was completed, it was determined that 367 affidavits met the criteria for inclusion in the report. Using the discrepancy rate formula from above, it was calculated that 367 affidavits equate to approximately an 8% affidavit rate. Again, discrepancy rate equals 367 over 4601 equals 0.797, or roughly 8%. In statistics, this above discrepancy rate can be described as a best estimate rate when applying a designated sampling error to the value. For this study, a 3% margin of error was used to calculate the needed sample size for each county. Subtracting the 3% margin of error from the best estimate discrepancy rate obtains a low estimated discrepancy rate, or lower bound. Conversely, Adding the 3% margin of error to the best estimate discrepancy rate obtains a high estimated discrepancy rate or higher bound. Additionally, a 99% confidence level was used. The combination of the 99% confidence level and 3% margin of error confirms that if this methodology was used in canvassing repeatedly 9.9 out of 10 times, the discrepancy rate would fall between 5 and 11%. Note, many affidavits were not included because of the uncertainty of what the affiants, the person that signed the affidavit, meant. Thus, it is highly probable that this report's number of affidavits, i.e. election discrepancies, is underrepresented versus the actual count. The table below shows the final canvassing results, including the range of estimated voters affected by irregularities in voter registration and voting history records in Colorado. So the chart shows final canvassing report results in El Paso, Weld, Pueblo, and Douglas County. The total number of registered voters, 1,128,337. Houses canvassed, 9,472. Confirmed residences, 4,601. Best estimate discrepancy rate, 8%. High estimate discrepancy rate, 11%. Low estimate discrepancy rate, 5%. Best estimate voters negatively impacted, 90,002. High estimate voters negatively impacted, 123,852. Low estimate voters negatively impacted, 56,152. Below is a breakdown of all 367 affidavits from all 4 counties by category. So, since these are charts, I will do my best to explain them to you. The first chart says discrepancy percent, best estimate by category. Total counties, El Paso, Weld, Pueblo, and Douglas. In the first block, it says it's 3.4%, estimated impact 38,257. This is the category for those with an affidavit validated for election law violation. The category under affidavits for voter moved but registration database was never updated is 3%, with a total of 33,843 people estimated to be impacted. The affidavit for extra ballots received was 1%, with an estimated impact of 11,036 individuals. And the probable election law violation was 0.6%, with an estimated impact of 6,867. As the above figure illustrates, 3.4% of the affidavits reflected election law violations. 3% reflected inaccuracies in the registration database, 1% were from multiple ballots being received, and 0.6% reflected probable election law violations. Below is a breakdown of all 4 counties' election law violation categories. At 55%, the voter didn't reside at address during the election. That's approximately 21,090 people. For those who looked, for the next category of commercial or vacant address, was 15% at 5,886 individuals. Other subcategories were 12%, 4,660. A voter didn't cast a ballot, that was at 9%, estimated impact of 3,433 votes. And lost votes, the estimated impact was 8% at 3,188. Regarding voters who had moved, if the affiant confirmed that the voter did not live at the address at the time of the 2020 general election, then these affidavits were considered election law violations. If the affiant did not confirm whether the voter lived at the address at the time of the election, but the registration database reflected that the voter still resided at that residential address as of December 2021, then these affidavits were put into a separate category called affidavit for voter moved but registration database never updated. If ballots for moved voters are cast, but they do not live in the precinct, let alone the county or state, these votes are illegal and can illegally affect election results at any level of government, e.g. from federal to school board elections. The following 4 sections investigate the discrepancy rates within each county, listed in descending order of total discrepancy rates. El Paso County. Of the 4 counties canvassed, El Paso had the highest discrepancy rate of 10.5%, best estimate. This reflects that discovered irregularities affected over 54,000 voters in El Paso County in Colorado. The table below shows the range of possible discrepancy rates for El Paso County. So of the total registered voters polled, 515,697, 2,142 houses were canvassed, 1,091 confirmed residences, best estimate discrepancy rate 10.5%, high estimate discrepancy rate 13.5%, low estimate discrepancy rate 7.5%. Best estimate voters negatively impacted, 54,359. High estimate voters negatively impacted, 69,829. Low estimate voters negatively impacted, 38,888. The most significant portion of issues noted above was attributable to election law violations. Issues in this category included, but were not limited to, voters listed as having voted for commercial addresses and vacant lots, voters who did not live at the address at the time of the 2020 general election, and unauthorized party affiliation changes. Below is a breakdown of El Paso County's discrepancy percentages by category. 5.9%, or an estimated impact of 30,252 voters, for those who have an affidavit validated for election law violation. For those with an affidavit for extra ballots received, there were 2.2%, or 11,344. The affidavit for voter moved but registration database never updated was 8,508, or 1.6%. Probable election law violation was 4,254 people at 0.8%. Below is the breakdown of El Paso County's election law violation affidavits category. Voter didn't reside at address during election. That's 44%, for an estimated impact of 13,235. Commercial or vacant address, estimated impact 5,672, or 19%. 16% was the category for voter didn't cast a ballot. That's 4,727 folks. Other subcategories were at 14% with 4,254 voters. And lost votes was 8%, 2,363 votes. Given the results discussed above, any race won or ballot measure that passed failed with a margin less than or equal to 10.5% in El Paso County should be questioned. In Weld County had the next highest discrepancy rate of the canvass counties. The majority of issues were attributed to election law violations. Other issues included commercial addresses, vacant lots, voters who did not live at the address at the time of the 2020 general election, and unauthorized party affiliation changes. So in Weld County, 216,325 registered voters. 2,257 houses were canvassed. 1,294 confirmed residences. The best estimate discrepancy rate was 8.6%. The high estimate discrepancy rate was 11.6%. The low estimate discrepancy rate was 5.6%. The best estimate voters negatively impacted, 18,556. The high estimate voters negatively impacted, 25,046. The low estimate voters negatively impacted, 12,067. Below is a breakdown of Weld County's discrepancy percentages by category. The affidavits validated for election law violation were 4.8%, or 10,365. The affidavit for voter moved but registration database never updated was 1.9%, or 4,012. The probable election law violation was an estimated impact of 2,675 voters, or 1.2%. And the estimated impact for an affidavit for extra ballots received was 1,505, or 0.7%. Below is the breakdown of Weld County's election law violation affidavits category. 82%, or the voters who didn't reside at the address during the election. That's 8,526 voters. Of the next category, 11%, were for commercial or vacant addresses, 1,170 ballots. Voter didn't cast a ballot. That was 334, or 3%. Other subcategories, another 334, or 3%. And lost votes, well, thankfully, it was just 0. Most election law violations were related to voters who didn't live at the stated registration address during the 2020 election. The second largest category of election law violations was for voters who were registered and/or voted from a commercial address or vacant lot. An interesting finding from this second category is that multiple people were registered to the Weld County Clerk and Recorder's Office. Given the results discussed above, any race won or ballot measure that passed failed with a margin less than or equal to 8.6% in Weld County should be questioned and audited. In Pueblo County had significant issues with the registration database not being updated to reflect voters' corrected residential addresses. This means that many precinct-level ballot measures voted on may have been influenced by those who did not reside in those precincts. Additionally, Pueblo County had the most significant portion of voters in the 4 canvass counties who were affected by lost votes. Lost votes are when the voter confirmed via affidavit that they had either mailed in a ballot or voted in person, but the Secretary of State reporting has no record of the vote. In Pueblo, 119,374 registered voters, 2,516 houses canvassed, 1,223 confirmed residences. Best estimate discrepancy rate, 8.4%. High estimate discrepancy rate, 11.4%. Low estimate discrepancy rate, 5.4%. Best estimate voters negatively impacted, 10,054. High estimate voters negatively impacted, 13,635. Low estimate voters negatively impacted, 6,472. Below is a breakdown of Pueblo County's discrepancy percentages by category. Affidavits for voter moved but registration database never updated, 5.8%. Estimated impact, 6,930. Affidavit validated for election law violation, 1.8%, 2,147. Affidavit for extra ballots received, 0.7%, or 781. Probable election law violation, 0.2%, or 195. Below is the breakdown of Pueblo County's election law violation affidavits category. 32% lost votes. Estimated impact, 683. Other subcategories, 683 estimated impact, 32% again. Commercial or vacant address, 14%, or 293. Voter didn't reside at address during election, 293, or 14%. Voter didn't cast a ballot, 195, or 9%. Given the results discussed above, any race won or ballot measure that passed failed with a margin less than or equal to 8.4% in Pueblo County should be questioned and audited. Douglas County. Douglas County suffered from the same primary issue as Pueblo, where the registration database was not updated to reflect voters' corrected residential addresses. This means that many precinct-level issues that were voted on may have been influenced by those who did not reside in those precincts. Additionally, Douglas County had the largest percentage of voters in the 4 canvass counties who voted from a vacant or commercial lot. In Douglas County, there were 276,941 registered voters. There were 2,557 houses canvassed. There were 993 confirmed residences. The best estimate discrepancy rate, 3.8%. The high estimate discrepancy rate, 6.8%. The low estimate discrepancy rate, 0.8%. The best estimate voters negatively impacted, 10,598. The high estimate voters negatively impacted, 18,906. The low estimate voters negatively impacted, 2,290. Below is a breakdown of Douglas County's discrepancy percentages by category. 2.5%, or 6,972 affidavits for voters moved but registration database never updated. 0.8%, or 2,231 affidavits for validated for election law violation. 0.4%, 1,116 affidavits for extra ballots received. 0.1%, estimated impact 279, probable election law violation. Below is the breakdown of Douglas County's election law violation affidavits category. 50%, or 1,116 voters, didn't reside at an address during the election. 558, or 25%, were for a commercial or vacant address. 279, or 12%, were for lost votes. 279, or 12%, were for other subcategories. and 0% or 0 voters didn't cast a ballot. Given the results discussed above, any race won or ballot measure that pass-failed with a margin less than or equal to 3.8% in Douglas County should be questioned and audited. Conclusions. The results of voter canvassing in 4 Colorado counties, Douglas, El Paso, Pueblo, and Weld, showed significant discrepancies and irregularities in the Colorado election records, indicating failure of safeguards to achieve the Colorado Constitution's mandate that the General Assembly secure the purity of elections and guard against abuses of the elective franchise. A best estimate statistical analysis indicated conservatively that approximately 8% of voters, or 123,852 out of 1.1 million in those 4 Colorado counties, were affected by election canvassing detected irregularities alone. Mail-in ballots were sent to individuals who were either deceased, had moved, or were non-citizens. Additionally, 3% of the voter registration reflected irregularities in the residential addresses, highlighting that the current Colorado registration system, SCORE, data is inaccurate. The counting of illegitimate ballots not only deprives the rights of Colorado citizens and dilutes their sacred vote, but it also is in violation of state law. These irregularities and issues directly impact and call into question statewide, county, and local elections. A statewide independent investigation encompassing canvassing and a full forensic audit of the entire election system must be performed to understand the magnitude and impact of the known and unknown issues. To reiterate, a statewide independent investigation must be accomplished to ensure integrity, security, and transparency in every aspect of Colorado's elections, demanding that independent investigation is unequivocally within the constitutional rights of Colorado citizens. Why spend the time reading this report on a Wednesday evening when everyone would rather be home resting? Members, the amendment that I've put forth is one of many conservative, and by that I mean reasonable, solid, sound policy amendments that have been put forth this evening on this conversation. And they've all been voted down. All of us have an interest in secure elections. No one wants to see unjust, unfair, fraudulent elections. This is not a one-party issue. Both sides of this aisle are entitled to fair consideration of their ideas of how to resolve the issues facing our communities. And the fact is, there are a lot of issues facing our communities around elections. Think about it. How often do you see citizens come together across all backgrounds and political parties to investigate something that relates to the government in a way that's not creating some organization that's funded by all of these things? These are just moms and dads, men and women, business owners, teachers, who care about what happened and investigated. This amendment tells them, we see you, we value you, and we're not going to make you do this again. We're going to do our own job and make sure that we're actually taking care of the voter rolls. These are serious discrepancies when you consider the election results even of 4 years ago and the spreads. And maybe you're not concerned. Maybe you assume, we're secure. Our party or our position is secure. That's not really our job here, though, to look at it in terms of our own self-interest.
Representative Luck, are we
responsibility-
still to the amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our responsibility is to ensure that our elections are secure. All this amendment says is, let's make sure that people who get ballots actually should get ballots. 123,000 out of 1.1 million folks who have some sort of issue with their ballots in 4 counties out of 64? That is a problem. If that's the gold standard, we have very different definitions of the value of gold. I don't understand why this would be challenged, but frankly, I didn't understand why the other amendments were challenged. If the goal is to actually provide security for elections, this does that. This simply says, hey, look through your lists. For any of you who've gotten a list from the counties that you represent or county that you represent and walk doors, I'm sure you can verify this. I know I can. I know I get to numbers and I get to the place and it's a vacant lot. Completely vacant. There's not been a house on it for years. Or it's now a business. Or the people haven't lived there forever. This isn't too much to ask. This is pretty standard. It's pretty straightforward. Just cleaning up our administration. You know, again, you have a couple thousand people who spent time going door to door, evenings, weekends, trying to figure out what's what. They didn't want to be misinformed. They didn't want to be disinformed. They wanted to verify. They just wanted information. So they went down and they paid the $75 or the $25 plus a penny for every voter, or whatever the cost is at their local county clerk's office for the list. And they got to know their neighbors. Just walked door to door, knocked on the doors. Hey, did you happen to vote in the 2020 election? Yeah, I did. How about these 3 other people? What? No, it's only been me and my husband for the last 10 years. I don't know what you're talking about. They shouldn't have to do that. And for those who did do that and have found these discrepancies, their concerns about election integrity have only grown. And these are the kind of people who don't just sit still, obviously, who don't take our word for it, who don't just say, oh, you know, our elected officials, they say there's nothing to see here, so there's nothing to see here. Well, I guess we'll go home and find something else to do. These are the kind of people who are not going to let this go. They're going to continue to fight, and they're going to continue to push. And we have an opportunity tonight to provide them with a degree of confidence that right now they don't have in our system. And we all have a reason to want that. Because when our people cast votes and they look at the election results, whether it was November 2016 or November 2020, and they think, oh my, how did that happen? This has to be wrong. This can't be right. There has to have been something gone awry here. If they continue to do that election after election, they will lose confidence in us, in the authority that we have. They will doubt whether or not we are justly elected to rule them. We make rules over them. They will question. And every decision that we make here, or every decision that is made, that they object to will continue to build into their ire. And I don't want that. Colleagues, we need to figure out how to truly secure our elections. And not for some headline. And not for some feel-good purpose. But genuinely to secure elections so that the people who vote can trust that the results of those elections are true. And so that any rules that come out of this building or other buildings, they can say, well, I might not like it, but that's the will of the people. Right now, they're doubting that. I strongly encourage you to consider this amendment, and no doubt when the cows come, the other amendments that are put before you. It's really not too much to ask. We have a lot to lose by not taking this seriously. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L040? Representative Lontine.
I think we've heard quite a bit, so thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L040 to SB 22-153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L040. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there any further? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill. Members, this bill does nothing to help and considerable to hurt the trust that the citizens have in our election system. And why do I say that? It is going in the wrong direction when you take duties and authority which have always resided with the county clerks and centralize it in the Secretary of State's office. When you give the Secretary of State the authority to override local canvass boards. Representative Snyder and I were talking off to the side. We both worked on local canvass boards. And if you haven't done that, that's where representatives of both parties go and watch the counting of ballots, watch the opening of the envelopes. The citizens that show up to do that take that seriously. And that is where that trust and that relationship with the local county clerk's office is maintained. To propose a bill where you are going to take that away from the county clerk and give it to the Secretary of State, how does that help? How does that help in public trust? How does that help the process? What is absent from this bill, which might actually be helpful? What is absent from this bill is any meaningful effort to address more accuracy in our voter registration rolls. And isn't it interesting, the amendment that Representative Pico ran on the existing database we have in the Judicial State Administrator's Office where the individuals self-identify that they no longer live there or that they're not citizens. An easily available database that our county clerks could use right now, that our Secretary of State could use right now to have more accurate voter registration rolls. Now that would be something that would increase the process as well as public trust. But that's not in this bill. Everything that's in this bill moves us not to better process, to more centralized authority, and in a way that further degrades public trust. I don't understand why this bill is here. Ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 22-153? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 22-153. We've had a night where we've heard a lot of information about a bill that frankly takes the precept that local government is the most important government and thrown it out the window. We've said tonight it's okay to ballot harvest. We've said tonight control over what is real information is okay. It's subjective. We've said tonight that to audit is not good enough, that it's not even important. We've said tonight that with a half-hour certificate at the clerk and recorder level, you're now an expert. We've said so many things tonight that when it comes right down to it, our voters at home who have gone the extra mile, who on their own time, their own dime, have walked door to door, done their own research, without pay, with passion, with work and effort and a desire to ensure the future of this constitutional republic remains a certainty we can all count on. And yet here in the state of Colorado, our Secretary of State is bent on doing something wholly different. That should concern us all. And
Representative Van Bever, can you please be sure not to impugn motives of anybody? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And so that should alarm us all. And to be clear, it is the office of the Secretary of State that would have the ultimate control and how this criteria plays out to how the clerk and recorder function would occur at the local level. So it is with great opposition that I urge a no vote on this bill. The great bulk of my voters, the constituency that I represent, does not have the confidence that I think folks believe we have. I'm here to speak for them because they would want me to say no to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to come down here and also talk about Senate Bill 153. I rise in opposition to this bill. There's certainly been a lot of talk on this bill, but I do want to talk about some of the conflicts that currently exist in law with this bill. The county commissioners have the sole statutory authority to select the equipment to use in elections and to authorize that payment. That's currently in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-603. That authority does not belong to county clerks or to the Secretary of State. And Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-601.5 requires all such equipment to satisfy the 2002 voting system standards to the Federal Election Commission. Certainly what we have seen from around the state has cast a lot of doubt into this. But if commissioners believe that the systems that they have required do not satisfy those standards, then legally the grounds would exist to challenge the requirements in Senate Bill 153 that they would have to acquire those systems. In fact, it could be a criminal violation to acquire and use the equipment because it would violate state law to do so. Commissioners don't have the power to sue the Secretary of State. In fact, might not be strategically wise, so we understand why. But what if your county commissioners were to decide not to authorize payment because they think the systems are illegal? That's within their authority under Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-603. The Secretary of State might or might not sue them to force them to authorize and pay for the systems. The Secretary of State would then have the burden of proof, and the commissioners could air their legal positions and claims in court. Would the Secretary of State then risk that whoever that secretary is would lose such a suit, and then would Senate Bill 153 be invalid? That is certainly a possibility in court. I'm not suggesting what could or couldn't happen, but certainly posing the questions of some deficiencies that are in Senate Bill 153, and that it does set up a conflict in law. And a conflict in law will be decided by the courts, that's for sure. We're setting up something that must be then settled by the courts if the legislature is going to create conflicting areas within statute. And this conflict exists between Section 10 in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-603 and Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-601.5. It forces the commissioners to violate some provision or other. They will have to decide which one. That's a very tough position to put our commissioners in. That's the fault of the legislation. It's not the fault of the county commissioners. The county commissioners' only duty is to execute the law in which we pass and tell our county commissioners to execute, because our county commissioners are on the executive side of the equation, not the legislative side, when enforcing state law. It will definitely put our county commissioners in an untenable position. Either way, they must acquire and pay for systems they don't think are legal, or they will refuse, and then they'll have to honor Section 10 of the bill, which also puts them in a difficult position in the Colorado Revised Statutes in Title I. If Senate Bill 153 passes, intestinal fortitude is certainly going to be required to bring transparency and integrity to the Colorado election system, and I certainly worry about what will happen if this bill were to pass. It is something I think about often, which is election integrity and the security of our election systems. One thing that I suggested is that if we're really concerned about election integrity, what we ought to do is have a natural audit built in instead, which would be to run ballots through the two systems that are currently authorized by law. That would be Clear Ballot and Dominion. That would be a natural audit built into the election system. Unfortunately, that's not contemplated within Senate Bill 153. Instead, what Senate Bill 153 contemplates is that whatever system is selected, you have to go with that, and the county commissioners or the county clerk can't decide otherwise. It's for these reasons that I am opposed to Senate Bill 153 and would ask my colleagues to join me in voting no. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on SB 22-153? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage or adoption of SB 22-153. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. SB 22-153 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. Thank you.
Committee will come into order. Mr. Shee will please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1115 as amended, 1258 as amended, 1315 as amended, 1322 as amended, 1328, 1401 as amended, passed on second reading and ordering gross and placed on calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 4 as amended, 68, 118 as amended, 145, 153 as amended, 177 as amended, 181 as amended, 90, 95, 196 as amended, 200, 211, 227 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 215, 216 laid over until May 5th, 2022.
Representative Kipp. The motion is that the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. There are amendments at the desk. We will do all the amendments on Senate Bill 153 first in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Hanks amendments. Mr. Shee will please read the first Hanks amendment, which is L027 to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hanks Amendment L27 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 as amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L027 to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable recommendation. As you may recall, this was for the ballot countermeasures. Simply enough, having watermarked ballots, holographic foil, and complex security backgrounds with banknote grade security. Point being, our ballots ought to be at least as secure as our banknotes, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the first Hanks Amendment? Representative Wantine.
I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the first Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. It's all right. We'll mark. Representative Lynch is excused. Please close the machine. 22 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 4 excused. The first Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L022 to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hanks Amendment L22 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L022 to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable vote. This one simply took off misinformation and disinformation because we found that to be a little subjective, and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Montine.
Again, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Ooh. Please close the machine. 22 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 3 excused. The second Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L020 to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hanks Amendment L20 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L020 to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable recommendation. The concern that I had was that we have removed electronic records, including login information, from that which we consider election data. It ought to be part of the record, so I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Is there any further discussion? Representative Montine.
A no vote, please.
Representative Neville.
A yes vote, please.
Representative Luck.
Yes, a yes vote, please.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Hooten is excused. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 4 excused, the third Hank Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Lontine Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lontine moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Baisley Amendment L35 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment lost and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask for a yes amendment on this, members. This was an amendment that got on that would, if left on, would severely impact the bill. And it was not meant to have been added. And so I would ask you all for a yes vote on this Cow amendment.
Is there any further discussion, Representative Ransom?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if it wasn't meant to get on, the votes actually did put it on. And so I would actually ask for a no vote to withdraw this. If you know what the sponsor of this amendment does for a living, I know he explained it when he presented the amendment. He knows more about computer security. He's forgotten more about computer security than I've learned in my entire life. And I think I can speak for many of the people in here. And the whole idea of the security of these systems is something that we really need to take seriously. I know that the bill is trying to secure these systems, and I really want, I want all of us to understand that it's important for us to remember that we can't do any better than the mechanics of the systems itself. And so I urge a no vote on this Cal amendment.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Is there any further discussion? Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would ask for a no vote as well. You know, when Representative Baisley was up here speaking, he was speaking about the idea of the threat assessment, and I think the words that were used was something like a penetration test. And I think that's the point that he was getting to. I think that was the goal here, was to make sure that clerks would have the ability to go ahead and do some sort of a threat assessment on their systems to ensure that everything was in good order without having to go and beg for permission from the Secretary of State. And I think that's what the intent here was. I think makes the bill actually does a good thing. And so I would urge a no vote on this amendment to take it off.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just kind of want to get back to what the amendment is. The power in the amendment is with the county commissioners. And so with the amendment on the bill, what it would say is that the county commissioners would have to vote to then be able to look at the election equipment. And that's it. That's all the amendment does. And I think it's really important we go back to what the amendment does. It does put the control back in the hands of the county commissioners. And certainly, as I was reading earlier from statute, we're talking 1-3-601.5. This addresses what's already in statute and actually takes out the conflict. So by taking out the conflict, we're not setting 153 up to then force a challenge within the courts. So it's really important that this stays in the bill. Otherwise, we've automatically sent this legislation for a beeline to the state Supreme Court to have to rectify the difference between two different statutes that are now in conflict. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually like the amendment that was passed, and so I would obviously ask for a no vote on this particular cow. But Mr. Speaker, I have no idea if this is going to work. I don't think it's ever been tried before, but I'm going to give it a shot. I move the Williams amendment, the first Williams amendment to the Committee of the Whole report as a substitute amendment.
Yeah, I don't think that is a proper motion, but that is what Robin just indicated to me.
Is it? Well, we tried, members. I'm sorry.
All good.
Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Just as a reminder, say hi to the Secretary of State's office right up there. They don't want you voting on our way on this, but nevertheless, please vote no on this.
All right. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the Lontine Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Representative Beasley. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, the Lontine Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. We'll move on to the PICO amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole for Senate Bill 153. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first PICO amendment, which is L018.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pico Amendment L18 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 as amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is that Vice Speaker Yoda?
It is. Vice Speaker Yoda's right here next to us.
That's right. I move the first PICO Amendment L018 and ask for an aye vote. This thing just asks for an audit of each of the voter rolls. Let's not settle for fool's gold standard let's at least get it up to 10. PFAS excluded.
Thank you, Representative Pico. Representative Montine.
Members, I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. And members, just a reminder that we are on cow amendments, so just no laughing in the chamber for right now. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the first PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second PICO amendment, which is L019 to Senate Bill 153 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following PICO amendment L19 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second PICO amendment, L019. Members, this merely says that those who identify themselves as being ineligible should be removed from the voter rolls. And I vote.
Representative Montine.
I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the second PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Rich amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L034 to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Rich amendment L34 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Rich. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Rich amendment to the Committee of the Whole on Senate Bill 22-153.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had conversation about this, and you might remember that this was about persons required to complete certification. Right now, the Secretary of State is required, if this bill passes, is required to certify the designated election officials, which are the clerk and recorders. I understand that the chief election official, who is the Secretary of State, and the designated election officials, who are the clerk and recorders, they do have other duties, but they both involve elections as well. And it seems like a friendly amendment to me to ask that the chief election official also be certified if she's going to train designated election officials. My husband's a pilot, and he's a certified flight instructor. And if you want to learn how to fly a plane, you would want that person that's training you to be a pilot. And I know they're not quite the same thing, but it seems to me that this would be a friendly amendment, and we're not asking a lot to ask the Secretary of State and those people in the gallery to consider the Secretary of State being certified. That's not asking a lot. We're not talking about qualifications to be the Secretary of State. We're just asking that she be certified. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rich. Let's not point out anyone in the gallery watching our proceedings tonight. All right. Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, you know, a lot of these contests, when we have challenges, end up in court. A lot of these contests become a question of, was the right thing done in the right way at the right time? And if what we're going to do is we're going to put training and we're going to put qualifications in here, one of the people who's going to be in court and is going to be asked, well, do you understand the training people received, will likely be the Secretary of State. So wouldn't you want that answer to be, I've had that training, and yes, they have, or no, they haven't been trained that way? This is actually a very simple amendment to say, shouldn't everyone in the chain of custody of our elections materials be trained in the same way so they know? It doesn't seem like a difficult thing to decide, because all this does is say, shouldn't the Secretary of State be trained in the same way everyone else is? I can't quite conceive of why you would vote against this. Because really what you're saying is you want someone who's going to manage the whole process to not undergo the same training, not understand what qualifications are there, and not be able to oversee the very people that this bill would say they have to oversee. Folks, this is a yes vote because it just makes sense. A no vote says you want to set up two standards. And I don't think that doesn't just not make sense. I think that it means that we're not actually setting this up to succeed. A yes vote on this means you give the person the training they need so they can do their job.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the sheet of members. Please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close machine. With 28 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 3 excused, the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Williams Amendment, L039, to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting following Williams Amendment L39 to Senate Bill 153 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, this has to do with with core requests as they relate to our elections. During debate, we had heard discussion from the majority, from the proponents of the bill, that if there is some sort of concern out there that members of the public are able to engage in core requests. Well, the problem with core requests are sometimes they are cost prohibitive. In fact, I think it's a practice that really does need to be looked at generally, but as it relates to this specific bill, there have been cases when, especially, and I'll cite Jefferson County because I know this to be true, when the Republican Party wanted to look at the ballots of Jefferson County, it came back that in order to do that, it would be, I believe, $20,000, but certainly within the tens of thousands of dollars cost. That's a problem, right? We can't just simply say, okay, if you want to look at it, go ahead and look at it, put in a core request, and then allow for a barrier to come into play in the form of a fee. If we're really going to be about transparency, if we're really going to allow members of the public to look into this issue, then we should remove all barriers to transparency, all barriers to sunshine, because sunshine is the best disinfectant. So let members of the public be able to do this without charging them fees.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Montine.
Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Williams Amendment L025 to Senate Bill 153.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following amendment, L25 to Senate Bill 153, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Williams amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for a yes vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the second Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. McCluskey, Snyder, Tipper, D. Valdez, Young. Please close the machine. Well, 26 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 3 excused. The second Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Williams amendment, L030, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams amendment, L30 to Senate Bill 153, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third Williams amendment and ask for a yes vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Thank you, Representative Williams. Representative Wantine.
And I ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yep, no problem. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Please close the machine. Well, 22 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 3 excused. The third Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth Williams amendment, L033, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams amendment, L33 to Senate Bill 153, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth Williams amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for a yes vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Wantine.
And I ask for a no vote again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Wantine. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please vote on the fourth Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Please close the machine. Well, 23 aye votes and 39 no votes and 3 excused. The fourth Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. The fifth Williams amendment has already actually been run. It has. Subtle question. Okay. Okay. So we're going to move on to the PICO amendment, which is to 1401. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to the PICO Amendment L018 to House Bill 1401.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following PICO Amendment L18 to House Bill 1401 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1401 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment L018 to House Bill 22-1401. Members, this removes the fine if the hospital isn't able to recruit enough people. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Pico. It has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Molka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote. This bill has been negotiated by the hospitals and by the nurses. I'd ask for a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the PICO Amendment to House Bill 1401. See no further discussion. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Representative Rich. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 3 excused, the PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please, the question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Catlin, McKean. Representative McKean's excused. I'm just It's a $55 fine. We're going to multiply 1130 by how many days we've been in session. And that's going to be the fine. Representative, please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders. I'm just kidding. I move to lay over the balance. It's coming, just so you guys are aware, it's coming. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 5th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, May 5th. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know you don't want to hear about finance, but it's going to be finance in a few hours. And just for anyone who's following the bills that will be heard tomorrow, tomorrow in finance, witness testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per witness. We've got heavy volume on the calendar, and we want to make sure that everybody who wants to speak gets that opportunity to be heard. So 2 minutes per witness.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appropriations bright and early, 8 a.m. We will be hearing House Bill 1061, 1221, 1223, 1413, 1416. We'll be hearing Senate Bills 12, 23, 25, 69, 70, 98, 133, 134, 151, 155, 161, 163, 187, 207, 209, 235, 236. See you then and there.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we are meeting again tomorrow upon adjournment. So far, we have Senate Bill 179 on our calendar and likely more to be added. So today was not our last meeting. Business Affairs and Labor will meet tomorrow.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will be meeting upon adjournment tomorrow in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bill 230. We will also be limiting witness testimony to 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out the fact that Madam Majority Leader spent her entire birthday with all of us. So I just want to wish her another happy birthday and thank her for spending her precious day with all of us.
There's still 20 minutes left. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Assistant Majority Leader, my birthday is actually 11:58 p.m., so I will be here.
Seeing no further discussion or announcements, we have some business to do.
Mr. Speaker, just announce that Appropriations Committee is meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. in Old State Library.
Thank you, Representative Herod. Printing report.
The chief clerk
Printing
reports
report
following
will be
bills.
printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate
Message from the
passed on
Senate
third-
will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without
reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Winter and Rankin, also Representatives Roberts and Rich, concerning initiative to increase the number of healthcare professionals practicing in Colorado's rural areas and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senate Bill 172 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Janal and Liston, also Representative Lantin, concerning measures to address tampering with the motor vehicles emission control system.
Senate Bill 179 will be assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 224 by Senators Fenberg and Gardner, also Representatives Tipper and Soper, concerning the creation of the Donor-Conceived Persons and Family of Donor-Conceived Persons Protection Act and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senate Bill 224 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Weissman and Neville, concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years and in connection therewith, reducing the assessment rates for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property and the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential real property and commercial property for 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property to a set amount for 2024, reducing the assessment rates for all residential real property and other multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the property tax administrator, to cumulatively with the other provisions of the bill reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reducing the assessment rates for real and personal property that is classified as agricultural renewable energy production property for 2024 and requiring the state to reimburse local governments excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in their property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
Senate Bill 238 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday, May 5th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. Thursday, May 5th.